Your papers, please.
I only have a pipe, man.
Oh, y'all niggas killers now. Oh, catch you coming out your fucking crib, nigga. Yeah, catch a fucking bullet, nigga.
Take this to mind. Words can start relationships. Words can end in breakups. Words can have individuals build empires, yet words can start wars. Words that can feed the egos of ones who could imagine, but words can be the introduction of failure. Words can uplift your best friend. Words can harm your worst enemy. Words to make you happy. Words to make you sad. Words to make you cry, and words to make you mad. Words to move you around the world in curiosity, yet words that can leave your lifeline flat. The tonality of your voice is the indicator, the power of how you shape your reality, from the soul that connects to your three brains, heart, gut, and brain. What's on your mind today? Think about the things you say. And that's it. A lovely poem by Bronzebird. And you guys can view it on the playback. Give me some damn props, goddammit. But anyway, I don't see if it's going to be too busy tonight. I wanted to do a quick stream. I don't know who the hell is going to be listening. Sometimes you have your good days. Sometimes you have your bad days. The link is available if anybody wants to join me on the panel to have a conversation with me. I really do not care. But, you know, I was just thinking about this, right? I appreciate that Indians exposed. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, I just drafted up like yesterday and I was like, yo, let me do a poem for the people. It was a surprise. I wanted to show you a little different side of myself as Bronzebird. But anyway, getting back to this conversation, I was intrigued by the last powwow that I ran. The last powwow that I ran, you know, it got hot and heavy, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, we had a conversation afterwards and, you know, shout outs to the dude that was on my panel. He's actually doing a live show himself. So, you know, oh shit, I didn't even realize I still got this on. Let me take this off. Yeah, so I didn't even, you know, the guy that came on last time, he was here, and he's doing a show himself tonight. So, you know, it is what it is. But I was thinking about this for the last couple of days, right? Ever since that last panel. I'm like a hippie, a virtual hippie on here. This is what I be thinking about the whole entire thing that I find so amazing, right? We're all avatars, whether you like it or not. I don't give a shit if you cam up or you don't cam up, right? We're all avatars. The people in my chat, the people who's bird watching, the people who come up on the panel, and all that other stuff, right? So my thing that's very beautiful. What's up, Hotmess Summer? My thing that I find very beautiful about this whole online shit, ever since I started connecting 4 years ago. Peace, money 420. Peace to you, man. The thing that I find amazing is that you really can find a small online community of people who have the same interests as you. Y'all bond on things, and that basically through words dictate the different actions. You know who the fuck is an annoying person when it comes to being on a panel, and you know who's cool as shit. You know who you are attracted to on panels, and then you know who you want to beat that dude's ass. Peace to Chris Cab in the building. But, you know, I was just thinking about that, and I was just like, yo, before this fucking YouTube shit, right? What did we have before them? Like AIM and all that other shit? I mean, maybe I'm old school, maybe I'm not. But honestly speaking, seriously, I'm not trying to be a rebel. I just want to take you into the journey of you understanding this today. Not on no preachy shit, but just hear me out. That I find it fucking amazing that through words dictates how someone will deal with you. Now, I remember I was in a situation, and I sat up there and I said some shit about somebody. I called some woman a fat bitch. Then all of a sudden, she wanted to look around, and she was like, well, Bronzebird, you ugly as shit. And I'm just like, well, did that cause for you to sit up there and say what the fuck you said just because I said that? Mr. Cmplx Dsgn, good to see you. Long time no see, man. Long time no see. And again, to anybody that's in the chat, if you want to come up on this panel, this is not supposed to be a long panel tonight. I'm gunning for 2 hours. I think my twin is supposed to be doing a show at 10. But if any of y'all want to hit the link, it's pinned to have a conversation with me. If not, that's cool too. I can run it for like 30 an hour, whatever. But honestly speaking, just the factor of words, communications, and just being able to come together in a circle or a sector and all these different things and get along. And having these gangs of like, yo, these people is on this side and then these people is on that side. And having a conversation. Like, I just think this shit is cool. I don't know about you, but then when you get stuck in this virtual world and you start to like really understand it for what it is, it'll suck up your time. It'll suck up your energy. You'll be sitting up there either doing a panel or you on somebody else's panel. And at first you'll just be like, yo, I'm going to be here for like 20 minutes. That 20 minutes turns into 40. That 40 minutes turns into an hour. That hour turns into 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, however long they decide to run a panel. Certain people run a panel for 11 hours. You ever notice you really get sucked into your computer screen when you on a panel for a long amount of time? You forget about everything else that's going on. Yeah, you'll leave your desk and leave wherever the hell you at or your phone to go in the kitchen and probably get you something to drink or get something to eat. That's facts, right? That's just facts. That'll happen. But then you'll come back and be like, nah. We wasn't done having this conversation, fam. You know what I'm saying? We weren't done sitting up there get into the nitty gritty about what is it that I don't like about you, or what is it that I do like about you, or what is it the conversations we talking about when it comes to this panel. Okay? Call me Reverend Bronzebird today. Y'all gotta give me my props. I'm cooking. I don't give a shit. Peace to Christine. Y'all gotta give me my props, fam. But nah, real shit. I'm really on some hippie shit. If you feel me, like put a 1 in the chat. But like I'm really on some hippie shit today, cause I found that shit cool. Cause I'm like, yo, I can't wait to get home and sit up there and just start doing panels. And I'm like, yo, who's gonna come on this live? And if they don't, who's listening? Right? Like, who's listening to the Brownstone Powwow right now? Who wants to talk about what happened last week when 2 people got in their fifis? You understand what I'm saying? Who, like, explain that shit to me. Son, like, me and Summer talked about this last stream. It was fucking hilarious. But not only just that, dude. I'm talking about earlier. When dudes get on the motherfucking panel and they just get so berate, they be like, yo, we gotta get serious, bro. And like the whole time we both trolling and shit. Like we not even fighting. Like what are you talking about? Why are you getting in your feelings, sir? Ain't even that big of a deal. Christine.
Hey.
Hey, Christine.
Why are you in your fifis today?
I'm not in my fifis at all today. I'm like smoking virtual weed right now.
I don't smoke weed, so I'll smoke it virtual too.
Yeah, I'm smoking virtual weed today. I felt like Reverend Bronzebird mode today, and I was like, you know what? Words, man. Like, where does it trip us out into? And I was thinking about last panel, because I was thinking about the energy that happens when someone has a conversation, and if it's too loud, then those people will check your ass. You know what I'm saying? So I thought it was cool. I thought it was real cool.
Yeah, wow.
Well, you know that, Christine. You've been in plenty of arguments, so you
Oh, I had a huge one today with somebody, and it's like, I'm so over it.
Does it start with an A?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It's somebody you don't. It's somebody you don't know.
Okay, good. Did you start it though, Christine? I don't know.
No, I didn't start it. No, somebody asked me a question. I responded back to that person, and then somebody else decides to insert their nose into it to try to get these little jabs into me about our president.
Oh, about the president.
And it had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the president. Nothing.
So
But
they
the
derailed
person,
it?
yes,
Complex?
totally derailed it. Hey, sorry. Hi.
Hey, what's up, Complex?
Yo, Bronx, can you hear me okay, bro?
Yeah, you just sound like a little. It's like a little choppy on your mic, but you sound good. I can hear you.
It's a little choppy. Hold on, man. I'm outside, dude. I'm just trying to finish up, man. I'm closing up shop today. Well, right at the moment, but I saw you live, man. I ain't talked to you in a minute, bro. So I just wanted
That's what I'm saying. Where you been, son? Like, it's been a minute.
What you mean? Where I've been? Where you been, dog?
Hey, bro. I've been rolling around on panels. Like, you know what I'm saying? We be all chilling. You know what I mean? I was like, where my homie Complex? I
Hey,
didn't
you
see
know
that
what?
panel, boy.
You know what? I'll be real with you, dog. Like, I've been laying hella low, dog. When I really think about it, I have been laying hella low, man. But you know, I've been meaning to just tap you on your phone, man. Say what up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. For sure, bro. You already know. You got my number. So anytime, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Contact me about anything, man. It's straight. But you know,
Sure.
it's you know. I heard conversations from certain people. I've been lying low, but you know, I met Christine from another panel, and then it's just like other sectors I've been to. So it's been chill. You know what I mean? I didn't want to get involved in like the certain sucker shit that was going on. I was just like, let me just lie low and chill. So I was like, cool.
Yeah.
And then I gotta watch Trump's. Like, I'm late, but I want to watch the shit that happened with Trump in that meeting that they had. You know what I mean?
What with the prime minister of the prime minister of the UK?
Nah, when they was at the White House and Elon Musk and the rest of them was there.
What the hell's he in there for?
I don't understand. This is what I've been trying to ask for the longest. What is Elon Musk like? Fucking Trump's consigliere or something like that?
But here's what I don't understand. The American people don't understand something. Elon Musk is Summer. He is a citizen of Canada, a citizen of Africa, a citizen of the United States. Tell me who he's loyal to other than his money and power.
Thank you.
Well, it really has. No, he's appointed. He's appointed to do a task. You know, much like a lot of people are. They don't necessarily have to be a cabinet member or anything like that to be appointed to do something. Like, you know, case in point.
No, I was replying to Enhance. Yes, that's what I was talking about.
You know, kind of like how you had. Remember when there was the whole. What was it, the Bill Clinton thing? Remember when he got sucked off in the Oval Office and shit? And then was that dude Ken Starr was the special appointment to deal with all that crap, right? So it's like people can be appointed to do things. You know, you don't necessarily have to be like an elected official or anything like that. Like if the president appoints somebody to do something, then that's what they do. And really, what they're doing is, you know, they're basically just combing the books at this point. You know, I mean, I don't really see it as a big deal when you think about how like a lot of like large companies and corporations are operated. You know, the countries are the same thing. Countries are a corporation, and you know, when you have like a new CEO come in, i.e., a president or something like that, typically what they'll want to do is they want to come through for ways they could be more efficient. You know, just like, you know, when there's like a merger with two companies or one company acquires another one, then that CEO becomes like the CEO of the other one. And the first thing he's trying to do is see like, where's redundancy? Where can we cut waste? Where can we do this? Where can we do that? That's essentially what's happening, just like on a large scale or on a government scale. Let's just say that.
Okay.
But you can go in with the wrecking ball, or you can go in with the plan.
Sometimes the plan is to go in with a wrecking ball.
Well, and I know. I am married to a man who was a wrecking ball for many, many, many years. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
But his didn't affect so many people. And the thing is, that bothers me the most, I'll be honest with you. There are a lot of qualified Americans to do this. And I understand he is a legal resident. I understand that. But he is a legal resident of 3 countries. And my other thing is what he's doing are all congressional things the Congress should be doing. And if Trump wants it done, then he should be the wrecking ball onto Congress to get it done, not bring somebody like Elon Musk in.
Why? Like,
well, I want to
let some. My fault, bro. As you get finished, I want to let some get it over too. You feel me?
Sure. I was just going to say a retort to that is you have members of Congress who are also citizens of places like Israel, for example. So you have people that are in your government that are also part and parcel of another country vis-a-vis citizenship. And oftentimes...
Which congressman?
Huh?
Which congressman?
Oh, like, so for example, people like Adam Schiff, what's his name? The guy who's the... I'm trying to remember his name. He has dual citizenship, and he's oh God, why is his name escaping me at the moment? But see, he's actually a person that kind of is a intermediary between the U.S. and say like Israel with regards to things that are going on over in Jerusalem and stuff like that, right? Is it Blinken? Is it Anthony Blinken? I think that's him.
Schiff was born in the United States.
I know. Did you know that Benjamin Netanyahu also lived in the United States or something? He went to school in Brooklyn. Did you know that?
He wasn't born in the United States.
No, he has dual citizenship. That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain, like, well, what you have is you have people that are in government that have dual citizenship, right? And we could be critical of them because they do things actually on behalf of the other country that they have citizenship with. And there's plenty of examples of this with people that have dual citizenship with the United States and Israel. And I'm saying that what Elon is doing, he's doing something that's more in line, love it or hate it, mind you. I'm not shilling.
I hear a lot of excuses for a fucking douchebag that has no business doing what he's doing. That's all I hear is a bunch of fucking excuses. That's it.
No, it's not here's the thing, right? Like when you tell me he's a douchebag, I mean, you do understand that is an opinion of yours, right?
You understand? Okay, well, here, let's do this. You do understand some of those numbers he's putting out is not factual. You do understand that, right? You do understand that you're getting gaslighted and some of the results that they say they're doing. You do understand that, right? Because one thing I'm not stupid. One thing I'm not stupid. So don't talk to me like I'm a dumb woman, because I'm not.
No one's calling. Wait, first of all, let me channel this because I'm being very respectful, right? I never called you stupid.
One thing, I just wanted to ask a question on one thing.
Yeah, sure.
You said that he's lying about the numbers of what? Just from my knowledge.
Go ahead.
I didn't say that.
Christine.
So let's say, for example, he's saying people that they're paying out Social Security for people that their Social Security number is 300 years old, 200 years old, 150-year-old. Social Security didn't start until 1935. It hasn't even been 100 years yet. And I want to see checks that have been deposited or written and cashed, because you know something, there's no factual basis anywhere other than what we're being told. There are no deposits that have been anywhere, and they're not showing any. That's huge in my opinion. He is gaslighting.
Well, I would say to that.
Other things like some of the stuff with the DOA or whatever it's called, there a lot of the stuff that numbers they're throwing up, there's still no proof. And when they get caught up in it, they stand in the Oval Office and they say, well, of course we're going to mess up on some things and not get it right. No, you just blatantly lying.
Well, there's that. Right, and so what I would say to that is that if what you're asking for is you want to see proof of checks being deposited and I guess mythical people's names and
everything they're saying. Everything they're saying.
Right. And so when they were actually putting that out, there was an argument being had that basically said, well, listen, you're combing through people's personal private property, right? You see, so you guys shouldn't be doing that. See, so what you're asking them to do is the very thing that people are charging them with doing. They don't want them going through people's personal stuff like that. Meanwhile, you're saying, and listen, I told you, I'm indifferent to this. I'm just literally telling it like it is. And I'll tell you, you know what? I would love to see that. I would love to see it, because here's the other thing. On the other side of that equation, there's been a lot of spending that's taking place. And you know what? There's a lot of people that don't want to tell you where the money's going and who it's gone to and why it was snuck in the bills and stuff like that. People, if you would have told people, hey, listen, we're going to take $10 billion of your tax money and we're going to send it over to this ragtag country and God knows where, right? Because what we're trying to do is disrupt, the elections and all this other stuff. See, people wouldn't be so quick to just say, oh, yeah, take my money. They wouldn't, right? So there's things that you may want to hear, and then there's things that you don't want to hear. And then the inverse, the things that you want to hear, other people have already on record said they don't want to hear. They don't want people to put this information out here. You're going through our personal information. For example, I heard this just a couple weeks ago. They were saying that,
and people that wanting to know what the government's been doing for a long. You're like talking and not even taking any breaths. Yeah. So I'm just gonna jump in.
Well, go ahead. So, but I wasn't finished.
Let me ask you. Well, take a breath in between and let somebody join you.
Sorry.
My thing is that people act like people don't want to see things, or anything like that, and that's not true. I think the American people have been screaming to see things for a very long time, and both sides. And just so we understand where I stand on a political aspect, I understand that both sides are the same bird. So I understand that both sides are going to screw you like no tomorrow.
If you understand that, why are you yelling at me?
I'm not yelling. I'm having a conversation.
Well, no, you're actually yelling. I'm not talking to you the way you're telling me.
I'm actually not yelling. So I'm sorry that somebody that is talking in front of is yelling at you. That's not my problem. Those are your feelings, and that's not my issue because I'm not yelling at you. Just because I talk strongly doesn't mean I'm yelling at you by any way, shape, or form.
I'm saying you did cut me off though.
Well,
and that's what I'm not cutting you. I'm not.
Hold on, y'all.
Well, it's not a welcome. It's not a feeling. It's not a.
Like I joined the conversation.
No,
I'm sorry. You can't handle that. I see that. So let me mute up and let you finish because clearly you can't handle a common conversation with somebody.
Right.
I didn't yell at you.
Understood.
I jumped in the conversation. I did. Yeah. I did. But yelling at you, I did not. Right. So go ahead.
Well, okay.
Go ahead.
Right.
It's all about
Thank you.
Power of words, wordsmiths.
Well, I'm saying there's a multitude of ways that things.
I'm gonna mute up so Sissy Boy doesn't get in his feelings again.
Let's just.
Well, okay.
Now that was a shot fired at you, just so we understand.
And
I did that because you said I was doing it a minute ago. So just so we understand.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's regroup, y'all.
Gotcha. No. I'm gonna go back to the original point because you know me, Brian.
You got it.
Engaged. Yeah. We don't do this, right? So what I'm basically getting at here is that
we don't do what?
No.
We don't do what?
Wait. Summer. Let him go.
He can stop throwing shots, or I won't, and then I'll just be bounced off the panel, which is fine because he's going to throw shots while he's talking. And why should I?
Okay, what? I don't think he was. Okay, I don't.
He did. I know, Bronzebird. You're not an angry woman that gets told she's yelling all the time, so I get it.
All right, but let's have the convo, y'all. Let's just have a convo.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do here.
You know what I mean? So
I see this is another one that has Daddy with them, so I'm going to step down. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. You have a good one.
God damn it. All right. Go ahead.
Dude, I'm sorry, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I love everybody on the panel, damn it.
No, you know what? I'm thinking there could be like some civilized dialogue about this type of stuff, right?
It could be. But go ahead.
That's what. Yeah, I was just saying. Okay, so to go back to the analogy about like when you have like a new CEO, new management team, a new company that acquires an old one. Anytime things like this happen, a change of administration or anything, right? There's typically going to be some way where they're going to do things that's different from the previous people. Am I wrong for saying this? That's the question. Am I wrong for having that assessment? Haven't we seen this? You ever worked at a job and then you heard that there was a new management team coming in, and as soon as they came in, the first thing that they did was they required everybody to like send them EODs, an end of day summary. What did you do for today? Right? I've been there. I've been there plenty of times, right? In my professional career, I've been there plenty of times. These aren't things that aren't like they're like out of the ordinary or something like that. They're not. It's just maybe it's something that we haven't seen in government. But if you worked at any somewhat large corporation that had a change in management or an acquisition took place or something like that, these types of things happen. So it's like we shouldn't look at this as like some sort of aberration of how organizational structures operate, because it's not.
Well, my husband was a very successful business person, and we have traveled all over the United States when they needed somebody to go into an area and figure it out and fix it. He would accept the position. He would go to the different areas, speak with all the different areas, include it to people what the best plan would be. And he didn't just put everybody's head on the chopping block that was going to affect 100,000 people. We've got somebody coming in doing this that's affecting millions of people. And they are affecting people here in the United States, not just worldwide, but it's affecting huge people in the United States. This Doge and all these things that they're doing is all congressional. Why, if Trump wants the swamp drained, as he's saying, why is he not on our Congress to fix it? Versus somebody, in my opinion, bought his way into our country.
I would argue the only argument I would have to that is that there's a majority of Congress. There's a majority of Congress, and I would say on both sides, right? See, so I'm being neutral in my assessment in what I'm about to say. I would say that there is a fair amount. I would say in upwards of maybe say 75 to 80% of Congress. And I'm talking about Congress people on both sides, Republican and Democrat, that are bought and sold. That are bought and sold by
100%.
Okay.
100%.
So that would, because now what you have is that you have obligations of Congress people, right, to private interests. Meanwhile, the same Congress people are actually put there to reflect the desires of their constituency, right? See, so what you actually have there is you have a conflict of interest. And so what oftentimes has to happen is that because you're actually not supposed to have that in Congress. Congress people are not supposed to be able to say, for example, benefit from insider information with regards to, say, like stock trading and shit like that, right?
Well, Pelosi did, but hey, it's okay.
Well, okay, and right. No, 100% correct with what you just said. 100% correct.
But what I'm saying, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, and I will first preface this, I did vote for Trump twice. Twice. I'm sorry.
Hold your thoughts.
Okay.
Tell your boy faces.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's saying also, they're saying your mic, man. Complex.
Is it me? Okay, I think it's because of my. Hold on one second, dude. Go ahead. I'm gonna listen to what she's saying. I'm gonna just mute.
Hold on, because I need to know who the hell this is. Who the hell is Virus? Virus?
I just came to tell you that some reason intro is too damn long. And,
oh my God! Like, really? Are you serious? Are you serious? I damn near had hold on. I damn near had a fucking heart attack, and you gonna sit up there and do? I'm like, who the hell is Virus? What is wrong with you, Mrs. Queen Sunkissed? That shit got me mad, yo. What the fuck? I'm damn sitting there. I had to put the screen up because I'm having a heart attack. Oh, who the fuck is Virus? Shit! That life stinks! Fucking scare me like that again? Are you crazy?
Can we take the train down now? There you go. Take the train down.
Yeah.
What up? What up, everybody?
Virus and Money 420.
Hey,
Hey, my bad. I wanted to.
Hey, Bronze, I don't know if. I was just gonna say, is my mic okay?
Yeah, no, your mic is still choppy. I don't know what it is.
Can you go into settings and turn your noise cancellation off and see if that helps?
Yeah. What's up, Chris?
Okay.
So, yeah, I can't say I'm at work. I just wanted to come up here and harass you. So.
Yeah, you definitely did by having that goddamn avatar saying virus. Shit.
Yo, what up? I'm just listening. I'm listening.
Right, word. Who's at the jump down? Money. What's going on?
What up? What up?
What up, kid?
Just pulled up to see say what up.
Pass the Dutchie to the left hand side, bro.
Pass it through the screen.
You know what I mean? Let me smoke that one shine. You know what I'm saying? Now, man.
Your mic sucks, dude. Since nobody's telling you, your mic sucks.
Yeah. Complex, however it is, just change. I don't know what it is, but just change it up, bro, because it does suck right now, man.
Yeah, it was choppy.
Yeah,
it's been sucking for a shitload of time. So that's probably why you thought I was yelling at you, because your mic sucks. Maybe your earphones suck too.
Does it sound okay now, Bronzebird?
No, it's still the same.
Wow.
Do you have any other tabs open?
No, I don't have any. You know what? This is just a problem with this phone, I guess. I kind of got this a little while ago. Well, look, I won't hold it. I won't hold up your live stream. I was just coming to say what's up. I wasn't trying to set that chick off or whatever. My apologies, bro. You know me. I don't like to have that kind of shit going on panels and stuff. I didn't. My apologies to her. If maybe she. I don't know. I didn't mean for that to happen. But I'll go ahead and drop down and listen to it, man. I'm gonna go ahead and just close up shop here.
Yeah,
I just want to say what up, though.
But it'll come through anytime. And look, Summer, I rock with Summer. I love Summer. I respect Summer. I'm glad you guys can meet. And look, listen, it's not a big deal at the end of the day. I enjoy all company. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, so, but you know me, man. That wasn't my intentions, bro.
It's all good. It's just probably a misunderstanding. But, once you fix your mic up and you want to come back up, come through.
Loud women are always a misunderstanding.
What did you say, Summer?
I said loud women are always a misunderstanding. Never tell a woman she's yelling at you when you're having a conversation.
Oh, that rouses up.
That's pussy shit.
I don't know about all that, but okay. Hey, Bronze, I'll holler at you later on, bro.
Yeah, hit me up or text me if you want.
And fix your mic.
All right, we'll do it, man.
All right, bro. Peace. All right, where were we? Hustle Muscle is on. Yo, Money, I meant to ask you just smoke bud or do you smoke any other herbs?
I just smoke weed and cigarettes, unfortunately.
See, I smoked cigarettes like a couple of I think last week, and I kind of felt guilty about it.
I've been smoking them for so long. It's like a part of my day now.
Yeah, I can't help it because I just be like, I just want to smoke. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to smoke because I'm too lazy to be like, yo, where the weed man at and shit. Like, I don't want to do it. Anyway, back to the convo. I'm not really politically sound. I know that I'm really trying to get into politics more because I'm just really upset at the fact of the matter that it just seems like Trump and Elon Musk. Again, where the fuck is JD Vance? JD Vance just did a conference last week or this week. So why isn't the fact of the matter that JD Vance and Trump should be buddy? I'm trying to understand this like I'm a 2-year-old. Maybe it's just me.
I'm trying to understand it like a 2-year-old too. Your point is what?
I'm just saying.
But hey, I don't know what to say. And there's a lot of things that have been going on the last couple of days. Well, actually, for the last 30 days, 35 days.
Yes.
And it's there. And this is how I feel. They bury you so much in things every day that you actually can't sit and have the time to fact check and research it to know what is true and what is gaslighting. And that is the problem I'm having because I research things. I fact check things. I want receipts. And there's a group of people in this country that what they say is accurate. And it's like, where's the proof? We're talking about transparency, but we're really not seeing transparency.
No, we're not.
Another prime example. Epstein's stuff was supposed to be released. They had 15 days when he took office. Well, guess what? It's still not released, and I guarantee you Bondi is going to redact the majority of the things in there, not just give it to the American people. And then I heard, it's odd that today I heard that things have been released to right-wing media, and then all of a sudden there's 2 alleged human traffickers.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Came into the United States today, not only in Romania, but in the UK. And the UK Prime Minister was sitting next to Trump, and they both denied knowing he was coming here.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about tonight. I wanted to talk about and ask, and I wanted to ask that guy, because, since Elon and them are all about transparency, why didn't Trump tell everybody that they were making a deal with to get 2 traffickers home? Andrew Tate and his brother landed in Miami today.
Fort Lauderdale.
And they're hold on, wait a minute. They're telling everybody, because I know the insides and outsides of this fucking case. They're telling everybody that all their charges have been dropped. That's a lie. They have a warrant in UK, and they also have court in where they just left at in the March, Romania for trafficking. So you all let them out. He's told everybody on the news today that all his charges were dropped during the Biden administration. That's not true. He has court. They have court for minor children trafficking and a bunch of other shit at the end of March. The reason why they got out is because the prime minister or whatever, the king, whatever the fuck it is over there, and Trump and their associates all were sitting here talking to get and made some deals behind the scenes to get them back here, even though they have deal. And then Florida's governor was saying, well, they can't come in my state. They can go anywhere they want. They have dual citizenship.
Well, they have.
So I want to know why Trump and them bat on, and so many Trump supporters bat on, and I'm a human trafficking survivor. And so many of them will sit there and be like, oh, no, Summer, don't you know it's save the children. It's all about the children. Really? Really? Because you just told everybody that you're arresting immigrants and you're sending traffickers back to their country. But you just made a private deal while you 2 were sitting next to each other. Or not then. I'm sure it was that before then. They try to act like they didn't know what was going to happen today. Bullshit. Mm-hmm. So where's the transparency in that? I guess our kids don't matter, though, right?
It's all dirty. And the thing about it is, if it's about Andrew Tate, I believe it's because of the hush money and because of the money they might be throwing low key and with the prime minister.
Well,
but if it's everybody else, it's like fuck everybody.
He backed both of their political things. Trump's, he gave millions of dollars to Trump and this guy prime minister over there. So all of a sudden now, you're going to tell me that this man that put millions into all these campaigns and all these different things, now they could come back. But hey, if you're Hispanic or anything like that, or anybody else, if you're poor and you're a trafficker, you got to go back to your country. Like, fuck that, dude. Yeah. Why did we just do that? You just told all the children that they don't give a fuck. And all these fake Trump supporters that try to say hashtag protect the children, yeah, y'all just co-signed on that. Where's the transparent conversation for that? Because that's what I don't hear going on. And that just happened today. It broke the fucking internet.
And of course, that whole entire thing with children, I wouldn't expect Trump to really be transparent about it. I just feel like any politicians that's involved with the bullshit
yeah, he's a predator. Sorry.
You know what I mean? So I expect that. Hold on, let me see.
They're all predators. You can find that line between Trump, Weinstein, Trump and P. Diddy, Trump and Epstein, Trump and on and on and on. But people are like, oh, he's the God. He's going to make everything great. He's protecting our kids. Yeah. I used to fuck little kids when they were younger. Yeah, so probably. I guess that's okay, though.
No shot of the doubt. Sloppy, this you?
Yeah, I'm not going to porn bomb you. Come on, Bronzebird.
Bro, listen, bro. You never know these days, kid.
It's all good.
You in a jail suit. I don't know what the fuck you could do.
I'm an illegal man. I'm an illegal. Don't take me.
You trying to escape?
To Mexico.
So yeah. I gotta call ICE on my own panel. That's what we doing.
Salute, how's it going, everybody? What's it going? How's it going, HustlerNMuscular?
What's good? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just too much. As I always say to Christine and Summer, it's just too much shit for my mind to pile on, and especially it hasn't been 100 days yet with Trump, yo. And I never said. See, that's the thing. Before all that shit, I didn't sit up there and say I was widely a fucking Trump supporter. All I said was there was certain things that he was saying that did make sense, but then I was like, okay, you gotta remember, this is a politician. I don't like taking politicians' words for what they do because they say they'll do something and then when they get into office, they do the opposite. So I'm like, nah. And especially with the fucking mayor of New York, they try and kick Eric Adams out because of his affiliation with Trump. But I'm like, it's the only reason he's getting on it is because it's a money grab and because he was trying to get the charges that he had on him knocked with rolling with the Turkish government.
So you don't think that y'all's mayor has been involved in some shit, and there wasn't some backdoor deals that was made and Trump is using him as a puppet right now to do what he wanted to do?
Oh, listen, Summer, without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
No. Summer, look, listen, I never liked Eric Adams as a mayor. I never liked him. I never voted for him. I never liked him. And, there's only one person who will argue with me, be like, you got to support Eric Adams. I'm like, why? He's full of shit and full of corruption. And you don't think that that whole thing that happened with the Turkish government and him being indicted on the stuff he was indicted and involved with, that's like, you don't think why you think he was rolling with Trump then? Because he knew if it was under Biden would not give a shit. And more than likely he would have lost those cases. Now that Trump is on the scene, he's like, well, I'm going to switch over to Republican. You wasn't even a Republican before when you got voted in. Now you're a Republican? You didn't sign in as a Republican. So now you're going in there because you know that you're going to get your charges dropped. And that Trump is using you in order to take back the revenge he has against New York State and New York City. That's what's going on.
Sounds about right.
Look, listen, every day. Like, I mean, I think I was just at City Hall today and I was just like, God damn. I was just looking. I was just like, God damn! Looking at the City Hall and looking at where he's from. I don't want to get into New York talk though, because I can go in for hours about that though.
It's a shit show. It's gonna be tough to convince people now. Like, hey, you made a mistake. You voted for this guy. The Mexican community and the Black community did a big part. Vote for these people, for this guy. I guess you could say. And a lot of Latinos, from what I see, are kind of regretting their vote. Oh yeah. And it's like, come on, man, people told you this shit was gonna happen, and now you guys are all like, no, what? He lied to us and this and that. And
I wasn't saying that shit. I was going for, and that's what I'm saying. But this is what I noticed. The past 2 years, every single time it's been the president that's been voted in, a lot of people started having regret. Same thing that happened with Biden. A bunch of people that's out there said, Biden, vote Trump out. Now all of a sudden they started sitting up there saying, I'm having Biden vote regret. Now that Trump came in, which is even worse, because like I said, he ain't even been in office for 100 days. And so many people's like Trump regret. That's where we at with it.
I just want to say to Butterfly in the chat, you are absolutely right, baby girl. Or, sorry, I'm from the South. We say baby girl a lot, but no disrespect. But yeah, you're 100% right. They're 100% right. Yeah. I was at that trial. I know some of the survivors that was in Maxwell's trial. I was at that trial. Me and a bunch of survivors from all over the nation came together when that trial was going on and did a rally and everything. And I can tell you all for certain that they said that with the Epstein stuff, they said that it's going to be, they're retracting the victims' names. And that's why it's taken a little bit, and then they're going to release it within the next couple of days. I can promise you that it will not only be names of victims that are retracted. They are not going to show everybody the names. Yeah, there's going to be a president too.
Yeah, I definitely know it's
Trump was flying Epstein's plane, you guys, during his presidential campaign. That's whose plane he was flying. Those are facts. We check the numbers and everything, because honey, when I deep dive, I deep dive. So I know that when I ask for receipts, it's because I know how to get them.
And he claims he didn't know it was Epstein's plane. Bull.
Yeah, okay. That'd be like me saying I didn't know I parked your car, Christine. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Right? Well, I know. I'm just saying that's what they kept saying, and but I don't know if you know about It's been going on social media. It's been on the news. Tomorrow, you're not supposed to buy anything that's not necessity.
Yeah, boycott.
Yes. Well, so what happened today, and this is somebody that we have kind of been friends with. Well, we have been friends with for a couple years. And somebody asked about it in Discord, and they asked if this was to protest Trump. I said no. This is a grassroots organization that is trying to stand up against big corporations and banks. And they even announced it was no political party involved. No political party. It's the corporations and banks.
It wasn't because of the DEI thing? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's just the fact that the corporations and banks are controlling us.
Yeah.
Well, it does actually have a little bit to do with the DIY, whatever.
That's what I thought it was about.
It does have a little bit to do with that because I'm actually helping with the local stuff on organizing some of that, and so that's where it initiated off. But it is a big shot at the big corporations that are doing that. Yeah.
Yes, but so this person goes, well, Trump's going to fix everything and blah blah blah. I'm like, this had nothing to do with Trump. Somebody asked a specific question. I gave them a couple links to watch. I gave them the bulletin things that they're putting out. I said it had nothing to do with Trump. Why are you constantly making jabs? Why have you been willing to throw away friendships over one man that you don't get out there and fix everything? You want one man to fix everything.
Man, if people think, and first off, shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the panel. What's good, Bronze?
What's up, Truth?
What's good, ladies? What's good with y'all?
What's up, Truth?
It was good, man. People thinking that any of these politicians or one man in so-called power is going to save the day, man. They highly delusional.
Right?
Now, if they thinking that I got a bridge on the moon I can sell you, man, that I want to sell you. If you thinking, if anybody thinking that, man.
I got a desert out in the Atlantic coast, just saying.
Right. That's just that's malarkey, man. You think, oh man.
But they do. This person does. She thinks this one man. And she even
is it the person I'm thinking of?
Yes.
I mean, that's not even possible. Like, how can if we struggling just to get by, you struggling to buy a carton of eggs, you think a billionaire, a so-called billionaire, is gonna be worried about the price of eggs? I couldn't even resonate with you. I couldn't even kick it on that level.
Let's talk about price hikes. You know, this is so funny because I can guarantee you the majority of the American people didn't eat eggs on a daily, maybe on a weekly basis, they might have had a few eggs. But that's their key talking point now. Eggs. Come on, guys. Again, it's a deflection. It's noise.
And the eggs, and what's crazy is the eggs are because it's happening because of the bird flu. And what does Trump do? He fires the person that's doing the research for the bird flu, right along with the nuclear guys too. He fired all of them together.
So they say, man. I don't believe nothing. It's all cap. Like I said, it's malarkey.
There's proof of it. So I mean, we don't have to. I'm not. That's not really up for debate.
I ain't going to get what you're saying. I'm saying that's me personally, man. That's me. I don't believe nothing they say, man. That's just me.
Well, I know
what I hear. You know what I'm saying?
Back in the late 80s, early 90s, working in the medical field, we had to do a lot of things on H1N1, which is the same as the bird flu. We were taking precautions back then. And then all of a sudden, we had to destroy. But now we're getting how many eggs from Turkey because to bring prices lower? Why are we concentrating on freaking eggs?
It's just mainly, I'm pretty sure mainly.
What about
it's showing how much inflation has gone up and stuff like that. It's like a segue to go to inflation with the prices of eggs. That's what I've been seeing a lot. Like when people talk about eggs, they're like, see, the prices have been going up and this and that. Look at how eggs are going, and it tends to just kind of turn into an inflation conversation instead of just an egg, I guess.
Right. I wasn't even trying to take it there, man. I was using that as a hypothetical, man. I wasn't even trying to. I wasn't trying to take it there.
No, I'm saying that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sweetie.
Oh, I'm just saying that when she asked like why we were so asphyxiated with just the egg prices, I say most conversations tend to move to to inflation,
Well,
and that's their starting point when it comes
in my world, it's not. I promise you, because for some reason I'm attracting these people that feel one man's going to save the United States.
No, hell no. Yeah, no.
I know it's
that's
no,
kind
but
of like.
Go ahead.
You know what I don't understand is all of these people that are like, just drinking the Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Summer, they're gonna, like Christine says, we hear it all the time. Oh, they're gonna fix things. They're gonna fix things. All of their number one thing is all about draining the swamp and all this other stuff. Well, if this dude is sitting with prime ministers and they both know that they've made deals to get 2 traffickers over here back on American soil, where's the transparent for shit like that? And if they're doing stuff like that behind the scenes, right, which we know they're doing a lot more behind the scenes that nobody's making, like most people aren't even aware that Elon is getting billions of dollars in deals for Tulsa, however you say it, for his space stuff. He's gotten billions of contracts.
Yeah, $400 million. Yeah, he's got $400 million in loans that nobody's auditing that. How much did he actually get, and what were his benefits, and what are his breaks? Nobody's auditing that.
Well, they fired the people.
Well, according to the government, if you're talking about Tesla specifically, something to the tune of $800 million. Now, that would be up to the government to audit and to make that information public. And so, again, we have a situation where we have now an entity that's making things public, and now people have an issue with it. So, and Bronze, by the way, am I coming in okay? I found my Bluetooth headphones.
Your mic is still a little choppy, sweetie.
It's much better than it was.
It is better than what it was, but it is still a little choppy. But my thing is, it's not like people haven't been asking for transparency with these people. But and again, my political stances, they're two of the same bird. I mean, let's just face it. Being a human trafficking survivor, I've seen power and control on both sides. I've seen them both be dirty as hell. I've seen it firsthand. You know what I mean? So I'll never be like, oh, well, I'm for this party or I'm for this party. And I wasn't for Kamala either. I mean, yeah, she would have sucked too, in my opinion. I think the leadership in this country has been wrong for a long time. And I don't have an issue with the country being audited, right? I think that we all can agree that it probably has needed to happen in a long time. My problem is the fallout from these things, right? The fallout that is affecting people that, the grants that cover medicines that people can't get. The grants that cover, like, I'm in the anti-human trafficking and domestic violence advocacy field. I can't tell you guys how many shelters are not taking victims because they can't even get to their funding. They can't help people, right? And so it's like the places which everything needs to be audited, but I think there's a way to be able to do things in a way that there's not so much fallout from the bottom, because the people, all of us, are the ones that are paying for their fallout, and none of us probably, I'm going to probably say, none of us have had millions of dollars in federal funding.
No.
You know what I mean? But yet there's people making life decisions whether they can get medicine or not. And us asking questions. I know maybe in your circle people haven't asked questions, but over here we've always asked questions, no matter who's sitting in office.
Circle?
You keep saying it like people are wanting questions, people are wanting receipts. I believe the American people have been screaming that for a long time.
Well, no, what I'm saying that there's people in government who don't want those receipts public. See, the problem that you're speaking to here is that you have the same people that create those type of institutions, right, to deal with things like sex trafficking and all this and all that. You know what's funny? Like, at the same time, they actually will solicit money and do like sort of like some under the table shit with said money under the auspices that they're actually doing good public works. And like I said, if you want to keep throwing it, you can. I'm not a champion for the guy because you were just talking about sex trafficking, right? And I'm saying that they found money.
I actually was talking about sex trafficking, and Trump and them did behind the scenes got a whole bunch of money today to have 2 traffickers come on American soil. So what are you talking about? The people that you're
What am I
sitting here
talking?
capping for
What
are
I'm
doing the same
well, you
shit
cut
that
me
you're
off, so
trying
I
to sit up
can't
here
tell
and
you what.
say these people are doing.
Got it. And you cut me off, so you don't know what I'm talking about. So let me get to it. So
Maybe
what
your
I'm
mic's
saying
stuck,
is,
so maybe we thought you
okay.
were done talking, so maybe fix
Oh,
your mic.
okay, got it. You were able to hear up until the point where you cut me off, right? That happened? I'm asking you.
Are you
You were
going to
able
waste
to
your
hear
time
me up
worrying
until
about
that?
if I'm cutting you off, or are you going
No,
to talk while you got the opportunity?
I'm just saying, ma'am, I don't speak to you like this.
Yeah, well, you have, and that's why I just called you sweetie a second ago, but now we're in this discussion,
No, I get
and
it,
now
but
we're
you
not going
keep,
like that.
but what I'm
So,
saying, don't be rude and then cover it with sweetie. I'm not doing that to you.
you sit here and said like traffic. You're trying to say that there's entities out there that
You
are
got it, bro.
anti-human trafficking,
Jesus
but yet Trump
Christ.
made a deal today to bring 2 traffickers back. But you won't touch on that conversation, and I know you've heard us talk about it.
Well, I
You
was
won't touch
actually.
it with a 10-foot pole.
Well, hold on. I was actually starting to, and then you cut me off.
You're gonna keep whining about being cut off, or you gonna finish your point?
Excuse me? Can
You
you
heard
repeat
me.
that? No, I didn't.
Are you
That's
going
why
to keep
I said, can you
whining
repeat that?
about being cut off, or are you going to fix your mic and actually finish the conversation?
Well, I'm saying you can hear me, obviously, so I'm not really sure what's going on with it. But here's the thing. I can't finish if you cut me off. Well, here's the thing.
Muting. Get to your
Look,
fucking
ma'am,
point and stop whining about being cut off. How about that?
I literally just got cut off.
Well, why you keep mentioning it? Why can't you just talk, bro?
Because I keep getting cut off, fam.
Yeah, go ahead and land your plane, man. Land your plane, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you. God damn, bro. Like, thank you. All I'm saying is, like, the same people who create these programs to say, hey, listen, what we're trying to do is fight trafficking. We're trying to fight this. We're trying to fight this. We're trying to fight that. Those would be the same people that take money and then do shit on the low. What do you think that whole USAID shit was for? Why do you think they put all this stuff out? They say, hey, listen.
The question.
Well, okay, once again, you just cut me off.
Because Trump and them made a deal today to bring them back.
Because what I'm trying to say here, okay, so what I'm saying is that you got taxpayer money. You have taxpayer money.
It's okay.
You have
It's okay.
Dude. You have taxpayer money. You have taxpayer money that actually goes to black budget operations that facilitate the thing that you want taxpayer. Jesus fucking Christ!
Talk about what Trump did today. He used money to bring 2 traffickers back.
There was a whole. Yeah.
Give a fuck about your point. Why don't you touch that topic?
Hey, Bronze, my bad, dude. Hey. My bad, dog. Hey, look, I just came to say what's up, dude. I can't really, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let her rock because she's the expert. She's the subject matter expert. So I'm gonna let her rock. I'm gonna fall back, dog. Hey, I'll just hit you on. I'll hit you on the phone, bro. I'll hit you on the phone.
Expert. Why won't you talk about Trump?
Are you an expert?
I'm actually certified. I'm definitely an expert, sir. And I'm not talking to Chris. Why won't you talk about, you want to talk about these entities that are doing whatever. Why won't you talk about what's breaking news today? Which is that Trump
when I was originally trying to say something,
to bring 2 traffickers back here.
When I was originally trying to
about that. Why don't you talk to that?
When I was originally trying to say something, it had to do about the brother that was speaking about the cost of eggs. That's when I was originally trying to get it. Then it went over to trafficking and stuff. And then I said, well, you know, there's people that set up.
Jump in the conversation.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Hey, Bronze.
So again,
Bronze, I'll let you on the phone, dog.
You wasted 10 minutes about your whining. So are you falling back? Okay. Well, either way, he won't have that conversation though.
Man.
Well, that was in the headlines today. Or that Trump gave asylum to traffickers
today.
It was.
So today, Andrew Tate and his brother were released from a prison across seas, even though they still have trafficking charges that they're fighting. And Trump and them made a deal to where they could come back, and they are on American soil right now out of prison because of what Trump and his administration did. But nobody wants to fucking talk about that. He wants to talk about eggs and what an entity's doing. No, talk about the person you're sitting here capping for, dude.
So he was a Trump supporter, dude. What dog was?
Shit, he's been capping for Elon and Trump every time Christine brings something up. He's on a fucking nutsack.
Right.
And that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But if you're going to talk about them and try to cap for them and talk about people are hiding money here and doing this behind scene, don't act like Trump and don't act like they're being transparent, because just today made breaking news with Andrew Tate and them being back here on American soil because of what Trump did.
Right, let me land real quick. Let me say this real quick. Yeah, I don't keep up with like the headlines and stuff like that, but to be honest, them giving asylum to those traffickers, they all traffickers, to be already real with you. Trump, all of them, they all work in synergy together.
What do you mean by asylum?
100%. They didn't give them asylum. What it is that
they brought him over here and they gave him they freed him. Right? What they did?
They made a deal to where they could come out of prison, get out of prison, and come back over here. And apparently, I guess they're supposed to go back to prison in March at the end of the thing. But you've been accused of trafficking, and again, I agree, predators protecting predators. That's what we're seeing right now. But people want to sit here and say that Donald Trump's going to drain the swamp. He's taking all the pedophiles out. Really? Because how many of your cabinet members have been accused of sexual assault and trafficking that you have on your cabinet right now?
They all in it, man. People don't even know when they go to vote, they're voting for human and child traffickers, man. They're voting for people that do diabolical shit to kids behind the scenes, man. And people go line up to vote. That's what you're voting for, man. But you can't. But people can't get mad at the system.
They have dual citizenship, sweetie. They're not U.S. citizens. They have dual citizenship here and another place.
So Romania lifted the travel ban. They are supposed to stand trial for human trafficking, including minors. There are also charges he's going to stand for rape in the UK. They arrived here in the United States, in Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and DeSantis and Trump are going toe to toe. No, they're going to go toe to toe. And DeSantis has threatened to get the DOJ and pull every resource he can to get them sent back to Romania or the UK. What happened, though, it was just ironic. They arrived in Fort Lauderdale today, which is near where Trump's home is. But Trump was sitting next to the UK Prime Minister as they were landing.
You see how they do? They play good cop. It's good cop. Let me land this real quick.
They have major. I promise. 2 seconds. They have warrants in UK too. Why he's sitting there with the Prime Minister in UK? Okay, go ahead, land your plane. I
got you. Look, see how they play good cop, bad cop politics. DeSantis, he gonna send them back because that's DeSantis. I feel like that's what I'm saying. They all in on it. It's good cop, bad cop politics. They all control. It makes it seem like he's a good guy. I'm gonna send them back. I'm gonna do this, man. They all freaks, man. All of them.
DeSantis and Trump have been toe to toe for 2 years now, and you can ask Chris.
That's what you said. I'm saying they make it seem like they're like they having contention with each other, but behind the scenes, they're all working in synergy together, man. They're all the same body.
They all want to, progress in their
politics.
Political. Yeah, they all want to progress in their political careers.
It's crazy.
That's why I don't keep up with it. Because if I did keep up with it, I'd be mad every day. That's why I don't pay no attention, because people get mad at the system. It's like but you have to consent to it. Like when you sign a contract, you consent to something. So when you go vote, you're consenting. You telling them you want to be subjugated to all this bullshit.
So can I say one thing?
That's why they do what they do, because the majority of the populace consent to this shit. This is what you signed up for. This is what you want. Don't get mad at me now, because shit, we raising the prices and we trafficking motherfuckers. Yeah, don't get mad at us and shit. Y'all want this.
Marquis, they came back to the United States and Romania lifted their travel ban, and they came back to the United States and they specifically said in an interview that they came back because now Trump is president and they feel safe with him as president. They said that.
And he gave millions to his campaign.
And they're
So my point, yes. Sorry, go ahead, Christine.
Well, I was trying to say that supposedly some of the right, and I already said this once, some of the right wing media has been given some of the Epstein files, and it's just ironic that I heard that yesterday, and the Tate brothers, who are influencers, all of a sudden arrive in the United States. Something just seems off.
And my thing is like I said, and I get what Truth is saying, 100% get what he's saying. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, because of what I do, I have to keep an eye on politics. I have to, and it sucks, and I don't want to, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Because it can truly affect. It can truly, right. But like it's just crazy to me because like I said, that the biggest thing on anybody that supports Trump is, oh no, Summer. I mean, they trip over themselves to come in. Oh, well, what do you think about him, wanting to fight against human trafficking? Just like when he signed that big bill when he was in session last time, when he was president last time, and all those survivors. I had an opportunity to go there that day, to stand there while they stood that bill. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to stand when I know somebody is a fucking predator. I don't care what pen he's signing. He's not doing the work. It's survivors that have been speaking up and allies that have been doing this work for years, that people for decades, even before I became free. You know what I mean? So it's like, it mind boggles me that they want to sit on here and they just want to be like, well, Summer, they're going to drain the swamp. They're taking all these pedophiles and they're taking all these people away. And I'm sorry, Bronze, I don't mean to say that because I'm trying to get better. I know YouTube be weird on shit like that, but you know what I mean? It's just, when are they going to wake up? Like today, this happened in front of everybody's eyes. Everybody's eyes. And it's just like, okay, so y'all not even going to question this? So the same thing they telling y'all that they're doing, which is auditing the country and auditing because people are making backdoor deals. And yes, they are. And it needs to happen. I'm not disagreeing with that. But at the same time, this man sat right there with the UK Prime Minister, which these two brothers have warrants in their country for the same shit. But yet they just chilling like, oh no, well and in the news conference when everybody asked them about it, they both was like, we don't even know who you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. He gave millions to your all shit, but you don't know what they're talking about. Oh, good, she came up here. Butterflyspirit, hey, beautiful. I was liking what you were saying in chat.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Doing good. I'm just trying to see if anybody understands what I'm saying. Like, I feel like sometimes I get people don't understand.
But
does anybody get what I'm saying?
Are you talking about the trafficking stuff?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, 100%. It's all. There's so many people tied into that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
And there's a reason why. There's a reason why all of the Republican Senate and Congress is shielding Trump, because a lot of them are all infused in all of that stuff. There is so much corruption globally that is going on besides trafficking that they don't want to be exposed, because if they got exposed, there wouldn't be a Republican Party anymore. It would be over.
Let me tell you something.
Same thing with some of the Democrats, with the Democrats as well. Some of the Democrats.
They the biggest drug traffickers, the biggest human traffickers, child traffickers. It goes on at the highest level of government. I'm talking about the highest
if you
level.
want to get serious, Republican, Democrat, it's two sides of the same coin.
Right. Two wings on the same bird. Two wings on the same bird. Right.
Yes. However, there are people that legitimately are not a part of that. Crockett's not a part of that. Right. There are some Democrats that aren't a part of that, really went into their office position because they wanted to make a difference for the American people. So are all of the people working in the Senate and Congress corrupt? No, but there's a lot. Marjorie Taylor Greene,
100
corrupt as fuck.
Girl, I love what you got serves her up on a platter. Jasmine or whatever her name, I forget her name. Is that it?
Jasmine Crockett.
Yes, her. I love her to death. I think I would love to see her run first woman president, baby. That one right there. She would get the job done. I'm just saying.
Now, I wanted to touch on the egg thing. The egg thing is, it started with Biden. It started in different presidencies. So every time they need to make a big, huge haul of vaccines, they have to use eggs. You guys know that, right? Eggs are used in vaccine making. So the reason why, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Because I keep getting a notice. The reason why you don't see that problem in Mexico or in South America or in Asia or any place else but here is because we have patents on all of these different vaccines. We have patents on all of these different viruses. So in order to make the anti to whatever they have the patent for, you need those eggs. Does everybody understand that?
They have been working on a vaccine for H1N1, aka bird flu, since the 80s.
Okay. Yep.
Since the 80s.
So are you insinuating there might be another epidemic?
Well,
most definitely.
Yes.
There's epidemic.
I think one's
X.
coming.
There's
Right. I'm trying to figure.
X.
I'm trying to figure that too. More inoculations. That I'm thinking that's why they coming up. That's why they coming out speaking on that $5,000 stimulus check. So they prepping us for it now. So I can see that. I can see it.
There was an article.
So basically, you're going to take a $5,000 stimulus check while they rob the whole fucking United States blind.
Pretty much.
Right.
Well,
That's what black people like to do.
So about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I was reading an article, and it was called Epidemic X. They were working on a vaccine for it, but they didn't even know what it was. Make sense.
Mm-hmm. They said a really big one's coming on the either the year 2029 or the year 30, which is why FEMA has all of those caskets for. It's going to wipe a big, huge portion of the population out. I mean, a huge portion of the population.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I can see that happening too. Like I done been down all those rabbit holes over the years, man. Like when it comes to like knowing, like being aware of this stuff, and I can just, I don't like to sell fear porn, but I can just, it's common sense, man. I can just see it happening, like because they got majority of us, not us, but like the populace so goddamn distracted with nonsense, man.
But do you not think with what they're doing, and they're looking at Medicaid, Medicare, taking grants away for research? I got a grant taken away on a medication that before, since the grant was taken away, it was supposed to cost me almost $1,800. I just got what my copay would be, but I had a grant to help pay for that through the Immune Deficiency Foundation, but they paused that, so I had to scramble, and they won't give me my medication until I come up with my $15,000 copay. So are they doing this to get rid of the elderly, the poor, and the sick with what they're doing right now?
Real quick, Phil, you got like two profiles. The other one is you. Pure? Hold on, let me see. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
All right, cool. I got you.
Can you? I don't know which one's which because the other one was giving me an error and then I popped back in.
No, you good. You good now.
Okay.
Good. Right,
okay.
Good.
All right. There you go.
So yeah, we're about to go through another pandemic, and this, I don't know if you guys know this, but this is the playbook for what Hitler did when he took over Europe. This is the playbook. This is the full playbook. They
100%.
I lost friends that were friends for 10, 20 years because when Trump was running, I told them, you need to look at Hitler's early Reich. It's happening the exact same way. And I haven't talked to them in a year and a half because they didn't like that. I said, we're heading right to Nazi Germany.
The unfortunate thing, they're not going to know until they're actually headed for that Nazi camp.
Yep, I know.
So the thing that they did, and I posted it on my channel I have videos posted when he started all the stuff he started with Elon, and I played all of the things from the 1930s up until 1939 and beyond with Hitler. And one of the things he started with, before he started with the Jews and started to get rid of all the Jews, he went through all of Germany and euthanized anybody that was mentally disabled or handicapped, and anybody they considered to be what's the word I'm looking for? Not useful.
Invaluable.
Yes, not valuable.
Hey,
We were
to be,
easily thrown away.
I was gonna say
So
something. To be
he
technical,
started with Germans first. He started with the disabled and the mentally ill first, and then he went on from there. You guys do know that, right?
Yep.
right?
And I'm saying the same thing. And what they're doing right now with going through like somebody like me who relies on a weekly infusion to stay alive. They took my money, they took my grant money away to be able to afford this. They're going after Medicaid. There are going to be millions of people who are going to be dropped off Medicaid. Well, that is for our poor, our elderly. They're going to be going through Medicare, and they're trying to reasoning, telling people there's people that are getting checks or been getting paid that are 300 years old. And I'm calling bullshit.
Well, they said that there was an error in the way that the processing was done. It's not that the people that were 150 years old were still getting a check. What, like Elon said, what was happening is the computer didn't catch up to getting the death certificates inputted or something like that. It wasn't about they were getting the checks. They weren't getting the checks. That's the part Elon never talked about. That the 150-year-old person was still getting a check. That's a lie.
I know. I know this. You know this. But there are people, I promise you, like I said, today I got into an argument of somebody that we've been a friend for a couple of years that believe this. They actually believe it. And they do no research, no fact checking.
Let me tell you something, Summer. Let me tell you something, Summer. It's like beating a dead horse. It's like trying to convince somebody that it's not a God in the sky with a notebook jotting down your prayers. It's the same thing.
That's the thing.
It's just not. Some people just can't compute basic logic. And the sister was talking about like us heading towards a third Reich type of reality. Well, we are already there, because I remember vividly.
We're there.
In the infancy of the epidemic in 2019, 2020, I had to have a fucking a note just to travel to work.
I lost my job.
When they say papers, please, they stop you. Don't the cops do that now? The cops can pull you over for any dang reason. Say papers, please. Where's your ID and license and insurance? Papers, please. Right? We already there. We just don't.
I lost my job because I wouldn't take that medicine. 20 years. I lost my job.
Yeah, they're doing it
And
right
mind
now.
you, nurses,
Latinos.
it was okay. It was okay for nurses to take care of everybody. It was okay for all of that. But then as soon, work through the whole thing and everything. And then as soon as, you know what I mean? Oh, well, if you don't take the shot, you lose your job. I think that was bullshit, dude. You tell the people that carried us through all that and you're just going to let them go like that? Yeah.
I mean, I worked in the ER in 1920 all the way up until May when they told me if I didn't have it by a certain date, I was coming off the schedule. I said, oh, well, have at it.
You think is it because you were working in the medical field, or is it in the various government jobs that they had?
I was a nurse in the ER that I've already for months took care of these people.
You know, real quick, I remember Christine said it. I said I got fired from my job too because I wouldn't take the vax, and it was a fight because they wanted to keep me, but they was daring to say that they would fight on my behalf, but because it was about like what 8 to 10 employees, and I'm the only one that didn't take the vax. It's like, what could you really do? And then
be glad that you didn't do it, because I did it so that I could go to my daughter's wedding in London, and it was forced upon us in order to travel to London. But let me tell you, after I took those 2 vaccinations, I kept getting COVID back to back to back to back.
That's what happened with my family too, and that's why I didn't understand, because they said it, and then they started realizing, they started saying, oh well, it doesn't completely make you like not get the virus. It's just supposed
they changed the definition of the vaccine. Like, do you people not realize what they just did?
But you know what, Christine, real quick. But even with that, with people who took it that got the inoculation as well, they were getting blood clots, and they was getting all these different things from
heart attacks.
Even my friend, he got some type of like random like something happened with his body that he said that wasn't the same before he took it.
Because it's an RNA vaccination, and it rewrites your DNA, which is not cool.
So everybody, I got a question. Did everybody protect the Jews?
Now, last thing. They put out a report in December, a 500-page report, I believe, from the FBI or the CIA. I forgot who it was. that basically admitted that the vax was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And that it possibly did come from the lab in China with the bats.
Yep.
Well, now
So
it's not the bats. It's not the bats.
Yeah, but it actually started here, from my understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
We had the patent. We had the patent.
Yeah,
we have the patent. It's a U.S. patent.
Yep.
But but did you, Pura, you did know
So
about
they
the
do-
500-page report that they put out like in December, right?
I did.
No, I didn't know about
They
that.
put out a 500-page report about it and how to better serve the next virus that comes and all this other shit and what they learned from COVID. So I'm just like, okay, so if we said
we're
that
guinea
same
pigs.
entire thing, there's total guinea pigs, and then they fucking lied. And I said, so the whole time y'all was gaslighting us, making us feel bad for sitting up there saying we not doing that shit.
I mean, my daughter told me, she goes, well, what do you feel about taking this vaccine? I said, are you asking me? Because if you're asking me, I don't want to take the vaccine. If you're asking me, will I go to your wedding and be a part of your wedding and take the vaccine? Yes, I'll do that. However, if you're asking me, do I want to get a vaccine? Hell no.
So you had to take your juice to attend your daughter's wedding?
Yeah, because you can't travel. You couldn't travel.
travel unless you had the vaccine.
So my mom been a nurse for 20-some years, man. And she took two of the juices or two of the inoculations. And I was telling her, I said, Mom, don't take that shit. It says that shit's detrimental. It's detrimental to your health and to your well-being. But she was back into a corner, and I didn't want that for her. My daddy took 5 inoculations, but I tried telling him the whole time.
My mom too. She believes She believes in all those inoculations.
My mom wanted to take it. My dad didn't want to take
man.
it. Neither did my sister. My whole family did not want to take it. I'm the only one who just was like, no, I'm not doing it. And the thing about it is, what was really messed up was that here in New York City, it seemed as if they had lax laws, not even laws, because it wasn't even a law. But you know what I mean? The lax like regulations outside of New York City and in New York State, depending on where you was and what county you was in. But in New York City, with the mayor, what was it? Mayor Adams, he first just came in, but before that, we had the other mayor that we had, De Blasio, who said you can't go inside none of these establishments. You can't go to the movies. You can't go to no sports arenas. You can't do this. You can't do that. The only thing I was allowed to do was probably ride the subway and go to certain places. But still, they sat there and said you cannot go to these different places if you do not have the card proving that you took the inoculation. And my friends, some of my friends and certain people was like, we ain't taking it. And they sat up there and figured out a way to pay, what, $300, $400 to get the card
For the
without
card?
taking it.
Yep.
Because the only thing what it says is that the numbers was on the inoculations. So whatever the number was that when you took it, that would go on the card. So they could obviously scorch it and just be like, yeah, you took the inoculation when really you didn't. Then you have a card.
Yeah, but they weren't verifying the numbers.
Yeah,
I can tell you, I took it twice, and I have a lot of complications behind that I've never had before.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
There's this brain cancer tumor that's called the glioblastoma. I work with an ER doctor who is also an epidemiologist in the state of Minnesota, and he said in his career he has only seen one. Within one time frame in 2022, we saw 3 in 1 year at one facility. This is supposed to be rare. How can it be rare when you saw 3 in one facility in 1 year? And you hear about them all the time now.
When I went to the doctor, I ain't been to the doctor in years. Well, when I went back in 2020, 2021, because I really don't do the whole doctor thing. I'm my own doctor. I take care of my own body. I know my body better than they do. And I asked the doctor. The doctor he conveyed to me, say, "Hey, young man, did you take the inoculation?" I said, "Nah." He said, "Do you have any plans on taking it?" I said, "Nah, not in the near future." He's like, "Well, you should think about taking it." I said, "Well, can you articulate to me what's the ingredients inside of the inoculation?" He said, "Well, I don't know." I'm thinking to myself, "Damn, you supposed to be a professional, like a professionalist when it comes to medicine and jabs, but you can't tell me the ingredients." I said, "Why would I take something that you don't even know what it is?"
Well, we know what some ingredients are in other vaccinations, like mercury, pig cells, and all kinds of different things.
Do you know?
Yeah, but he couldn't convey to me what was inside of that particular inoculation. I said, "No, I'm not putting that shit in my body," because I already knew me. I think for myself. I think if it don't line up with my intuition, I'm not fooling with it. Because I knew from watching like the fake ass news that something was fishy about it. I said, hold on, the government never been this thirsty. I said, they too thirsty. I said, they never been this thirsty.
And the fact that each batch of these different inoculations have numbers. So this is my conspiracy thought of it all, is that each batch has a different type of inoculation strength or whatever's in it, and I feel like they know that it causes certain types of side effects in the body, and they want to see how it reacts, each one for each case study. So let's just say there's 12 for one particular number sequencing. So in that 12, they have, let's see, hit the heart. What can cause you to have a heart attack? Let's just use that as an example. The next one, brain tumors, like she was talking about, and so on and so forth. Do you get where I'm going with this? Because I feel like it's not what they're telling us that it really is.
I don't feel like I did some research on it, and I seen that it has nanotechnology in it too, like microscopic aluminum and small metal particles.
Yeah,
but they're microscopic. But you gotta think that they putting that shit inside a lotion. If you look at some of the food, some of the cookies, and when you go to the grocery store, look at some of these labels. You will see aluminum phosphate. Look at your lotion. You will see they're putting aluminum and metal inside of the lotion. That's that nanotechnology. They putting it in the foods now. They putting it in the water.
Isn't that what Elon wants to do? He wants to control your brain with a nanochip.
He's already got 5 he's put in. He just had a successful one like 2 or 3 weeks ago, another successful one. There's 25 planned. There's 25 planned for the year of 2025.
Yeah, they're gonna package it well enough to convince people to do it, and a lot of people are gonna be like, yeah, we should do it, and it's because they're gonna package it as you could hold more memory, or this could happen, this is better for your life, or less diseases and stuff like that, and they'll package it to a way that the people are gonna be like, yeah, we should do that. And,
man, it's the few that controls the many, man. They can control 1 billion people just with propaganda, man. It's that easy. It's the art of war, man. It's the art of war, man.
But I don't understand why we have, and I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. I don't understand why we have so many weak-minded people that just go with the flow.
Because they can't fathom that kind of evil. That's why.
Because they can't think for them. I don't want to sound nefarious. I don't want to sound like I'm badgering anybody, but majority of the populace, man, look, the people that control this world, this matrix, whatever you want to call it, they know that the majority can't think for themselves, man. They need somebody to lead. They need somebody to think for them. This is what they know.
The problem was they put too much fear in people. And I have a friend who is a nurse practitioner and took a 6-week assignment up in New York at the Billie Jean King Center. They were supposed to use that for overflow for the patients. She sat up there for the first 4 weeks. Not a single patient came in as an overflow at all. And then they closed down the Billie Jean and decided they didn't need that overflow anymore.
Man, fear ain't nothing but false expectations appearing real, man. But, you know, like you said, majority, a lot of people do live in fear, man. People will do anything when they're scared, you know. And that's what they did during the epidemic. They used the TV as a weapon. Think about all the propaganda that was being blasted out in these inside of these boxes, outside of these TVs and people's living rooms and their houses, and these screens we holding in our phone. And they use, I'm saying, they use it as a weapon. That's why I told my dad. My dad said, "Won't they drop a bomb on us and kill us?" I said, "Man, it's deeper than that, man." I said, "Why would they do that?" I said, "Why would they do that? They really watch."
There's no need to do that when they can just drop a biochemical bomb right in your brain and knock you out and take you out. So why do they need to explode everything? What they want is useful. There's no reason to destroy things they want as useful when they can just get rid of you, which is where we're headed.
Bronze, I did trust the science. That's why I lost my job, because I know the science.
Yeah, I used religious exempt on mine when I didn't take it. I used religious exempt, and luckily we were able to qualify for that here where I work at. But a lot of other people didn't have that opportunity.
I had 2 doctors, an immunologist and an infectious disease doctor, write letters on why I cannot, after discuss risk and benefits, and they still would not give me the exemption.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes. Some people, a lot of people were forced to
Too
do it.
smart for them. They wanted you to take. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No.
And I was gonna say one more thing.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
no, go ahead, sweetie. I totally interrupted you. My bad.
I just want to say one thing real quick. That's what I'm saying. I used to get mad at people for being like dumb. Like, man, y'all can't see this shit for what it is, but I can't blame anybody because a lot of people bought into the system, man. So when the shit hit the fan, the same people that bought into this system, the education system, the medical system, the political paradigm, they look for them to save them instead of knowing it.
Just know, even for the Jews in Hitler's time, a lot of them hopped on that train thinking that they were going to go somewhere better. So, and they went right into gas chambers. So this is not new. People being like sheep is not new. And they know that the masses of people can't fathom that type of evil. They can't compute that type of evil. It's not in their genetics to understand that type of evil. However, when you've been reincarnated a few or 5, 6, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times or more, you understand what human nature is. They don't.
Right.
Facts. And I agree with you 100%. I always think of that as
my bad.
I always think of that as far as like, the human trafficking stuff. You know what I mean? Like I can sit here and I can scream it all day long. You know what I mean? But I just think people can't comprehend it. No matter how many times I tell my own personal story, no matter how many times other survivors I work with tell their stories, people just, they'll be like, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm like, no, I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I want you to get just as upset as I am. Like, you know what I mean? But they just can't comprehend. And that's, that's just something I've had to come to.
They can't comprehend somebody being their whole body and essence being used up in a sexual manner or whatever the case may be. Now it's going to go into not just sex trafficking, but eventually the way that these elitists want, and especially white supremacists want, they're going to start using women's bodies, inseminate these women's bodies with white cells, with white eggs and semen, and have them producing, no matter what race you are, white children. So if you don't think it's going there, that's where we're headed. Sex trafficking was just the start.
That's why we always make the reference to Handmaid's Tale, right? Like a lot of people can't, I'm like, hey, have you ever watched that show? They're like, nah, it ain't my style. I'm like, no. You should probably watch it. You need to watch it because this is where we're headed to. You may think I'm bullshit and you may think that's just a movie, but you have to understand that all these things are coming from a reality I'm aware of. You're just not aware of it yet. You know what I mean? Like, and so I try not to get frustrated.
Let me tell you what's not. It's probably not going to give you comfort because I came into this world knowing the destruction that was about to come in. Okay. So I was given visions by God 3 times. Anytime you dream something and it happens exactly the same 3 times, and I mean exactly the same, every step of it, it is a prophecy to come. The prophecy was that God had to intercept at a certain time. And when I stepped on the ship with this God, these angels were over 7 feet tall. And I watched through a window, all these white people disintegrating. And I mean, the flame coming from the sky, before the flame could even touch them, they were like poof and gone. So that dream I had, reoccurring dream, I was 3 years old when I got that dream. And when I stepped on the ship I was a child, means that I had already died from this life that I'm living right now. And it is coming.
Yep.
This is coming.
Yeah. I believe it. I mean, and I've had the same kind of, I always talk about like, everybody, not everybody, but certain people get gifts. Well, I think everybody get gifts. I think everybody just don't understand their gifts. And especially when you've been through a lot of things, I don't know, you just have this special sense of things, I guess you could say. And
for sure.
Yeah, I very much understand that it's going to get really bad. I mean, and you can't even put into words because again, people can't comprehend it,
They a lot of people say they believe in this Jesus Christ, this Messiah that came But when this Messiah came, he was coming with a message from the divine creator. He was not the divine creator. He was coming with a message from that divine creator. And that message was when he was saying, you're going to hear of earthquakes. You're going to hear of all these things. Don't be scared. He didn't tell them don't be scared because it wasn't going to happen. It was going to happen.
Right.
He was telling them not to be fearful and put your fear in check. That's what he was telling them.
Very true.
100%. That's exactly what it's based on. And a lot of people don't, they don't comprehend that. They're like, oh, well, you just have faith through the fear. I'm like, no. Actually, by your words, by what the Bible and stuff you stand on that you're sitting here condemning me on, like, baby, it says you're not supposed to have any fear. Fear is not of God. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter that the ground underneath you is shaking. It doesn't matter about any of that.
That was really the message he was giving them. It's not that the when you hear about earthquakes here and there and all the different things that were going to happen, he wasn't telling them that it wasn't going to happen. He was telling them to put your fear in check. That's what he was. That was what the message was.
Yeah, everything in that Bible allegorical, man. When people read it, that's what I'm saying. People need to go to church and be treated like children with their mom reading them a bedtime story. So when they gotta go to church, they had a pastor read the damn Bible for them. So when I read the Bible, I know it's allegorical. I know everything in that motherfucker is allegorical. So a lot of people, they don't know that. They just can't. They don't get it.
Well, I'm going to tell you who the harlot in Revelation is. It's Trump. It's the people that are following Trump, and the beast is us. The people that are giving him like he's the Messiah. That's the beast. That's the wild beast. Right, the wild beast that doesn't actually serve the divine creator. That's the wild beast that serves that harlot, and he is the harlot.
Right.
He's wrapped in red, scarlet.
You just mentioned Revelation. I came up with a new hypothesis on that. I said it's revelation. It means to reveal something. That's
it's revealing right now. Yeah, it's revealing right now.
Right. That's what apocalypse means.
Which is exactly what the angel said.
Right.
What the angels.
Yeah. Let me real quick. Apocalypse don't mean the end of a world or the end of us. It just means to reveal something that was once hidden.
Exactly.
That's what apocalypse means.
And that's what the angel said. The angel said, "Why are you astonished?" There's no reason to be astonished. It's very point blank. Basically, that's what the angel was saying. It's point blank. Open your eyes and you can see it.
I'm about to say Donald Trump is the Antichrist, and Elon Musk is the false prophet.
Can I say something? There's when the Bible says Antichrist, it doesn't say one person. It's Antichrists, plural. It's plural.
Right. Every president has been an Antichrist. The school system is an Antichrist. Anybody that's stopping you from being your best self can be an Antichrist. Because I feel like we personify Christ. If you're trying to reach your highest self and be the best version of yourself, that personifies Christ. So anybody going against that will make them an Antichrist, right?
Yep.
All right.
So with that being said, would you consider yourself like me myself? If I put myself down, if I do this, am I considered an antichrist to my own self?
Yeah, you can be. That's what a devil is. You can be a devil to yourself. A devil's not a man with or some red guy with a pitchfork. Devil, it's an energy. So your fucking coworker can be a devil to you. He can go outside and flatten your tires. Your wife can be a devil. Anybody can be a devil.
Yeah. I mean, even Christ, when he was in the mountains and he was being spoken to, and everybody thought it was a separate entity speaking to him, that Satan entity was himself speaking to himself. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
When he fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, he was basically delirious, right? He didn't have water. He didn't have food. And he said the entity came to him and was telling him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, because it is written that the angels will take charge and save you. And he said to himself, don't put your God to the test. The battle, the conflict was within himself. We all have a battle within ourselves. So we have a battle whether we're going to do the right thing, we're going to do the divine thing, or we're going to do the thing that's not divine and not right and not for the good of humanity. So we have the choice. We're also the beast.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I get you when you say we the beast because it's 666, right? 6 electrons, number of man, right? 6 electrons, 6 neurons, 6 pro. Yeah, I got you.
Yep.
We're all part because we
That's what
are
I'm
we come
saying.
from
Like,
we are from this earth matter, and all of the elements of this earth matter are that 666. That's
right.
the physical
form,
matter
right?
of this earth.
Physical form, yeah, right. Alchemical. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And
Every
then,
rabbit hole you can, like people say rabbit holes or any of that shit. Every rabbit hole so called I done been down, man. Like over the years, I done been there and done that. That's why I don't like really hopping on panels that sound like a cold out like straight conspiracy theorist because that's not what I am.
Well, apparently we all are today.
I'm just somebody that use basic logic.
I'm glad we're. You know what? If you want to put us in a box as conspiracy theorists, fine. So be it. One thing you can't say is we're fucking blind.
Right. It's just common sense, man. I can call it out. Like, man, the few controls the many. You got a small entity, group of people controlling billions, man. And some of these people are Masons. They belong to Jesuits. They Jesuits. They fucking they Moors, black Moors. Everything that like they evil though, man. Like what? A lot of people can't see
Hey,
it.
Butterfly, can you put your link in the back? I would love to sub to your page, girlfriend, because I love what you be talking.
you might not like what because I just made a whole video about white men, and I know it's going to upset a lot of people.
Well, that ain't gonna upset me. My man's a sexy chocolate. So yeah, I was yeah. Don't let my skin fool you.
No, I mean I'm saying the last video I made was why do white women not want to have babies with white men, and then I started posting all the reasons.
I could probably give a couple. None of my kids are white. I could probably fall in that category of not wanting to. I just, you know, I don't know. For me, I was raised by a black woman. I come from a mixed family, and I was my granny and them is who raised me. And so I'm just, you know, not to knock anybody or any race or anything. I just feel like I'm very thankful I was raised in that household.
I believe in the spirit of people.
No, I wasn't saying that. No. I wasn't saying that at all. I'm just saying for me. I'm just saying like for me, I feel very blessed to been raised in the household that I was raised in because I got to see things that other people just wouldn't see and experience things and understand certain things. So, yeah.
So if you look up Pure Butterfly Spirit
into that show.
If you look up Pure Butterfly Spirit, and I think this one is Pure Butterfly Spirit 02, that's this channel that I have two channels. One I vlog on, I put just dumb shit on because when I need to use it in the future, I don't want it to get knocked out. You know what I'm trying to say?
That's right.
Because when shit really
I got two channels too.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. I remember Summer. Hello, Sloppy.
What's up?
Hey, sweetie. How you doing?
I'm great. I just been busy, of course, but yes, my channel is actually I'm a conspiracy / Israelite. That's my channel is.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'd like to sub to your channel too. Can you put your channel on the back? I might have already subbed to it, but just in case I didn't, I want to make sure.
Who said there was an Israelite? Do you be off on in the street corner preaching saying Esau gonna burn in hell? No, hey man, that shit's pseudo, man. I be hearing him, not you per se, bro. I be hearing them Hebrew Israelites talk like, oh man, the Esau gonna be judged. How God's gonna come judge him? God's gonna give us some land in Israel. Like, these niggas pseudo, man.
That's right.
Them niggas pseudo, man. Not you, bro. Not you, bro. I'm saying, but them niggas.
Revelations 36.
And them niggas.
Hey, I even broke through to some Israelites in our local area because of like all the work that we do kept not clashing, but they were just like, damn it, Summer, we just can't get you out of our community. I said, I'm not going anywhere. And so eventually they like me now. So
Revelations
I used to be the white devil, so
Revelations 36, chapter 12. Thy white people that hits the Brownstone Powwow is DEI hires of the Powwow. That's right.
Hey, Brownsburg, you sound just like one of them niggas, man.
I was about to say I never been to the Hebrew Israelite camp, but I spoke to them online before, but I never been to the camp. And plus I was friends with somebody who actually been in the camp years ago. So yeah, He lives in Chicago.
Well, we had a bunch of. So I live in Louisville, Kentucky, where everything happened with Breonna Taylor. I was actually her neighbor. I was there the night everything happened, and so we were very heavy protested and against police brutality and shit. And there was a bunch of skinheads that came to our city. And anybody knows anything about Louisville is a very, very mixed city. And so that was the day that me and the Israelites looked at me. They was like, Summer, I know you're good, so we're going to get these motherfuckers to rip out of here. And I was like, let's go, because I'm a little crazy. I'm definitely 10 toes down and not scared of much. I guess after you've already survived death, you're just like, let's go. Mm-hmm. And that was the day that they were like, you know what? All right, girl, you get invited to the barbecue. I said, well, that is a huge thing, because they don't really like most hardcore Israelites. They don't like white people, which, I mean, I don't have an issue with that. I can understand why. The history and shit, I get it. So I don't take it personal. And I just never went away. And so now, you know, we might do a couple things in the community together when it benefits the community as a whole.
My ex-husband was a Hebrew Israelite. And let me just say this.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
From Brooklyn. So they have a lot of things wrong, and they follow a lot of what Christianity has taught them. So they're not reading the scriptures in spirit and in truth. So I just want to put that out there.
And everybody from Louisville, shout out to Louisville, man. Louisville in the building, man. It's my city too.
Louisville in the building, baby. He said she pronounced that right because nobody says it right. I said, you know it, baby. Everybody fucks our city name. They'd be like Louisville. I'm like, baby, it's Louisville. It's real simple. It's Louisville.
The river city. It's more diverse. It's more diverse now. Like I remember like back in the early 90s, we lived on 22nd and Wilson down in the West End. I never really seen white people. I never seen white people, but they lived in Portland. White people live in Portland. It's an area called Portland. That's where they all lived at. But like the area we lived in, I never really seen white people until I went to school.
Well, it used to be Louisville used to be very segregated, right? And then throughout the years, and people like me, that's like, no, sorry, I want to be over here. I want to be where I belong because this is who I was raised by. That, you know, communities have blended. Now, I will still say that not everybody is invited to the barbecue because we have a lot of racist people in Kentucky. And there's a lot of people that aren't, you know, a lot of people are very cautious. In our city, my husband's great-grandparents were sold as slaves in our city. The same place we protested at, right down the street, they used to auction slaves off. You know what I mean? So I'm very mindful. I'm very educated because I want my children to be that way as well. But I don't know, man. It's Louisville has a long way to go. It has a long way to go, but it is a melting pot.
It's just like every other city, man. It's just like Chicago, Detroit, but on a micro scale. You know that.
No, it's not like every city, because not every city had slaves in it. Sold in it. You know, so it's not like every city.
Well, I'm about to say is Summer, my channel is in the private chat. I mean, I'm originally from Memphis, Tennessee. That's where I was originally born in years ago. Memphis, of course. Everybody heard about Memphis, Tennessee. How crazy that city used to be.
Sorry about that. I was trying to make my bed while I was talking to you guys.
Summer, I put both their channels in our little chat.
Fucking shame.
I'm like, y'all talking about.
All right, I'm trying to find Butterflies. I subbed to yours. I'm trying to. Oh, let me mute.
It's in our chat.
I'm about to say exactly. Yeah, Memphis, Tennessee used to have slaves, and yeah, they did some racist stuff back in those.
Yep.
Back in the days. Oh yeah.
There was a lot of transporting between Kentucky and Tennessee on different slaves happening. We have a museum, and I was telling Truth about this one night. Me and him were talking, and I was telling him how we have a museum. It's called Roots Museum, and it's one of, not the only, but one of the museums that is definitely all about, like, you know, just Black history and everything, all the way from Jim Crow to slavery to just all kinds of different things.
Right.
And I love it. Like I love going there and just learning, because I truly believe that, you know, even just as me as an ally, like it's my responsibility to make sure other people understand the history. And I believe that wholeheartedly.
But like I told you, Summer, like a lot, I feel like, and I don't feel like, I know for a fact, I don't have no lineage or no ties to Africa, man. I don't know nothing about no Africa.
You might not, but there are people that have been slaves that do. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Let me land, honey. Let me
I
land.
get what you're trying to land, but I'm just letting you know that there are people that have been slaves. I get it. I'm going to let you land your plane. I'm going to land mine real quick because I was talking. So there are slaves that have bloodline back to Africa. So not everybody does, but there are some people that do. Okay, now I'll let you land.
All right, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying wholeheartedly. But I'm saying, like, me personally, I've done research. I have like no ties to Africa. I don't know nothing about no Africa. I was born in Jackson, Mississippi. We migrated to the Midwest of Louisville, Kentucky for economical reasons. I feel like wherever you're born at, that's where you at and that's where you're from. I don't know nothing about no Africa. Remember what I say this all the time. What does it mean to put a root on somebody? To put a root on somebody means to put them under a spell. So I feel like they did that with that movie Roots because it's called Pan-Africanism. Telling some they put us in Africa mentally.
Yeah, but to sit here and act like that there wasn't slavery that happened and that all of that, I think that's a little, you know what I mean?
Hold on, I get what he's saying because the history that really didn't get told is all the African people that were already here prior to Columbus, prior to all of the slave trades. So I get what he's saying. Like they were already indigenous people were already here.
Right.
100%. And we've had this discussion. And just like I told him that night we had this discussion, 100% there were black people already here, indigenous people, you know, 100% there was. But me and him were going back because he's like, well, I just don't buy the slavery thing. And I'm like, well, but there are, just because not everybody, right? But there are people that have lineages all the way back to Africa, and there's coming being forced to be over here. That was the only point that I was making. I do agree with him 100% that indigenous people were definitely here. No doubt about that.
I ain't got no discrepancy with that, man. That's what I'm saying. I'll say that I'll be going to them Pan-African channels and I don't be debating them dudes. I be beating them up with their own logic. You say that y'all was brought over here on the slave ship, man. Show me. And plus, that's physically impossible, man. It's physically impossible for me to be African American. That's a nomenclature title anyway. Black, African American, all that shit's nomenclature. So I don't subscribe to none of that shit because I feel like when I went to school, I didn't know nothing about being African American until I went to school and opened up a book. And that's what they was propagating with that curriculum, saying we was being in cotton fields and we was some broke down niggas. No, man, those are fallacies that was told by them.
Yeah. So you're gonna say that didn't happen to black people in this country at all?
I'm saying it might have happened, but on the level that they propagating, the way that they come out with these movies as propaganda, the way they're trying to say it happened, I don't feel like it happened on that level.
I respect your opinion, but I have to say I disagree with that. I definitely believe that it happened, and I mean, there's proof of it that it happened here on the soil.
Right. But I'm saying it might have happened, but not on the level that they've been telling everybody that it happened on. And plus, when we talk about slavery,
it's not far-fetched to believe that if Africans were already here on this continent before there was a Columbus and before there was a slave trade, it's not far-fetched to believe that they would enslave those people that were already here, because they did it to the indigenous 100%. Indians as well. So to say that it was only Africans that came here that were slaves, no, they were already black.
No, I don't think
that
one of us
in America that were enslaved too.
I think we both agree that there was definitely indigenous people here long before the slave trade happened.
Right, and they could have been prisoners of war. And then when we talk about slavery, people say, well, I was telling somebody the other day, like, we still slaves to this day. No, we ain't no slaves. I said, man, they took us out of the private sector and put us in the public sector, man. The only thing they did, man, it was a transfer of power, man. So when we talk about slaves and slavery, that shit's still alive and well to this day. Most of us
100%. There's actually more slaves being sold today than ever in history.
Right.
So yeah, slavery is definitely still happening. It's rebranded a little bit. It looks a little bit different, but yeah, 100% slavery is still well and active.
I just feel like the whole out of Africa theory is like a victimization thing they want to put on us, like to make us seem weak. I'm like, man, I'm not. My descendants, my ancestors were no goddamn slaves, man. Hell no. I'm not saying like another.
For the record, I've never thought of a slave.
He might want to say his.
Can I give you another perspective of what you just said, though?
Anybody that survived any of that, I don't think they're weak at all.
Can I give you? Yeah, there's no weakness if you survived illnesses on a ship, being crammed on a ship with people that were dying from things because they got sick on the ship. They were being passed illnesses just like Native Americans got past measles, mumps, and all that stuff with blankets, these Africans were getting sick from the Europeans that were bringing them over here while they crammed them in the ship. And to be able to survive that and then get on land and then still be able to be alive, that's strength.
Right. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of times people consider them because people jump ships, right? But a lot of slaves would jump out, so they won't.
Yeah.
You know, so do you consider them more honorable than the ones that they didn't want to? They stayed and came to America.
Man, I'm just saying that shit just sound preposterous, man. To bring millions of people here by a boat, that's just, and they can't show me not one preserved slave ship, man. It just don't. It's not adding up, man. It's just not adding up.
Destroyed, but.
So it has to be the ship has to be preserved for you to believe it.
I feel like two things at once can happen and still be strong. So I feel like somebody that jumped off the ship and went into the ocean can be strong, just the same as the person that stayed on the ship and came to the land can be strong. You can still be strong. Like it doesn't negate the fact that you made choices. Like maybe the person that jumped off the ship understood reincarnation was like, well, I'll see you over there later. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
yes,
that's a good answer. I like that.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100% because I cannot ever think, even begin to wrap my mind around and say people that survived the things that went on back then is weak. No, I would think that every single person, even the person that jumped off the ship, there was a purpose in that, and there was nothing weak about that.
Yeah,
and thank God
the way they try to present us.
Thank whoever. Hold on one second. Let me land my plane, as you would say. I think the universe, you know what I mean, and God or whoever it is, that there are people that will, even in slavery, go against the grain because
yes,
that's what it takes.
But in every single, I guess, generation, there's been someone that's been oppressed. And back in the day, in the 1200s and the 1100s, the BCs, I think everybody has been a slave or owned by someone. I guess based on like the Irish, the Africans,
and they were indentured, so they didn't have much of a life either because they were indentured to their parents. So like if their parents owed taxes or owed anything to that system, they would sell their children to work off their taxes, to work off of of whatever money they needed or they owed to that capitalistic system. Right. They worked themselves to death. So their indentured is not much better than just completely being enslaved. It's the same thing.
Well, if you say it like that, then all of us as of now are still doing.
We're indentured, yes.
Yeah. So we're all in the same boat right now, paying off debt, paying off bills, paying off everything just to live another day.
But we also we are also able to spend money to buy things and have some form of joy where those people had no joy. I won't say they had no joy because in order to survive, you have to have some form of joy. Mm-hmm. So probably minimal joy.
Well, their joy could be in your mind. Your joy is buying maybe a bag. Their mind, maybe.
That's my joy for sure.
Yeah, but for their joy was getting an extra hour of resting time, I guess. You could say. You know, everybody's joy, it could be subjective when it comes to that mind.
Yep. Singing was their joy. Playing musical instruments that they made by hand was their joy. Right. So, I mean, you have to, in order to survive, you have to have a form of joy.
See, that's why
because you kill all joy in a person's spirit. Huh?
My bad. Somebody put in the chat that archaeologists found ships in the bottom of the Atlantic. Like slave ships, Archaeologists. Okay, if niggas was brought here by slave ship, then where the hell everybody else come from? Then how did everybody else get here?
They were already here.
Well, they
it's funny. It's Russia. Funny because over they have DNA samples of people from Northern Europe, from like Iceland and Norway, and their bloodlines. It's the same as what the people that are there now have. But it was from bodies that they found over 5,000 to 10,000 years ago on this continent, on the United States continent. And they were like, well, how did they get here? Because they were already sailing ships over here. Africans were already sailing ships over here.
Yep.
So this is nothing new.
Right.
Russia and Alaska had they have a narrow area where it got frozen, and the Asians and stuff like that crossed through there. That's why if you see the Native Americans and Asians, when they drink alcohol, they can't digest it that well. So there, some people came from that area, and then also
Mexico has. We talk about we are the melting pot, but Mexico has so much different rich cultures inside them. They have Polynesian culture, they have Asian culture, they have African culture, they have indigenous Indian cultures. Like, there's so much multitude of mixture of people in Mexico. They are the true melting pot.
Indeed. Well, Portugal, Spain, I think a lot of when they came to Mexico, a lot of European, more Spanish speaking, more Portuguese came to that area, and it had like a melting pot of different type of people. That's why you see in different areas, you see blonde hair, blue eyed. Guadalajara, it has a lot of blue-eyed, blonde hair individuals. Where you go to Oaxaca, where it's a little bit more darker skin, darker melanin, and so you see, you're right. There's a lot of different variations. I went there a couple months ago to Mexico, and every person is different. There's some people that are really dark. There's some people that are like white.
But the only thing I'm saying, the only thing I got this like contention with, discrepancy with, is they try to say that all melanated people come from Africa, man. That's what I don't. That's why I just don't.
That's not true.
That just don't make sense, because they say that the Asiatics that live over there in Australia, that they come from Africa. They say people in Jamaica. That's man. I feel like wherever you born, that's where you at. That's where you from. That's where you need to be. So I was born in Jackson, Mississippi. I live in the Midwest.
It's like saying that all Europeans are Caucasian. Everybody is European is not from the Caucasus Mountains in Russia and China. It's not. That's not true.
That's right.
Hold on, wait.
No, not about no goddamn Africa, man.
Hold on, wait. I want to say Africa is connected to Israel now. Like when they talking about that, I guess I can say this for a fact. They're talking about based off their ancestors. That's what they're based upon. That's what people are saying. But sometimes people misunderstand.
I mean, they've dug up bodies all over the globe, and they have different bloodlines. There is an actual separated bloodline from the so-called Adam and Eve that came out of Africa. It's a whole different bloodline and whole different everything, which goes to tell you that when Genesis 1:27, where it talked about all those human beings that were created in Genesis 1:27 in plural, talking about plural, made in the image of those gods, they're different from the ones that were created that they said Adam and Eve that out of Africa came from. And case in point, who did Cain marry? If Adam and Eve didn't have a daughter and they said he married a woman, where'd she come from then?
Yeah, to me, that's all. Like, I just talked about that. Like a couple of days ago, for some reason, my reels were about some Anunnaki. I don't know if you guys heard that kind of stuff. I don't know. It I went into a wormhole when it came to that, and I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Man, I feel like
Anunnakis are an ancient civilization. The same way Egyptians, there's an ancient Egyptian civilization. There's an ancient Babylonian civilization. There's an ancient Aztec civilization. You have so many different ancient civilizations, and they're never given credit for the things that they do. The Incas and everybody. There was not just one start of humanity. This is what I'm trying to tell you. We're being fed a lie.
Hey, you real heavy with that knowledge, sister. I like that. Sound like you real knowledgeable. You know.
Yeah, I really like
so much stuff.
Yeah.
I fuck with that. I like that.
Yeah, you got a lot of. Yeah, that's why I was like, I got to sub to her, because I like the conversation, whether it's hard or difficult or not. You know, I mean, people need to have truthful, honest conversations, and I think that's what's wrong with the world. People get offended so quick, and it's like, no, dude, you just learn. Educate yourself.
The Anunnaki shit, I feel like that's pseudo, because I heard somebody saying like the planet Nibiru was coming back Anunnaki's return. I said, man, that sounds like the return of Jesus Christ, but they just put it in a different context. I said, it all
Well, you know,
sounds the same.
they're trying to tell us that there's a asteroid coming, and I said to Big J said that on one of his live streams, and I said, well, Big J, how do you know it's an asteroid and not a ship that's coming? Because it might be a ship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
The mothership. That's you. The mothership is my mama. That's the only mothership I know. That's the mothership.
I was about to say you can't always believe the media. The media be lying a whole lot. They do.
Well, let me just say this: the Vatican has a telescope on the top of the Vatican. They're looking for something to come. So when it talks about Satan was cast from the heavens and cast down to the earth, what do you think that the Pope is looking for? What do you think that telescope is looking for?
I would say Lucifer, but I could be wrong on that.
The telescope is named Lucifer.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, I wasn't aware of that.
Damn, seriously, the telescope name is Lucifer? There's your
but the telescope on the Vatican is named Lucifer.
Man.
Yeah, because I do remember the Pope. I do remember the Pope was evil as hell anyways.
Did you just see recently when on December when they opened those doors and stuff? Did you see the two beings that were on the other side of the doors when that Pope knocked on that door?
No.
They were translucent.
So do you think like the Pope? Do you
translucent.
think like the Pope? Do you think the Pope and all them are like just parasites?
No, the Pope and them and Donald Trump and them, they're all Freemasons. They're all working.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They all Freemasons. Trump's a Jesuit puppet. He's a part of the Jesuit. Yeah, they all Freemasons. That's why I say I talk about that all the time. It's a Freemasonic lodge in every city in town. Every city in town that I go to.
The Pope isn't a Freemason. The popes right now have a lot of different ancient civilization keys. Do you know that?
Right.
They have been all over the globe conquering, gathering these keys up from South America to the Asian countries to Africa to everywhere you can think of, Europe and everywhere, and they're gathering these keys up. So when we went into war with Iran and Iraq, they were gathering keys there. Did you know that?
I heard that before. One of my subs, somebody I know from Instagram, his name is Young Cavo. He had mentioned that to me a while back when I brought him up on the panel. Yeah, I heard that before.
That's the Illuminati. That the Vatican is where the head of the Illuminati sit.
Oh, it's not just them, of course. There's another group that's like based off my race exactly. They've been working with these sick motherfuckers for years.
Say that again. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, sorry. There's another group that's working with the Freemasonry and them, of course, exactly. I'm trying to remember the name of the group exactly, but my race works with these motherfuckers in secrecy. That's what I've been hearing. Besides the other groups.
The whole thing about a Freemason is just that they're architects of this system. That's all that a Freemason means. They're architects. They're just builders of this system, whether it be for creating religions to build and control the masses with, or whatever the case may be. That's an architect.
Yeah, the grand architect. Yeah, they're the architects of this matrix, of this system, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not all. Say the police are the Nazis. Shoot, that doesn't surprise me at all.
And that's what I was conveying to Miss Christine. I was like, yeah, I said Freemasonry, they have a lot of influence in this reality because they're school teachers, they're principals, they're doctors, they're cops.
Yeah, because they are the architects of this whole system. That's why.
Right.
Correct. Man, it's crazy. But with that, I appreciate you guys. I gotta head out. Thanks for the information, the knowledge. I enjoy having conversations like this. Bronze, thanks for letting me in.
Have a beautiful night.
Have a good night.
It was great meeting you, sir.
Take it easy, bro.
Later. Bye.
That's what I'm saying. What was your name again? Yeah, Pure Butterfly. So I'm saying every like rabbit hole you can think of. I
used to talk like this on my channel. I stopped doing it because I don't think people are ready for this type of information.
Man, my videos, like some of the videos on my channel,
that are ready for it, though.
If you still follow religion, don't come to my channel, man. Because I got a video titled "God is a Deadbeat." I've been exposing this shit for years. I'm to the point now to where I just feel like I don't need to. I mean, I still do every now and then, but you know, it is what it is. I just see it for what it is, man. You know, it might scare some other people, but for me, man, I see what it is.
Oh, I mean,
well, people always like talk. Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, it's like I've been exposed to this stuff since my old channel, exposed to stuff, anime and all that stuff going on. But since I came back, you know, I still get the heat for it, but I have a lot of people support me. But I still expose this stuff regardless. And I know people in my group, they know about what's going on. And my girl too.
I get a lot of heat because I take things that work for me. Like, you know, like nature is a huge thing that works for me. Like when I'm going through things, like how some people run to a church or whatever. And I did the whole church thing. Like when I first got out of everything, you know, I guess I was looking for something to, you know what I mean? Like just to feel better in. And so I fell into the church stuff. And then I was like, wait a minute. I was like, this ain't working. I was like, there's no way that the stuff that they're saying can be true because they're all hypocrites. You know what I mean? Like, God forbid if somebody looks different or sounds different, and then I know how the Bible was used during slavery and just all this different stuff. You know what I mean? So like, I'll pick stuff and like, I'm big on nature. I'm big on like spirituality and different things like that. And they're like, oh, you're a witch. And I'm like, well, whatever. You can think whatever I am. If that's what you think, then whatever. I'm going to use whatever works for me. I'm not going to do what works for you because it's not for me. And
well, you got to think of yourself as being your own church. I feel like I am a church unto myself. That's it. And I'm not trying to get members.
100%.
I'm not trying to get members. I am the only member of this church. I am my own church.
Yeah.
Well, and by their words, right? Like by their Bible, and not even just the Bible. There's other books too. You know what I mean? Everybody has this thing you're supposed to do, or your hoops you're supposed to jump through, or whatever. And at the end of the day, if I'm supposed to be standing wherever, at the end of the day, it's gonna be by myself any fucking way. So why am I worried about what the church says or what anybody else says? Because I done died and came back. I know that for a fact. So like, what are you talking about? You weren't there when I got, you know what I mean? You weren't there when that shit happened to me. So you weren't there when all my bad stuff happened to me. What makes a difference if what you think of me now?
Let me just say this. You went through all of that stuff. I was molested at 3 years, or not molested. I was raped at 3 years old. I was molested at 11 years old. And let me tell you something. You are your own protection. There's nobody.
That's right.
When you go through something like that, God puts a shield on your brain, which is what God did for me, my divine creator. When I went through that, I didn't have a dad or a mom to help me in those situations. They weren't there for me. Even though you have parents, when you go through something like that, you are walking that journey alone. There's nobody 100%. There but you and God, period. So nobody can help you.
My abuse started at 5. So, you know what I mean? And that's how I've always felt. I'm like, dude, when you talk about parents, they weren't there to protect me. None of these people that supposedly are supposed to protect me were not there to protect me. Half the time didn't even fucking care what was going on because they were too busy with their own shit.
It's not really their fault either because they were the people.
I'm not mad at them.
Yeah, I'm not either. Listen, because I know that when a demonic spirit wants to annihilate a child, that demonic spirit is going to distract anybody that could protect that child. When that devouring spirit comes over a child, it's going to do what it is going to do. Unfortunately. And it's only because of the grace of the divine creator that child can come out of that and survive.
Yep, 100. I just celebrated 10 years free of all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, and I tell people all the time, I'm just like, you know, if I don't know, dude, like, I'm glad. I mean, I don't regret I don't think anything I went through was like a party or anything like that. But, you know, I'm able to reach people and understand people and not judge people that have been through the same experiences I've had. And I've been able, and I'm leaving this weekend. I'm going to all the foster kids in our state are coming to a conference that nothing but survivors are doing. And we're going to be able to, you know, and our main mission is just to show them like, hey, you know what? Yeah, bad shit has happened. But you know what? I promise you, it will not destroy you if you do not allow it.
I was about to say something. I used to get attacked because I became a Hebrew Israelite at the time. And then I got attacked for being a conspiracy theorist. So, yeah, because I got judged by people who despise me. Then I got judged by my family because, oh, you used to be a Christian. Also, I got attacked for being a Hebrew Israelite. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a whole nother ballgame when somebody uses your body against your will. That's a whole nother ballgame.
Oh
Right.
yeah. No, I get what you're coming from on that.
Especially when you're young and you know what I mean? Like yeah, it's all fucked up. It changes the whole trait of things. But I also say I don't regret any of it because I wouldn't be strong and I wouldn't be fearless and I wouldn't be the woman I am today. You know what I mean? So I mean, it is what it is.
But don't think it's bad if you are weak at sometimes and you cry or even cry for yourself. There's nothing wrong with crying for yourself, for your suffering. There is nothing wrong with you shedding a tear for your inner child. Nothing's wrong with that. So even though you are strong, just know that when you're weak, it's okay too.
Well, you know, honestly, that's why I started my, I guess you could say, virtual journey, was because like all these people around me, you know, they would say, oh, heal, do this, do that, you know, whatever. But they never told you about like the bad days and like how, you know, it is okay to, like you said, it's okay to hurt. It's okay to feel things, you know what I mean? And it's okay to be sad about such a situation. That kind of stuff doesn't make you weak. And so I started to like, my virtual was almost like, here's an open diary of, you know, my life, and to show people like it's you don't always have to have it together, and there's going to be things that you can't do, and there's going to be things that are going to, you know, some days you're just going to feel really bad because of the things that happen, and that's okay too, you know, because everybody wants you to mask and smile for everybody, you know what I mean, like look pretty, and it's like, no dude, like I'm not being trafficked anymore. I have emotions now, you know, and I'm going to feel them and I'm going to understand them, and guess what, some of you will too, because I might do it on live. You know what I mean? Like
you might be the person that can allow a child that cannot be reached, because when some children put up a wall, there's an actual barrier there, right? And the only way for that child to get the pure, complete healing that child needs is for somebody to be the example of letting go that with the emotions and be able to let them know it's okay for you to cry, and it's okay for you to cry for yourself, for being abused. It's okay if nobody else cries for you. It's okay for you to cry for you. Do you know what I'm saying?
So this week, yeah, 100%. So this weekend, right, we're having, like I said, we're having all these youth that are coming that have all been victims of human trafficking, and we're gonna do different workshops with them and stuff. And I was really trying to think, like, what do I want to do as a workshop, you know? And so what I decided to do was I'm gonna have them write a letter to, like, you know, say somebody say it would be somebody like their best friend or something that's gone through some of the similar stuff that they have been. And what would you say to them during that encouraging time, right? And so it's kind of a letter of like hope and, you know, just, hey, I'm here and stuff like that, right? But at the end of it, I'm going to let them know that actually that letter's for them, because I want them to understand there are going to be days that you don't feel like you can put one foot in front of the other. There are going to be some days that are just really, really, really hard. And that's okay. Because then you can pull a letter out and you can remind yourself, like, it's okay that I'm feeling this way, but at the same time, I know that I can get through this, because the day I wrote this letter, I wasn't feeling that way, you know. And I wanted to really touch in on that, because again, I just feel like, you know how society is. It's just like, oh, you know, that happened to you, and you don't think about it and just move on, and don't talk about it because it'll be okay. But that's the problem. So many people are not talking about the abuse that happened. We have a bunch of adults that had things happen to them when they were children, and they don't even want to think about it, much less talk about it. And then they wonder why they're doing certain things and acting out in certain ways, because that shit's, you know what I mean? If you let it, it can ruin you.
Well, a lot of people aren't ready to be whole human beings, and the only way to be a whole human being is to pull all of that pain out and deal with the pain, and deal with that inner child that went through that pain. And if you can't do that, you're not ready to be whole, or don't want to be whole. My mom has gone through a lot of stuff. My mom was kidnapped with one of her friends at 16, 17 by a gang of men, and they held them for like 3 days and raped them for 3 days. Okay, so my mom doesn't talk about it. She doesn't want to talk about it. She doesn't want to deal with it.
Right.
She's in her 80s and she doesn't want to speak on it. And I can't make her speak on it. I can't make her want to do the work and pull it out. And that's okay too. If that's how you're coping and that's all you, but I personally want to be a whole human being. I want to be a whole human being unto God, unto the divine creator.
Yeah, and when I have an opportunity, especially working with youth, you know what I mean? Like, I definitely want to I mean, they're chances are they're probably going to go through more stuff. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, because it's just the way, that's just the way it's fucking set up, right? Unfortunately, sometimes. But like, one thing I always say, like, like I said, my abuse happened at 15. I had an incident similar to your mom's when I was 15. I've been through, you know what I mean? Just throughout my whole life, it's always been chaos. You know what I mean? Up until 10 years ago, it's always been chaos. And so like now, because I've been able to, go to do some therapy. I don't really like do well with therapists per se. But I do well with like other situations that can help me with therapy. Right. And then speaking on it, honestly, becoming a public speaker and telling my story probably is the biggest healing that I ever friggin' got. Like, just opening up, and I couldn't believe how much just stress and how much, like, I don't know, this just good feeling that I got when I started speaking on it. And why, yes, it is okay. Everybody doesn't have to get on platforms like us and talk about things or whatever. But even just on a personal level, like, I just want to, I do want to see people that, and especially young people, I want them to know that it's okay. It is okay to try to heal through that stuff. You know what I mean? Because even back in the day, I'm not gonna lie, I used to use that shit. I used to use what happened to me as an excuse, and I was hell on wheels, honey. I promise you. Some people go inner, and so, and don't like go real quiet and everything like that. Me, on the other hand, I just got to a point in my life, and I was just like, rah, and I don't give a fuck who you are. Everybody can get it, and just didn't give a shit. You know what I mean? But that's not the way to live either, because I was cheating myself out of happiness. I was cheating myself out of, knowing who I am and the purpose that I truly have because of the hell that I went through. I believe strongly there's been places and things I've been able to do that there's no way somebody like me would have been able to been in those rooms. So I know there's a divine calling, you know what I mean? But like, you just have to be able to work through that stuff to get into that calling. You know what I mean? Nothing's gonna,
can
pop
you
up,
imagine?
but it's free.
Can you imagine? Because a woman's womb, a woman's uterus holds the trauma. You know that, right? So just imagine you're having children and that trauma is still in your, so just like what happened to my mom. I wasn't born yet when that trauma happened to my mom. However, that it has an effect, and that her children, her offspring, we're going to go through certain things because that trauma was in her uterus and in her body, and she didn't deal with the trauma. So this is why I'm telling women, and men, because the same thing with men, concerning men. If they've 100%. Dealt with being abused and raped as a child, or whatever the case may be, it's in their DNA now. That ill effect is in their DNA. So the only way to get that out is to root it out, mentally be conscious of what has happened to you, and to deal with it, and to root all of that stuff out and make your womb be well, so that the next generation that comes through you doesn't have to suffer going through the same exact thing. And that's where my mind's at. I want women to be aware of that type of suffering, and to, when it talks to generational curses and things like that, to me, being raped or going through that type of trauma is a generational curse. And in order to have healthy children in the future, you have to break the curse. And the curse is dealing with knowing what has happened to you. Where'd she go? Hello?
She'll be back. She probably fell off. She's probably in an area. She's working, so sometimes she gets into an area where she accidentally falls off. But she'll be back.
Okay.
She'll be back. It's ironic, and because we've all kind of have suffered through the same thing, and it's like we've all taken the journey. It's been a different journey, but I think like people here have, and it'll be a lifelong journey, but we've accepted that journey. She's back.
I just wanted to say to what she was saying, 100% about the like wound and the trauma type stuff. So I have 10 children, right? I have 5 older children and I have 5 younger children. The reason why I can honestly say, like, for me, I wanted to change because I started seeing things affect like my 5 older kids. I have boys, I have girls, and I started seeing them making some decisions and just different things like that, that I was just like, man, dude, I got to change my fucking life. I cannot have my children even thinking about going down the path that I have been in. And so I started changing my life around, and my babies, they were all babies. You know what I mean? They were all little, and so they don't know mommy back in that life. You know what I mean? They know mommy as a public speaker, a woman that's ran a shelter, a woman that runs a national, organization, all this stuff. They know mommy on that. And so I can tell you 100% now, after I changed my life around, thank goodness, thank God, thank the universe, that my older children were like, hold on, wait a minute. My mom can get her shit together and become the woman that she is now. And they started turning their lives around, and now they have beautiful children. They own their homes. They are such successful human beings in this world, which I still cannot believe that I produced that. And then I look at my younger babies, and I'm just, they're all getting older. They're all graduating high school now. And I mean, my baby's 16 now. And I just, the way they talk, how educated, how amazing, how beautiful, how humanity they're just full of, you know what I mean? And that generational curse, that family curse, I know I broke that. You know what I mean? I'm the first person in my home to have a business, to own a home, to just everything. You know what I mean? Like, and so it can be done. I come from the projects. I come from gangbanging. I come from trafficking. I come from all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? But I know that, especially when it comes to women, people will be like, well, they would sit there and be like, oh, well, because of your past, you don't really whatever. But if I didn't tell you about my past and you just seen the woman I am today, you probably wouldn't know anything about my past, because and so anybody, and that's why I'm so public about my story. That's why I've been able, and look, we all know the UN's full of shit, but I've been able to stand at the UN and speak and tell my story. I've been able to, fly all over this country and do all kinds of really cool things with legislation and everything like that. Something I'm a 6th grade dropout, so I know I have a divine calling on my life. And I know that it doesn't matter. My past has made my future. And so I look at my children and I'm so thankful, because I realize, I'm like, okay, now my babies, you know what I mean? Like, there was a point in time in my life, and I'm just being transparent, I didn't want to hug my kids because I never wanted them to feel even an ounce of hurt like I did. You know what I mean? And now I look at that and I'm like, dude, I love my babies. My babies is everything. I got grandbabies. I love the family unit. I didn't know what a family unit was. I didn't come from that. You know what I mean? I came from the most dysfunctional shit you could think of. But I have a family unit. I have a husband. I've been married. You know what I'm saying? Been with this man for 16 years. We got beautiful children. We're productive citizens. And I should be dead.
So Marcy was saying she never experienced sexual trauma, but she said it seems like every other woman she knows has sexual trauma that they've experienced. Yes, we live in a very dysfunctional system. We live in a dysfunctional
100%.
society where it's okay to abuse children. Yes, that's what we're trying to break, that type of thing. And can you imagine a world where you in 20, 30 years where you don't hear any children being born have ever gone through that? Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing?
Yeah,
that would be beautiful right now. Say again?
I can never imagine that.
I would love to.
I'm hoping to imagine that in 20 or 30 years, I don't ever have to hear a child that grows up to be an adult saying that they were molested or raped or have been abused. I hope that we can break these cycles, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's, I was saying something about my, the other day, I was saying something about my page. We were talking about kind of stuff like this. And, I have a documentary or whatever, and Christine played the documentary. And I was, you look at yourself, and even though it was, a couple years ago or whatever, I remember I look at me then, and I'm like, man, I had so much fire inside of me. I was going to change the world. You know what I mean? We were going to stop trafficking. We're going to stop child assault. We're just going to stop it all. Child abuse, all of it. And now I do understand that. I don't know if I'll ever stop it. I don't know if that'll ever happen because of the world we live in. And even the creator says that we're going to listen. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish. Let me finish though. I promise. I'm going to bring it in. I don't know if that's going to happen because even God said there's going to be evil in this world, right? But I do know that we can change an individual's world. and then that person can change somebody's world. And if there's ever a chance in hell that this world will change, that's how it's going to do it. So now that's what I focus on. You know what I mean? That individual will change, and then watch them seeds being planted. And, you know, you may not always be around for the harvest, but they definitely plant it.
That's what I was going to just say, is that you can only do as much as you personally can do. And if you try to put all that pressure on your shoulder thinking that you could solve the world's problems, you would go crazy, and you would have to be institutionalized. You would go crazy because there's no way for you to
100%.
do it. However,
100%.
As a bunch of collective, as we as human collective, if we all do our part, we can whittle away with that, and we can whittle it down, and then we can eventually get rid of it.
I agree. 100%. I do. So I can't change the world. I can change somebody's world, and that can change the world. So I like this conversation. It's turned out really good. Sorry, it was a little bumpy earlier, Bronzebird with oh boy, but this has been an amazing panel.
Very powerful conversation, man. You know, a lot of stuff you ladies have been talking about. You know, I can't resonate with it. I can resonate with it, but I can't because I've dealt with that, but I ain't gonna say all that on here. You never know who might be listening.
That's
Somebody use that shit against you.
Well, that's the unfortunate thing when men feel like they can't speak out, and they've gone through the same things, and that is why they don't get healing, and then their children don't get healing, and so on and so forth. So we need to make a safe space where men can actually speak out what has happened to them as well.
Yep.
You know, when I do conferences, I speak at conferences, and I can promise you there are more men that will come up to me on an individual basis, and they will say, Summer, thank you for speaking up, because when I was younger, or when this, this happened to me. So I know that this happens to males, and it is unfortunate because we live in a society that guys have to be tough, and they're supposed to be the leader, and you ain't got time for none of that shit, right? Just shove it down and keep it moving. Well, that's why we have a lot of men that are in crisis, right? So I will always hold space for men anytime, even on a personal level. If someone wants to reach out and holler at me, like, I'm here. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah. I had a brother that was.
I was gonna say something real quick. Yeah, so I'm saying, like, somebody very, 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 very close to me went through that, and some stuff happened back when I was younger. Like, somebody that I know, like my twin brother, but I ain't gonna get into all that. But it's like you get, like, for me seeing that and hearing it, like me being around it. For me, it's like I keep going, man. Like a lot of this stuff, I feel like we all got stories, man. We all go through a degradation. It all just depends on how you pick yourself up. I've dealt with being homeless. I dealt with sleeping out in the cold. I've been in the streets. I've been in jail. I've done all that. But now I'm at the point now to where I'm trying to be the best version of me.
Well, I had a very close family member who was 12 who was molested by a almost 22-year-old woman, and the DA and the cops just kind of laughed it off until their mom pushed it and pushed it and pushed it, and then this woman left and she got arrested and was out on bond, left. U.S. Marshals found her in another state, brought her back. She spent years in prison and then is a registered sex offender. But the way they treated this young boy was just absurd. It happens to both sexes.
Oh, for sure.
For sure. Hell yeah, it do, man.
100%. Just as much. It's not one more than the other. I think it's even.
I was gonna say I will go into detail, but you never know who's listening on these platforms, and people are sick. You got some you got some real weirdos on this YouTube platform, man. They'll take that shit and use it against you. I'm telling you, man.
That's why I just went generalized with it.
I get somebody just enough. I ain't gonna, because I know how it is on this YouTube shit, man.
Oh yeah, there's all the. I mean, people throw, because I'm very open. I mean, it's simple Google search on me. So, like, all the places, my story, where I spoke, all that kind of stuff. So people will throw that kind of stuff in my face all the time. And yeah, it affects me sometimes. But I got amazing people like Christine and Katrina and all the people that love me, that hold me down when it gets too much. But I just, something I always want to say, and I never want to tell anybody, because you do what you feel you need to do.
Right.
But we do have young men that are going through stuff. You know what I mean? And they need to know they're not alone.
Right, man. That's what I'm saying.
But
People,
again,
I'm gonna
always
tell you,
people do what they need to do.
I'm gonna tell you how
To
weird,
protect them.
dude. Like some people be on this YouTube shit, man. It was this guy that I gave my personal number. We was cool. We would do collaborations on videos. I think he went on my Facebook because he had my personal number. He found out my real name. This nigga went on my Facebook, took a picture of my daughter was 10 years old. 10 years old at the time. This nigga put my daughter on his YouTube, man. You niggas sick, man. And then he said, "Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
Truthzone." He said, "Truthzone got his daughter is cute." Like, bro, you 30 plus years old. I wanted to kill dude. You know, that's what I'm saying.
There's
You
a
really
man
can't.
sitting in jail right now because of what he did to me on the internet. So there's that.
Right.
I
That's what
get
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I protect my energy at all cause I really. It's only a few people I talk to on a personal level off this YouTube shit, but everybody hell no.
See, I'm crazy. I don't know. I guess because when you've had so many interactions with so many people in this world, I'm glad that for whatever reason, my little crazy behind just sees people as an individual and not as a whole. Because if I allowed the psychopaths to dictate on who, and I'm not saying this towards you or anybody else, this is just for me. If I allowed psychopaths to dictate who I was going to talk to or what I was going to talk about, well, damn it, I'd be a boring ass lady.
You wouldn't be Hotmess Summer.
That's right, baby.
You wouldn't be Hotmess Summer. Nah,
I'm always gonna be me.
Always gonna be you. Yo, Truthzone, I'm telling you, son, it is about energy, man. Like we all can give accounts about what happened to us. Clown ass motherfuckers tried some shit with me about what was it, around November, December? I'm not gonna name no names. But all of this is because they was going around online stalking me, sitting up there talking about, "Oh, Bronzebird, I know what you look like. You unemployed, you broke nigga." And I'm just sitting up there like, all of this just because I said something in the chat? See, the problem is these goofy motherfuckers, and I'm not trying to rant, but this is just the point I'm making. Like, I think I'm just more rebellious, so I don't care. So the thing about it is like, bro, I can look, listen, there's a lot of accounts of fuck shit that went online. Someone that I was cool with was trying to sit up there and talk about what my real birthday was. And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? That's not even my birthday. And they was going around telling people shit. And back to the people that was doing this goofy shit, they was doing that. They was cyber stalking. They was talking about, "Oh, I'm gonna release your information," and all this goofy shit. And all I said was one thing in the chat.
Wow.
All because I called some. All because, and I don't listen. I'm reckless out the mouth and on chats. All I did was call some chick a fat bitch. That's all I did. It was not even that serious. I was like, because I don't like her. I was like, because she's a pit bull. She don't know how to shut the fuck up. And so I said that in the chat, and her little fat ass sat up there and saw it. It was like, "Oh, Bronzebird, you got a problem?" And then this dumbass dude then sat up there and made a panel about me, and then talk about, "Well, we know you, Bronzebird. We know you behind that avatar. You ugly." And I'm like, okay, first of all, miss, why the fuck are you concerned about my looks? You tried to holler at me one time, so let's not forget that, number one. Number two, why is that much of a concern to you if you know you're not ugly? Why are you so concerned about what I said about your looks? Why? And all this shit dragged on for a couple of months, and then they're like, "Yeah, we got Bronzebird. Bronzebird is cooked," and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what you think is going to happen? I'm going to stop doing YouTube videos and doing the Brownstone powwows because of YouTube pussies? The fuck out of here. Y'all don't even hit the panel when I hit my shit. So I'm supposed to be scared of y'all because y'all think y'all have something on me. Y'all ain't gonna do shit. Y'all not gonna even see me in real life. So why would I be offended by anything you do? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, be protective of your virtual, whatever. That's why I'm saying if anybody wants to contact me, whatever and stuff like that, I'm an open door. But it's just like, I understand and respect your privacy because I respect mine too. You know what I mean? And just be careful. You just live and you learn from it and you just become a better person. And otherwise than that, you straight.
For sure. Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. Dude that did that, I stopped his water, man. I killed his whole channel. His whole channel got eradicated. I ain't like, tell YouTube take his channel down. I just crushed it.
You what?
Crushed it.
You crushed it?
I crushed him.
Oh, you crushed
his channel. Crushed it.
Oh, yeah, certain people deserve it. The same individual that got mad because I called her fat and stuff like that, she got her channel going and I didn't even do it. I was like, that's what you get. Should have never been popping shit and doing all this dumb shit online. Just relax. Just because you know my information, you don't think people know about you? Come on now.
Right.
Don't be
Sometimes
stupid.
you gotta filter. You gotta vet who you let on your channel, man. Like a lot of dudes that come up on my panel, man, they some solid dudes, man. They some stand up niggas, man. So the dudes, also I'm saying, people that come around my channel, they stand up, they solid.
I mean, I'm cut from a different cloth. Like, my thing about it is there be dudes that argue with me, and I'm just like, okay, I allow it, because I'm going to roast the fuck out of you. I say, secretly, I'm psychotic, because I don't care who comes on here, as long as you don't porn by my shit. You know what I mean? But otherwise than that, if you want to go argue with me and be like, Bronzebird, you wrong. I say, go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't give a fuck. What's the... I always say this to people online. What's the worst you can do to me? What is it? What's the worst you can do to me? Expose me and show me? I'm a sexy ass man. What the fuck is that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you gonna tell people I'm ugly? Motherfucker, I'm attractive. Thank you, mom and dad. Like, you gonna talk about, oh, he lives in New York City. Yeah, I've been told people I live in New York. What else? You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing you can really do to hurt me, especially online. Can't do shit. And if I had a daughter or a son,
like the personal slander towards me, man. I got tough skin, man. I take this shit all day. You know, man, that shit don't mean nothing. I really ain't had too many haters since I've been on YouTube. It's just when you bring somebody kids in it, man.
yeah, that's off limits. That's off limits.
That'll get you hurt. You know,
don't
but
bring
like,
up somebody's
I have
kids.
3 grandbabies, and you will never see my grandbabies on any of my social media.
Me neither.
Well, I be having haters because they don't like my mouth. It'd be a little reckless sometimes.
It's literally the definition. Talk your shit.
I think we all
Right,
have.
baby.
If we don't have haters, we're not doing something right. The only problem I don't like is when the haters come in and show up in real life. That's when the problem starts.
Christine, is different with you. You don't have haters. You have admirers who mask themselves as haters. She has like fucking 20 now, 20 admirers. I'm like, God
Yeah,
damn.
stuff like there.
Yeah, Christine knows herself. She don't got haters. She got admirers. This ass, we try to talk to her and be like, leave your husband now. I don't care if you've been in a marriage for 40 years. I want you. And then be like, fuck that old bitch. And I'm like, whoa. Just like 20 minutes ago, you was just complimenting Christine. Now it's different, bro.
hey, Bronzebird.
Bipolar as fuck. Huh?
I was gonna ask you something. I think you came to my panel one time. You was in the chat, man. Hey, next time I got all my niggas over there with me, we build it, man. You got to come up there and build with us, man. I think you know a few of these cats. Do you know Greedy Vegan, the Realist McCoy, and Mindsign, all them niggas?
I know Greedy Vegan.
Yeah, he be on my panel, man. He a real nigga, man. So I'm saying next time I'm over there building with them, man. Come over there and fuck with us, man.
Yeah, bro. Hey, you got it, bro. I connect with everybody that's on here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely. Whenever you have, I already subbed to your page. So whenever the hell you got a panel next, I'm gonna come through and I'm gonna support. Yeah, man. That's what it's all about. But, you know, that shit be going on. Let me see what else is going on right now. Anyway, let me go make another water run. I keep running back and forth for water. I'll be back. Y'all got it.
All right, cool. Then where everybody go? Everybody still here? Mic check.
Yeah, I'm back now. I don't know what happened to everybody else.
Everybody good? Everybody still alive? My bad. I'm playing.
I'm still here.
I'm at work. I've been working and talking the whole time.
That's what's up. I heard you mention that you were an entrepreneur. That's what's up, Summer.
Yeah, I have we have a cleaning business, and then I have a soap business, and then I make all natural goat milk soap. And then I have my LLC just for all my internet shit. And then that's it. All my nonprofit.
How long you been? I've been in business 3 years for myself, and it's like one of the best decisions I ever made.
Well, when I got out of being in the adult industry and stuff like that, I'm not really good at people telling me what to do, and kind of stuff like that. So I knew that like I couldn't go and work for somebody. So at first I started my nonprofit, which I didn't make any money. I don't make any money off of that. But then that led me into my soap business, which that kind of, I make money off that, and then my speaking stuff. And then obviously the cleaning stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I just like it way better because I'm a hustler, so I like staying busy. I like, and all my money goes to help people. You know what I mean? So it's like I could sit at home and not do anything. My husband makes good money, but I don't know. I have to help.
Yeah,
Idle
that's what I'm
hands
saying.
is no good for me.
I don't like being told what to do. Matter of fact, I got tired of being told when can I come to work, when I gotta leave, and can I take a vacation. I was like, man, that shit for the birds, man. Let me start my own shit. I had a substantial amount of money saved up. I said, let me put some money in the streets and let me see what it do. And, my business has been very prosperous over the past 3 years, man. Like really good. Like it's doing better than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I think I like it. It gives you that good freedom. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, it's hard at times, but once you get, a steady flow and all that kind of stuff, you're good. I think it's, I tell even like the people that I help, or once they get, well, I had a shelter, and it was a 2-year program for women coming out of DV and human trafficking. And that was one thing that, if like people had that ambition and stuff, I'd be like, hey, it's not hard to start an LLC. It's not, you could learn business stuff, and they would take business classes and stuff like that so they could be equipped in it. And I think it's beautiful because out of the couple hundred women we served, about 150 of them have their own business successfully since they've been in the program. So I think that's dope.
Mm-hmm.
Making moves and being bosses, baby.
Right. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. I'm one of those people, like, if and Christine could tell you, if I have an ounce of no time, I'm going to find something to do it, and it has to be something productive because I don't know. And it's kind of and I'm very acknowledgeable on this, and I'm still working through it. I've only been out for a little bit, so I'm still working through some shit, but it's kind of a trauma response. If I'm doing good things, then I don't have time to even entertain any bad shit. So I don't know. I can't be still.
Right. I'm trying to retire in my early 40s. That's my goal. That's one of my goals, save up a substantial amount of money and just retire in my early 40s, give me an RV and just hit the road.
Well, yeah, remember we were talking about that. That's me and my husband is he's a truck driver, and so he's working on being retired, hopefully by spring. But that's what I've always wanted to do is I like to move around, I'm a busybody, so I think it'd be awesome to get an RV and just travel everywhere. You know what I mean? Like our kids are grown, and we've put even since I've been out of everything, like it's been nothing but work and help and this and that. And, I'm getting to which is a good thing. I'm getting to a point now where I know that I deserve to be happy too. And I deserve to have a good time, and it's okay to enjoy my life as well. And so that's what I want to do. I want to travel and just live stream a bunch of cool shit and meet cool people.
Mm-hmm. That's the life. Shit, I'm not trying to work until I'm 60-something years old and decrepit, and I can't enjoy the fruits of my labor. Hell no, that sounds like a trap.
We're still gonna have sources of incomes because, like, I mean, I don't know, retirement and everything's cool, but like, I mean, traveling and shit, it's gonna cost money. So my husband does a lot of trading, so that is one thing that helps us. And then just different little things that'll be steady income coming in, but we don't necessarily have to be there. So that's, I think, a part of our retirement plan too, because the shit I want to do, I want to get a passport. I want to travel. I want to go out of the country. I want to see things. It's gonna cost money to do that, and we ain't got money like that. But if we have the trading and other sources of financial things coming in, I think it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Because one of my biggest fears is ever letting the bottom fall out, right? Like, I don't ever want that to happen. So I just feel like we always have to have something, even in retirement.
Right.
And those things are easy. I don't know if that makes sense.
That sounds like you got a plan, man. Shit.
Hey, I've thought about this shit
For the longest, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, well, no, I can't say that, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't really until retirement wasn't really a conversation for us until the last year. And so, my husband's getting older and, what I'm saying? I don't know. He's always worked. I mean, he's worked 17 hours since we've been together. Like, so I
17
think it's
hours in
about
a
time
day?
to have that conversation.
Hold up. You
Yeah,
put it in a
he
day?
works a lot. Yeah, he works a lot. He goes to work at 4 in the morning. He gets off at 11 at night.
Wow.
And the only day off he has is Sunday.
I have a 26-year-old like that too.
We got 10 kids, baby. We got 10 kids. We got
Y'all got
you know
10
what I'm saying?
babies? Like all the 10 babies in the house? Like they all in the house?
Well, no, but I mean, regardless if they in the house or not, your kids are still your kids, and you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like, you just gotta make
I
sure
got you.
everybody's straight. But no, I only got 4 at home, but they're still even they're. I mean, all my kids have have jobs and shit like that. You know what I mean? They have their own savings and working on their plans because I wanted them to, like anything could happen to me at any point, and I want them to be straight. So I've always taught my kids how to be financially smart because that was not something that was handed to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, financial literacy. That's what I'm saying. My parents didn't teach me that either, but so I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I never really wanted a lot of kids. I got one kid, and she
I didn't want any kids, honey. Shit.
I'll be in my
I ain't
30s.
want no kids.
When she turned 18, I'll still be in my 30s, and I'll still be able to go do what I want to do because I'll still be young.
Well, I'll tell you right now, that is one thing that I was telling my husband the other day. I was like, I absolutely, granted, when I started having babies a little young, everybody's like, whoa, what are you doing? But now that, bigger picture, I'm like, dude, I love it because like, I'm still young enough to get like, understand my kids. I was very, still be able to, be active and stuff with them. And I couldn't imagine like having kids like now. Like some people do that. They'll wait till 30, 40s and start having babies. And I'm like, no. I'm glad I did that shit early. Because now me and my husband can go enjoy life together. We've raised our kids. We've worked our work. We've done our, you know what I mean? So, and he's my best friend. So I think it'd be cool to do shit like that.
For sure. Especially if the man working 17 hours a day, he deserves to retire now.
Yeah, well, we're trying. We're trying. But like, when you got kids and shit, you got responsibilities and ain't nobody else gonna take care of them 10 kids.
Right.
But yeah, I didn't want any kids. But
yeah, me. That's what I'm saying. If I
knew, the card for me.
Right. If I knew what I knew now, I probably wouldn't have. Because I won't want to bring no kids into a place like this, man. Hell no. Nah. Especially having to worry about them.
I would say that I would think, because of the conversations me and you've had the last couple of weeks, I would think that you're going to make sure your babies are educated. And so I understand when people say that, but at the same time, I look at my children and the joy and happiness and just amazing shit that they blow my mind in every day.
Yeah. That's all. Yeah. That's always
glad that I had children because I need good people in this fucking world, and we're raising good people. So, yeah, I'm glad I had a shitload of kids.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm always dropping gems on my daughter. Like when I take her to work with me, just showing her like, hey, own your own business. Don't go work for nobody else.
That's right.
Don't get with no good ass nigga. Make sure you. I'm always laying that foundation for her. That way she can pick up the torch and carry it on.
That's what it's all about. Like I don't know. I didn't ever want kids and stuff, and trust me, I know how evil this world can be. But I also know how good this world could be. And I do know that there's just as much evil people out there. There's just as many wholeheartedly good people. And so even what I've been through, I'm never going to allow the evil to win. And I thought like that too many years. I thought that the world sucks and everybody sucks and blah, blah, blah. But that's not true. And I'm thankful for that. Now, you talk to me tomorrow, I might say, fuck the world.
Shit. You said you might talk to me tomorrow. Yeah, I already know something. It's all great, man.
Listen, I'm a real one, though. I'll say it. Tomorrow, it's like earlier, I was sitting there, I was talking about this shit with, Trump, and like people just always turning a blind eye to any kind of sexual predator type shit that's around that situation. And I was like, man, I said, Trump tells the kids, fuck them kids daily. I said, that should be the new hashtag. Because motherfuckers ain't trying to stop trafficking. They just had 2 fucking psychopaths they're over here on American soil. So now they can hurt American girls and boys. So yeah, that's fucking smart. But you know, fuck them kids. Ain't that what Trump says every day?
They all of them involved in that trafficking shit, man. So I'm saying, like, I remember going to Walmart as a kid and seeing all those little kids up on the wall and it says missing. I'm thinking to myself, as an adolescent, like, damn, where all these kids going? Why are they all, if they got parents, why are they all missing? That's what I thought to myself, seeing all those kids, like, when it says missing. Like, but now I know for a fact that, you know, these same people that govern over us play a major part in that shit, man. It's diabolical. It's disgusting, man. If I could stop it, I wish I could, like, stop every kid from being taken away, man. Just me laying in just sitting here thinking about kids being abducted and taken to some fucking place, screaming at the top of their lungs, and nobody can save them. Is gut wrenching, man.
You know, that is gut wrenching, 100%. You know, it also is gut wrenching.
Hold on, I was gonna say one more thing. And then when people come to me and say Jesus saves, I'm like, man, get your crackheaded ass out my face. Jesus ain't save them damn babies from being taken out from their parents. But get the fuck out my face. Jesus ain't save nobody. But go ahead, my bad.
Well, I believe there's good and evil in this world, and unfortunately, both are going to exist. So, but as far as fuck, what was I going to say? I forgot now. That kind of threw me off. Fuck, it don't matter. I'll remember in a second.
Yeah, my bad. I ain't mean make you lose your train of thought.
Oh, honey, it's cool. I got TBI. I do it all the time. I have squirrel moments. That's what I call it. It'll come back in a second.
Can I say something about the Jesus? Can I say something about the Jesus saves thing? This is the problem. People go on antics, just like this "Make America Great Again." Okay, but there's add to words that go with everything besides "Make America Great" or "Jesus saves." So Jesus saves if da 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 da. You get what I'm trying to say? So Jesus can save you if you're listening to what he's telling you through scripture. Okay.
Right.
Jesus saves if you live your life in accordance to whatever. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So people just using that catchphrase doesn't get the job done. It doesn't make you understand what was really being said. You know what I'm saying? Christianity has a way of doing that. These little catchphrases without telling the whole story. Do you get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I already know. I know.
So somebody just saying Jesus saves doesn't really do anything unless you add to that phrase. How does Jesus save? What did he tell you can save you? What did he teach you can help you? You get what I'm trying to say?
I got you.
So you just throwing the antics around there without really doing the research and finding out what was actually the reason why he can save. The reason why what he taught can save you.
Yeah, like telling you to live a better life. Like that's what I'm saying. All of it was allegorical, but I'm saying like what you saying. People take it out of context. It's a catchphrase. Jesus saves. They don't know why they're saying it. They just saying it, but they're not doing their due diligence to go find out why they even said that in the first place. Why they even put that in the Bible in the first place.
Right. Like I made a statement recently about Hitler, right? So back in the day, when Hitler was putting people on trains and gassing them, people were asking, well, where was God? I'll tell you where God was. God was in the United States military. God was in the UK military. God was in the French military. God was in the Russian military trying to take his empire down. That's where God was. God was using people to take him down. That's where God was.
100%. Yep. Amen.
So, just take. Go ahead. Say again.
To go off what you were saying, like that's one thing that always people would frustrate me. Like I remember when I first got out of everything and I would be engulfed in churches and stuff, and I'd be around all these church folks, and they'd be like, "Well, Summer, I'd be like, hey, would you like to volunteer for this or whatever it is, and they'd be like, well, I got to pray about it. And I'm like, you got to pray about it? Yeah, pray about that. Or they would say the quote, quick little catchphrases or something. And I'm just, or people would say, even like what he said earlier, well, why'd why'd Jesus let this happen or whatever? And it's just like, dude, it's bigger than just even what you see in front of you sometimes. One, you can have all the catchphrases you want and pray. You can pray all you want, but prayer without works is fucking dead. So let's start there. And then second of all, like, yeah, there's going to be good and evil. Like, unfortunately, no matter really what belief system you have, I think we can all agree that there's good and evil. And just because, like, even like the stuff that's happened to both, anybody on this panel, like, yeah, there was bad things that happened, but do I believe wholeheartedly that I was protected my whole life? 100%, because there's things that I know for a fact I shouldn't be here. I should be dead. And none of it made sense to me then. But now when I get to really truly be able to sit in front of somebody and they understand that I understand, that's what it was all for. And that's what I believe anyway.
And maybe you went through that so that you can protect somebody in the future that just hears just a portion of what you had went through and be like, oh, correlation, this is what's happening over here. Let me get out of that mess.
100%. Yep. 100%. 100% on that.
So tell me that what is his name? The Manosphere guy, they let him go from Bulgaria?
So he was okay. So, he's been in prison. Him and his brother, Andrew Tate, has been in prison for a couple of years now because of trafficking and all this other stuff. So it was in Romania, I think is where it was. My brain's kind of scattered now, but
Romania. I thought it was Bulgaria.
So he's telling the news people that all his charges have been dropped and he's just been sitting in prison this time. And so now they let him out because whatever. I guess Trump and them made some kind of and then all these people, the government people made some kind of deal, which they're not speaking on it. They're all acting like they don't even know they were coming over here. Yeah, right. Whatever. It's already been talked about how their administrations were all working with each other. So they let them out. So then they come out today and the news people all are there and they're asking, he tells everybody, well, my charges have been dropped. No, they haven't. Because you have to go back to court in the same place at the end of March for these charges. What are you talking about? And he has a warrant in the UK for the same shit. So it's just, you know how these powerful people do. They all play these games. They all protect each other.
Well, I'm going to tell you why Trump wanted him out.
That he's donated millions already. He's donated millions to Trump and them. So I know why he let him out, because he's probably trying to keep Trump secret.
I can tell you why they let him out. You want me to tell you my conspiracy theory of why they let him out? Because he controls a portion of the Manosphere, and this Manosphere hates women. It hates women in power. It hates all of those things. So any woman in government, they hate that. They hate that. So what they're trying to do is they're going to, when you talked about the Handmaid's Tale, they want to have recruits. They want to have upstarts. So these Manosphere men, they're going to put them in these upstart positions. That's why Trump let him out.
As much shit is going on right now, that would not surprise me one bit.
Because there's no other reason why they would let him out.
Yeah,
but he has control over the Manosphere. And it's the white Manosphere.
Yeah. Because anybody that has even listened for a second, that's all they talk about is they're going to put all these peds away and drain the swamp and blah, 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 blah. Okay, then what are you doing? You get on the news every other day and say,
I'm going to be honest with you. I've never heard them say they were putting pedophiles away. I've never heard that.
Trump says it all. He's definitely said it before. But the thing is, you're a predator. You're a predator yourself. So what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
And how many people does he have in his administration right now that have allegations came up? You know what I mean? Like, so it's just weird to me. It's not weird to me because I'm used to it. I'm used to the save your children type of people. Literally, we will have survivors. Sometimes they'll have events like January 10th is National Human Trafficking Day. So a lot of different states, people, survivors will do stuff. I've literally had these Save the Children type people, like the MAGA people, come and show up to our events and like yell at us like we're the traffickers. It's like, wait a minute, dude. We're supposedly the kids that you were praying for in all your little fun little prayer groups. Now, because I'm not co-signing what you say and I'm telling you what really goes on in my experience, because each person's experience is obviously different, because I'm mentioning names that you don't like because I was in parties and seen these motherfuckers do what they do. You don't believe me, so I'm the whore? No, sorry. Trump's a predator, and I know it for a fact.
I know he is too. And his daughter, I know what he did to his daughter.
Yep. The one that he tells everybody he was
I'm a reader.
in his show.
I'm a reader. I'm a psychic reader, and I read that energy all over her. She has that woman, the blonde one. There's two blondes, right? Yes.
Ivanka and Tiffany.
Yes.
Hold on, y'all.
Not Tiffany as much as Ivanka, though.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, well, he didn't like Tiffany because of her mama.
Hey, it was me, hun. I was typing in chat to tell you.
All right, cool. I only got psychoed out because I remember there was another account of you on somebody else's panel, so I was like, "Oh, the fuck, is that really Amanda?"
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can always check too. I think I have like 159 or 160.
But your audio's cutting out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
I think it's fine. It's fine right now. It was cutting out just a little bit.
Yeah, I live on a military installation, so it's not uncommon for things to intercept. So,
I bet. Welcome to the Brownstone Powwow. You got it.
Thank you. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, it's just, well, you know, Amanda. I mean, Amanda always knows what I'm saying. Same. It's just it just kills me because these people will be the first people that will show up and just and call us crazy and say all kinds of shit. You're a liar. You're just a fucking gold digger. What the fuck? Really? Like you are fucking crazy.
I think it's quite palpable that all this is happening, and this is my prediction. I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. I think that Andrew Tate will be pardoned, number one.
Yep.
I was thinking the same thing.
Number two, it's interesting that the declassification of Epstein Part 1 came out today. And if I was a betting woman, and I don't always win, I suspect that Trump and any indication of Trump would be scrubbed from any of that information.
Most definitely.
Yep. Well, that's what they said, that the victims, it's taken so long because they want to make sure all the victims' names are covered up. No, they're making sure that people that they don't want to see, because I'm telling you, Trump was there. Trump's in pictures with kids. He's in pictures on the airplane at his Epstein Island stuff and in places in New York. This was all at the trial. If people were there, they would have seen it.
Exactly.
I posted that picture on my YouTube, on my community tab of Trump on that jet with them little girls. They took that shit down. As soon as I posted it, they took it down.
Yep. And the third thing is, isn't it interesting that he gave it out to bloggers, like a YouTube creator and some other podcast-like people? Like, he didn't give it out to other government entities. He gave it out to lay people, or people that I would consider lay people, so they could propagate his bullshit. I can't think of one of their names. I'd have to go back and look because I was so fucking disgusted.
Do you know that if they let everybody out that is associated with that type of propaganda, do you know how much distrust would happen in the American people? So of course they're not going to let all that out. They're not going to let everything out.
Oh, and I'm not denying that. Here's my thing though. They're going to scrub it just for Trump, but they're going to use it as leverage against other entities.
Yes.
And that's my fear, because, rules for thee and not for me kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
No, I don't play
but
that.
This is the problem with that, because I believe in the divine creator, and I'm going to be honest with you. I believe that there are real high techie people out there that have already got that information, and when they need the opportune moment, it's going to come out.
Oh yeah, and I think that supposedly the AP said that the article I read earlier through the AP basically said that the first phase of information is not anything more than we didn't already know, that has come out publicly thus
Mhm.
far. But there are going to be retractions supposedly in certain places when other phases come out to
Yeah.
keep the American people from seeing some of those photos and videos and all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So, it just disgusts me.
Well, I mean, let me just say this. Trump has lied in the face of how many American people and his supporters, and he has been convicted of so many things and has done so many things and still is doing so many things. And his Trump supporters, his Trumpites, still believe in him. They really think he is the next coming of Jesus Christ to them. And so if it does come out, they're going to make an excuse for it. They're going to make an excuse for it.
Them are all
They're not
zombies.
going to.
All Trump supporters, they all brain dead zombies that can't think for themselves, man. They don't think rationally. They don't think with logic. That's why I said
No.
the majority. Look, the people that control this realm, this matrix, this reality, they know the vast majority of people can't think for themselves, so they use
Yep.
that to their advantage. Why did they
Yep.
come up with all these Walking Dead movies? Who you think they talking about? They talking about the vast majority of sheeple that blindly follow behind these puppets, man. That's what they showing you.
Yeah. Well, Trump said he could go out and murder somebody and they would still follow him. So
yeah, I'm a
I
zombie.
mean, that's true. And what hurts me though is I've never been a victim of a sexual crime, okay? But I know plenty of women that it has happened to.
Yeah.
And it hurts my heart because victims deserve that justice and they deserve to be told the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think, at least under this administration, we're never definitely going to get the fucking truth. And I'm not suggesting that we would have gotten it under Biden. I mean, let me also say Biden was never my first choice. But I agree, though, on some level that if they put all the information out, it would probably be a purge of some kind. Because
For
people
sure.
would lose it.
The truth is there. Listen, Miss Amanda. The truth is there. It's just people like us, somebody like me. I can see it. You can see it. It's the vast populace that can't see the truth right there in their face. That's what. Think about what a coach.
The truth's there because victims have been speaking up for decades and nobody believes them because it's their favorite actor, politician, movies, musician, whatever it is. The people have been speaking up for years. People just never believe victims.
I agree.
You don't need documentaries if you listen to victims.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
I tell you what, the next thing that's going to happen, because you're already hearing that they want to have an ethno nation. They want to have a white nation. It's a Hitler regime happening right now. So the next thing that's going to happen is there's going to be these baby facilities where they force these women, doesn't matter what race they are, to birth white babies. You know what I'm saying? So this is going to be the next thing that's going to happen. So while they're taking these young women, which, you know, that they're sex trafficking, the next mode of operandi is they're going to start forcing these birthing chambers. That's what's going to happen.
Well, I can tell you it's
what's the
happening
agenda
here.
with that? I was going to ask a sister real quick. Hey, sister, what's the agenda with that? With them wanting to only have Caucasian or so-called white babies?
Because he's literally the next coming, the next Hitler. He wants a white ethno state. He does not want any other ethnicities in this country.
I mean, he said it multiple times without saying it. And let me tell you, in my state, I live in Arkansas, our legislature is in session right now. And it's funny that you mentioned this because I was just reading a few minutes ago. They have now got a bill before session, during session, that they're going to make every person that is currently receiving fertility treatments in our state, their information has to be provided to state government. Think about that.
I feel like America's browning. I feel like it's browning a lot of biracial kids. I feel like it's browning more. I feel like
That's why they're fighting it so much because I mean, they and you know, my son is a person of color only by virtue of adoption. But imagine the flack that I've gotten over the years from having adopted someone that's a person of color. And I don't really give a shit. I love him either way. I don't give a damn if he's pink and purple polka dotted. But, you know, that's what they want. They want to, it's like ethnic cleansing, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I can see that, but the whole them wanting to create a whole ethno race or a whole white race all over again. I mean, not all over again. They already here, but like just to
because
I don't see that.
they're going to have. Why wouldn't you see that? This is how they're going to gain the power back.
Respectfully, sister, I don't know about that. You know,
how can't you though? Because this is exactly what Hitler wanted. He wanted a blonde hair, blue eyed, fair skinned nation.
Right.
Even though he wasn't, even though he himself wasn't that. Why would that be so complicated to see? Because this is exactly what he wants. This is what he's been saying.
Yeah, and think about it. And Sarah Huckabee Sanders is my governor. If they can control the fertility treatments and who's getting what,
but they want to control the birth of everybody. That's why they got birth control. That's population control. They want to get rid of people. That you see what I'm saying?
I mean, I get your premise, and I hear you. I think on some level, though, I mean, think about this too. Hitler not only did he want light-skinned people, you know, he wanted all people that were disabled gone. He wanted all
I see what the
people.
sister's saying, though. I won't cut you off. I see what the sister's saying. Hitler, some of the tendencies of Hitler and Donald Trump is synonymous. It is. It really is. But like some things is just like I feel like they're trying to paint this Trump puppet out to be a new Hitler. That's just a role that he's playing. Like,
are you aware of what happened in Hitler's day?
I mean, he had doctors.
Because once you go and you listen and you go and research the history of what took place and how he did what he did when he started it, the first thing he did was he said, "I will use their constitution to infiltrate with talking about the German government," which is exactly what he did. That's how he took power. He infiltrated. He gave the people what they wanted with their constitution, and then he stripped the constitution, their whole government. What do you think is happening right now?
And I'm not a conspiracy person at all, but I believe there's a lot of merit in what she's saying, and I know that sounds completely.
Right. That's what, I'm not saying she's completely wrong, but like that's what I'm saying. When it comes to that, Trump don't really have any power. When we say Trump's going to do this, it's not really him. Trump,
okay, let me just say this. How much have you been paying attention? Because right now in Idaho is where is the state that has the most KKK members. It has the skinheads. It has it has the most white racist groups, white nationalist groups in Idaho. Okay, in Idaho.
About that because
respectfully, they dumb as shit.
Hold up. No, listen. That is where the footholds are being taken place, is those different places like that. And if you paid attention this week, what happened in one of their town hall meetings, you would understand what is about to take place. I've got a video of it on my channel. Got these videos on my channel. Go watch them. Go back and watch all the videos I have on how Hitler took power. Because they thought he was a crackpot. I've got a video that they did about him in the 1940s, right? And I have that on my channel. Go listen to it because everybody thought he was crazy. They thought Hitler couldn't do shit. They thought he was just a crackpot. Clearly, he wasn't as much of a crackpot as they thought because he took all of Germany. And if it hadn't have been for the United States government and Russia at that time, and the UK and France and all these different European countries uniting to take his power down, he would have continued.
Right. I feel what you're saying, sis. I really do. I really do wholeheartedly. But I'm just saying, me personally, me looking at it, me knowing what I know, I just feel like
what do you know? Tell me what you know.
It's bigger than Trump, man. It's bigger than any of these puppets. Even Hitler.
It's called the New World Order. That's what it's called.
Right. We're already in the New World Order. We've been in one. That's what you have.
You thought you were in the New World Order. You don't know what that is now.
We haven't got to full singularity. We're not there yet. I want to jump in real quick.
Are we not in the New World Order?
We're not there yet. I'm gonna hop in here real quick. So There's a woman named Ann Jarvis Reeves. She came up with Mother's Day.
Man, hold on, man. You
Um,
gotta tell me how we not in the New World
I
Order
got
here, bro.
hold on, man. God knows. So then they stole that from her, and I'm about to explain to you what they meant by mother tag and birthing houses. I'm about to explain it to you. What happened was there was a big decline in birth rates, especially in
Mm-hmm.
Europe, Germany. Hitler wanted to get these Aryan race babies. So what they did is they took all the pretty little girls from Germany. They took them to the countryside to this handsmaid like house where they allowed every Nazi German officer to just impregnate these little girls. And at the end of the day, after the war, a lot of those children were left orphaned. They starved. They died in the middle of fields with nobody to take care of them. And they stole the whole idea of Mother's Day from a woman in America named Ann Jarvis Reeves. She ended up going dead. She ended up going broke when she died because she sued the president of the United States at the time. She sued a big chocolate factory. She sued Hallmark cards, and and they just took it from her because they had a better agenda to just make the women just birth babies in Nazi Germany to try to get the numbers up. And what happened was it didn't work. The babies ended up dying. Um, the children ended up dying. The officers left those children orphaned. A lot of the those young German girls, they died in childbirth. So that's what I'm saying. We're not really all the way into this new world order yet because
No.
they haven't been able to implement those plans. We are close. Though, now I ain't trying to dish you, brother. I hate that cut you off the way I did, but we're close, but we're not all the way there yet.
No.
When we get into full singularity, we will be in the new world order. They're trying to push for it. Don't we're close, but we're not all the way there.
Let me just say this. So these eggs. So I was telling people about this 1991 or 1991 to 2001 and stuff. They were asking white women to give up their eggs, right? So they were collecting eggs way back then. Okay. So what they're trying to do is they want to create, like he was talking about, this perfect race. They want to create this perfect race. It doesn't matter what woman gets inseminated and whoever's egg and their sperm is in her womb, she will birth a child with whichever DNA that is in her womb. So whatever they have choice for. So it's not far-fetched. Do you remember the video that came out and this Saudi Arabian guy said that he was building these little fake wombs? Do you remember the machines? And they said that they were going to start creating babies in these wombs,
They
right?
sound like the Cabbage Patch Kids.
With the artificial womb, they
With the
want to do the
artificial
artificial
Yeah, the
wombs.
Cabbage
womb.
Patch Kids. They've been doing that though.
Listen, there's no way you can do it. Okay.
They
So
haven't pulled it off. The artificial womb is a
they can't,
concept.
it's a concept. So the concept is that's where the trickery comes in. The concept is it's not an actual fake artificial womb. What it is it's real women's wombs. It's real young women's wombs that are going to be producing these babies.
Yeah, Cabbage Patch. You heard about the Cabbage
Well,
Patch Kids, right?
I want to
I'm
say
saying,
something
like,
real
I'm saying,
quick.
what's the end when they do, if they do create this so-called perfect white race? What are they? What is this perfect white race supposed to do? What they're supposed to do? Like, what is their agenda? What?
The agenda is to take over the world and get rid of anybody that's brown.
Not just brown, yellow, you name it. Anybody that's not a pasty white
Anybody
person.
that is not of that scope that they've chosen for the world to encompass this world, they go. They're
Yeah, like
gone.
I'm Italian,
I feel
so
like
I
they
have
create
dark hair and
robots
dark
to
eyes.
do that.
I
They
would be
create these
gone.
cyborgs, these robots to do that shit.
And that is and the robots are the perfect. They're the perfect thing to hide behind. Just like there was hiding behind the artificial womb while stealing real girls. They're
Yes.
going to hide behind these Terminators while building real super soldiers or winter soldiers. They're hiding behind the technology. I'm just like people are hiding behind the avatars, hiding behind the technology. That's the same thing. We're not showing ourselves right now, even though we're
Yeah.
even though we're expressing our ideas. We're technically hiding our faces.
Yeah.
But we're not nefarious. We're not being bad people. We're just using our
Do
avatars.
you think if they were against what Trump is saying, Trump has said some of the most off the wall shit. And if you thought that they were against what he was saying, they would not allow him to be off the wall with that shit. They don't care because they know that's what the plan is. He's the mouthpiece.
Yeah, and I want to correct something historically here. The U.S. was never on the side of Russia. If it had not been for the U.S., we would be speaking Russian right now.
Yeah.
So I want to be very clear about that. I mean, because before I was a special ed teacher, I was a history teacher, and I'm not one of these history people that just teach what's out of a book. Like, I read 1,000 books, okay? And I want to be very clear that we are the ones that stopped that. And had we been a little bit short, I'm telling you, we would be speaking Russian right now. I'm not even exaggerating. So,
Well, that's what Trump is pushing for now. I think Trump is colluding
oh,
with
absolutely.
Russia. I hate that.
Absolutely.
I hate to say this shit. I really hate to say this shit because Bronze, you still here, right?
I thought he was in chat. I don't know if he's on panel. Let me look.
Oh, but I've been rocking with Trump for a long time.
Oh,
But
bless you, honey.
I really was until recently. I was rocking with Trump until he became the president. And when he became the president, I was still rocking with him until he started doing this shit. I was like, what the fuck is this?
I can pull up a picture of how the United States of America voted at the UN. They voted alongside Little Kim, Russia, and Iran. That has never happened in the history of our time in the UN, being the United States of America. Even Israel.
Listen to what you just said. You said the United Nations. What if I told you that all of these countries are working in synergy with one another? They're united. They
Then
keep us
why didn't they
divided.
vote
What?
the same
Hold
way?
on. They keep us divided. Where they're united on all fronts on suppressing and keeping us under tyranny. Man, they work together
Then
tangibly
why did 14 nations vote for, in conjunction with,
because it's the
um,
front. They gotta give the
communism?
illusion that they going against one another. Behind the
I,
scenes,
I, I
they're
fundamentally
all in
disagree.
cahoots. They're all in bed
I mean,
together.
it's all
Literally,
biblical. It's all biblical
Oh
they're
because
all
it
in
yeah, I
bed
talks.
mean,
together. All these
They
so
talked about the harlot fornicating with all the kings of the earth. So when you think of fornication,
right.
you're thinking about actual sex. Sex is not always physical sex. It's also mental sex. They're already doing this.
I
Trump is
mean,
the harlot. He is the
I
one wrapped in
personally
red.
believe that if they were going in conjunction with others, Israel would have voted with us.
Hold
Israel
up.
did
Yeah,
not
so y'all
vote
think
with
these countries
us.
ain't working together? Y'all think they all just going against each other? Y'all actually think that?
I really
You're,
Well, I
do.
mean,
hold on,
I think they're all together because
I
that's
don't.
what the scriptures say. The scriptures say
Okay.
that
So you get it.
they're all together.
I
Yeah, they
don't.
all. Yeah,
Not yet.
man.
you're saying that Trump is the great whore? That's interesting.
Yes.
That is interesting. I never
Yes.
thought of that.
America is the beast. Okay, all the people that vote that are going gung ho and our Congress that's allowing all this shit to take place. That's the beast. We are the beast. We're the fucking beast.
I think Elon Musk is the Antichrist. That's my personal
There's
belief.
more than one antichrist,
I
though.
said that earlier. I said, listen to me. I, Antichrist is not one person. Antichrist can be anybody. It can be every sitting
Yeah.
president. Every
I
so-called sitting
disagree.
president have been an antichrist. A school
Yep.
teacher can be an antichrist. Your local government can be an antichrist. The police
Yep.
can be an antichrist. Anybody that's going against you, anybody
I'm
that
not
goes
taking
against you can be an
down. I'm not
antichrist.
destroying nations. Okay. I was a teacher
Well,
for
I
10
was
years.
just about to say. I was about to say also those companies or restaurants. They're they're in on it with them.
What's up, Blue Line?
Go eat
But
your dinner.
Yo, what's up, Pastor?
I was actually joking the other day about Trump probably wearing a dress just like Bill Clinton on
Mhm.
Epstein Island. And when y'all call Trump the great whore of the Bible, the great Babylonian whore of the Bible, that will bring the 10 European countries together for world dominance,
Yes.
the brother is talking about. That's what he's talking about. He talking about the European Union in the Bible that's going to be brought together for world dominance.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah.
not wrong. He's not wrong. I get what he's talking about. But the thought of Trump being the great Babylonian whore, I did not think it.
riding the beast.
I
We're the
did not
beast.
America is
think of that.
Babylon.
Uh-huh.
The Statue of Liberty is the great whore.
Incorrect.
The Statue of Liberty.
That's a depiction. That's a
the great whore
that's
though.
a depiction. That is a depiction.
To be always honest with you, that's a fucking that's really an invert.
The great whore is a living embodiment. That's just a
So
statue.
go read Revelation 17 and it talks about the harlot was, then wasn't, then was again. What are we dealing with?
So we all got different hypotheses on this though. I can go read the Bible and have a different perception than what you got.
Read it.
You see what I'm saying? You can come up with you can come up with one hypothesis while reading Revelation verse 17.
Listen, scriptures can be multidimensional at the very same time.
Well, and theologians don't always agree either, and some of these people have devoted their entire lives to it. So
I'm about to say is like the Bible is based off the Hebrew, of course. That's what ritual of the Bible.
Old Testament is Hebrew, but yes.
Yep. Correct.
Speaking of Israel, those are dope. People don't even know Israel. Those are 3 different deities, Egyptian deities: Isis, Ra, and what El.
Whoa,
El
say that again.
El just means God.
Say that again.
Isis is an Egyptian goddess. Israel is 3 different deities in one.
And where
You
is
got
that?
Isis. It's Isis, right? Is Israel? Okay, it's Isis, Ra, and Elion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not just the Hebrew Bible. That's also the Greek Bible too.
True. I mean, I can see some correlations between the Greek and Hebrew in that regard. Yes.
And that's also the Dead Scrolls and stuff.
And then Ra means son. Ra means son god, right? Because when you say Shakra, you got Ra in it, son.
Amen is amen.
Right.
Amen,
Yeah.
Ra.
Facts.
Yeah, I think Ra is like on some sun shit. I don't know none. I don't really know too much about that. Not that Egyptian, Ethiopian, New Hebrew. But I don't. A lot of that stuff out of Africa. I'm sorry. I should know more of it, but I don't. Honestly, I really don't. It is what it is.
No, that's understandable. I mean, I understand, certain people can't speak Hebrew a little bit, but there's certain people who can.
Well, that's why you have a concordance, so you can look at things from different perspectives in different languages.
Correct. Because I didn't know how to speak Hebrew at first. I had to learn a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know any of it.
Man, I was a Hebrew Israelite years ago. I was going for that whole believing it, following Yahweh, talking about Esau is going. I'm like, man, I put that shit down years ago, man. I dealt with so many different religions, so many Abrahamic monotheistic religions.
What gets me is how many Hebrew Israelites were gung ho Trump. How? Why?
Because of Israel.
But it's because I do think. See, so when y'all call Trump the great whore, or the riding the 7-headed beast, that's very interesting because men voted for Trump on a complete opposite thought process. They actually voted for Trump thinking that he was going to bring some form of patriarchy back
and control over women.
And control over women, yeah. Hell yeah. Yes. Men disagree with abortions. Yes, all of that stuff was in play. But men weren't technically as diabolical as the full plan. We really weren't. But we really were against abortions. We really were.
Hey, look, I'm gonna apologize. Hey, what's the sister's name here? What's her name? The one that was just talking. What's her name? Butterfly. I'm gonna apologize. Like you was right. You said the 7-headed beast of 7 continents.
Yes.
When Trump that fake ass assassination attempt.
Yes.
He's the beast that was wounded in the ear. That's what they was talking about. Oh shit. Yeah, you're right.
Make complete sense. I'm about to say something because I used to be a Christian. I was raised Christian.
And the scripture where it says he was elected, he won a presidency. He was not at the second term he tried, and then he is again.
Yeah. Yeah, because everybody's like most because like most people so hoping, oh, Kamala Harris would be.
And he's wrapped in red.
They said the beast was wounded, and he appeared in front of all his followers, and they were all astonished. And what happened when Trump was wounded and he came back on TV? All his followers marveling over him. So it's goddamn.
Yeah, and I know somebody that told me at Walmart that Trump was their new Jesus. That they no longer.
Well, I've heard that a lot.
But Trump got a new Bible. He got the Trump Bible. Where you see the Trump Bible, right? They put it in schools in Oklahoma. I'm down here in Texas and in Louisiana. But the thing about it is, like, that was perfect though, because we always thought the great whore was going to be a woman. That's how silly we were.
I don't know why you would think that when the nation of Israel wasn't ruled by women, it was ruled by men, but was called a woman. I don't know why you would think that.
I just did. Because we don't tend to think of men as whores. We don't tend to think that men could be the great whore. I mean, let's keep it real. We look at men maybe as the great, as maybe the great dictator or the or something like that. But we don't technically think of men as being a great whore. But in these transgender days we living in, we don't fucking know.
Yeah, man, that's what I was just thinking the same thing, bro. So much perversion, so many inverts running. There's a lot of inverts that's in government. There's a lot of inverts that's in Hollywood too, man. That's why this is Babylon.
Yeah,
Jezebel wasn't a woman either. Jezebel was an order.
Right. Go look.
It was an actual order of men.
Right. Go look at George Bush Sr.'s so-called wife, Barbara Bush. That's a fucking man. Great man. It's a man. Every so-called first lady, they all have been men. Trump's wife is a fucking man. Obama's wife was a man.
Oh yeah, Michelle Obama's Michael. Yeah.
They all inverse, man. They all androgynous.
Come on now.
No, come on.
No,
Trump's wife's a man. Come on, Michelle Obama was a man.
Yep.
Incorrect.
I did the anatomy. I broke down the anatomy.
Obama's wife is definitely Michael.
Yes, a man.
No.
Barbara Bush was a man. I did the bone anatomy breakdown on them, man.
Oh, come on.
Nah, that ass like, yo, that's not Michelle Obama.
This is some troll shit right now.
No,
it's not
trolling.
It's the truth.
At least about Michelle Obama. That's Michael. That's Michael.
Man, I did the bone anatomy breakdown on Trump's wife too, so-called wife. I do this.
Yo, man, that's Michael Obama, fam.
Yep.
So Melania's a dude?
Yeah.
They speculated.
I don't know, because they got a whole lot of news of her with her vagina showing.
Hey, bro, pull up a picture of Barbara Bush right now on the screen. You can't tell me that ain't no man. There's never been a so-called first lady. There's never been women in that office. They all been men.
That's a little tricky, bro.
Sweetie, she's been in Playboy. We've seen her vagina. She's a woman.
Who said that? Who said they seen it?
Michelle's a woman.
Melania.
Man, that's cap, man.
I think Michelle. Michelle is Michael, fam.
So
you know how twisted this got you men's ideas is when you actually come across real women, you're not going to know the difference.
Man,
you're gonna feel like you don't have a real woman when you really have a woman.
Look at that.
That's
look at
some
Barbara
weirdo
Bush.
stuff.
That's a man. You can't tell me that's a woman.
I
that's
can't.
A woman.
All right, I think.
Man, all right.
Wait, hold on. I think you're reaching when you say it's like all the first women's have always.
Bro,
been men.
don't take my word for it, my nigga. Go do your research and look. Don't take my word for it, because then I'm gonna sound crazy.
I'm not discrediting the fact that there is a Baphomet God. I get what you're saying, but these are not it.
Y'all gonna call me a nut?
Nigga
ain't gonna go.
Those are women. Those are women.
Michael.
And it's either you can't wrap your mind around that a woman could actually be in that position, or I don't know what it is, but those are women.
I just feel like, in my personal opinion, that's not Michelle Obama. That's Michael.
That's a man. That's Michael Obama.
That is Michelle Obama. Stop it.
I'm just saying, it's Michael.
She's a woman. I'm sorry to break it to you all.
I'm sorry,
man. All right, I did the bone anatomy breakdown on all them freaks.
But I don't believe
No,
every
ladies,
first woman
imagine
is a
if we
woman.
sat around and did that to men. We're
Man.
just like,
Okay,
oh, this man, this man, this man is really a woman.
Go get the anatomy of a woman.
I need him to explain the bone anatomy thing, because let me just say this. You have two sets of parents. You have a male parent and a female parent. Okay. So you are going to take the characteristics from each parent, and some more than others. So if you happen to have more of the male anatomy, which you're calling bone structure, you might get that from your father. That doesn't mean you're not a female.
I'm saying men, we have more of a broader, we have a box jaw structure.
I've seen a lot of males look mighty female-ish.
Respectfully.
Because they took it from their mother.
Let me let my plane respectfully.
Check the neck. Just check the neck.
We have broad shoulders. Women have slumped shoulders, man. I did the bone anatomy breakdown on the streets. I did it on my first channel years ago.
Yeah, that's not true. Sorry. But each person's built different.
Who said it's not true?
I think women can.
Both of us are saying that.
You have to go do your own
women can have
research.
broad shoulders. What are you talking about?
They got broad shoulders.
Women have slumped shoulders.
Nah, man.
Incorrect.
I'm not saying it's
women have oval-shaped jawlines.
Look at the women athletes and stuff. Look at a lot of the women athletes. Come on, stop it.
Pull up a male skull, bro. Pull up a male and a female
Baby,
skull
you are
right
way
now.
too smart to really believe this. Like, for real.
I don't have a belief system.
The truth.
I do this.
I got you, bro. But I'm gonna have to disagree, right? And this is the reason why. When it comes to, I've seen women that's built like they have broad shoulders, but they're all woman. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm not discriminating, because I'm like, there's tall women I've seen like that, and Pure is right. The athletes that I would see that, whether they're runners or whatever and stuff like that, and they have broad shoulders.
Let me throw something else out there.
Let me throw this out there real quick.
I can't always agree with you.
Bronze, let me throw this out there. Let me throw this out there real quick.
You got it.
So you look at all the pictographs in Egypt. All of the women have the same type of shoulders that the men have. They all do. They have the same body build.
You say that?
Hold on, I'm gonna put this on the floor. Look, Megan Thee Stallion. A stallion is an uncastrated male horse. So they telling you that's a damn man.
I'm laughing because I knew you was gonna say that.
Come on, man.
I knew you was gonna.
They telling you. They told you. I ain't got. Don't take my word for it.
I'm not saying. I'm not.
Y'all niggas, y'all say that's not true, but you ain't done no research.
Hey, bro. I'm
not saying. That'll piss me off, because I feel like you ain't done no research.
For women with men. This is
hey,
wild.
bro. I'm not saying nothing, but something in my head was like, I know Truth was.
Yeah, bro. What's a stallion horse? It's a male. It's an uncastrated male horse, man. They telling you Megan Thee Stallion. Megan is a fucking man. They telling you.
What's her name? Said the same thing. What the fuck is her name? Jaguar, right?
Yeah, man, it's the truth. Nigga, I did that breakdown 4 years ago.
Out of all the people you think looks like a man, you don't think Jaguar Wright is a man?
I'm getting hyped.
Don't put me into this, Pure. I ain't never said Jaguar Wright.
Look, I'm getting hyped because I've been doing this for years, man.
I remember Jaguar Wright did an interview. She's like, Megan Thee Stallion is a male horse.
Bro, I did the breakdown 4 years ago on my old
stallion. Hold up. She's like, Stallion is a male horse.
Yeah,
Megan Thee Stallion.
So fucking male horse. They telling you what it is, man. I ain't gotta tell you nothing. They telling you.
Yo, man. Like, I'm not. Listen, man. And then this is the disturbing thing about some of this shit that happens, right? Because they tried that shit with who else? They tried that shit with? What's her name? The Lady Gaga. They said Lady Gaga got a penis.
Yeah, that witch. Shit.
They didn't say.
Somebody Google a stallion horse right now.
They literally.
Can I tell you something, Bronze? They brought Lady Gaga out, and it is very biblical that she's in the position that she has, because it's Ga and Magog. So she literally took biblical names, and there's a reason.
It makes sense, and she wouldn't be where she was at if it wasn't for that name being placed on her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Wait. I mean, I noticed it, but I never really dig deep into it. But I knew something was up. You feel what I'm saying?
It's biblical. They have her there. Lady Gaga is it literally comes down to being Gog and Magog.
Mm-hmm. It's not the fact that if I sound like I'm anti-women or anti-matriarchy. It's the system. It's the status quo that's anti-matriarchy. That's why they
Can I tell you something? Because there's a different There's a definite agenda against the woman. So there is the creation of the woman. When it talks about in Genesis that there is a war between the woman and her seed and the serpent and its seed. Right now, we are dealing with that serpent and its seed. So we have what's in power right now in this U.S. government and all over the world is the serpent and its seed. And it's always been warring against the woman and the woman's seed.
And the serpent's a parasite.
That Christ seed came from that woman's seed.
So, Pure, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think about, and this is random, but I think you believe in, not necessarily reincarnations, but like
I do believe in reincarnation.
Okay, so you do. What do you think about...
I do as well.
Okay, cool, Summer. Great. That's great. I want to ask y'all both a question then. All right, so how the fuck can I really forget her name if she just was out? Okay, never mind, I got it. Okay, so Taylor Swift, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all believe that Taylor Swift is the reincarnation of Anton LaVey's daughter?
The Satanist?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about his daughter. I know about Anton LaVey though.
They look
I've never put that much thought into her.
So a lot of
They
people
look
have
very
been
similar.
saying, yeah, a lot of people have been
I mean,
saying,
it's a
'cause you-
possibility. I mean, they say that Jay-Z was a reincarnation of somebody in the early 1800s. Have you seen the photos?
I seen a picture of that. Yeah.
Okay.
I did. So they saying that, you know how it is like in the labs and all that shit, that basically celebrities be made up to be like somebody else. So what they were saying not recently, they were saying that Taylor Swift was in a factory to be made after Anton LaVey's daughter. And basically she's supposed to be the Satanist of the music industry in this era. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that I believe that shit, but I'm just saying like Anton LaVey's daughter and Taylor Swift definitely have some facial features that like it's like twins.
Well, you do realize that the God seed, the God DNA, is able to reproduce an offspring or bring somebody back to life through that DNA lineage and be looking exactly what they look like in a previous lifetime. Okay, because that's how the code of the God code of the DNA works. So if you know that, you know that Satan or Satanist or that Lucifer always wants to mimic its creation after the divine creation. So there's a divine order in that DNA, that God code, and then Satan has its code. It's a mimic code. Okay.
Right.
So it's not far-fetched that Satanists would do that. I'm not saying it's that they wouldn't, because I know what I know about the divine creator and all that encompasses the divine creator and God code, and that I know would have an opposite creation. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey, I heard you say the divine creator a lot. When you say that, what personifies that? Like
What personifies? Okay, so I'm going to tell you who I believe in. You want me to tell you? The God that created in Genesis chapter 1 is the God that I serve. And no other gods in the scriptures after that do I serve. I only serve that God.
Ain't that Yahweh? Is that Yahweh that created
No.
like in Genesis?
No, Yahweh comes out of Judaism.
But what's God spelled back was dog. It's all dogmatic.
I mean, I don't know what you're trying to get with this.
You say you worship a God. You say
I worship the divine creator, which is the creator of all things.
So is God
in Genesis chapter 1.
The divine creator synonymous.
The Most High.
And then there's semi-demigods that created after that Genesis chapter 1. That God that those gods that created after Genesis chapter 1, I could give two flying shits about. I don't care nothing about those creations because they're offspring creation from the divine.
Yo, I say that I believe in the Most High, man, and I follow the universe, yo. That's my life. That's how I feel.
The being that I worship is the one that created in Genesis chapter 1.
That's correct.
The whole chapter.
That's correct.
Yeah, my thing is I just feel like if it's a God, I just feel like shit, we gods. I don't serve no God outside of myself. I don't serve nothing. I don't worship nothing outside of myself. And I wholeheartedly know this is cosmic.
Are you sure about that? Because I can test your theory.
It's not a theory. It's just I don't worship nothing outside of myself. At all.
Are you
No
sure?
gods, no religio, no nothing. None of that.
I
How
don't
about
know.
money? How about money?
I'm not betting nothing because that's my own. That's my
I
way
said,
of
how
living.
about money? Do you
Money. How
worship
about
money?
money? Do you
No,
worship
because
money?
God, what the God on the back of the dollar, what they say, God and God we trust. That's governmental ordinance department. So no, I don't worship that either.
Okay.
Promissory note.
I can guarantee you, if I was in your house with a fly on the wall, I can tell you things that you worship. I guarantee you. And the reason why I know this, because everybody worships even outside of their own body, because that's how we're designed.
So do you worship something
I
outside
think
of your body
worshiping.
other than your divine creator?
Well, I think if you're worshiping yourself, because look, we're made in
We
God's
are
image.
created to worship. Are you kidding me?
Exactly.
That's what
So
we are, human beings.
Worship. I
exactly.
don't worship
We are
shit.
on the sixth.
That
We
worship
are
can be
on the
phrased
sixth
as
element,
addiction.
Earth.
I don't worship. I don't worship
We are
shit.
designed to worship. So if
I
you
don't
tell me
worship
you
shit.
don't worship, that's a damn lie.
I don't worship nothing. You might worship something I don't. I got
Well,
material
then
I
how do
things,
you
guarantee
but
know?
you.
How
I
do you know?
guarantee
Hold on,
you.
hold
I
on.
could find.
How
I
you
could
know?
find who and what you worship. I
How you
guarantee
made?
you.
How you
Tell me.
made
Because
in God?
everybody, and I
Tell
know
me
this
who I
because
worship.
everybody's designed to worship.
Tell me who I
Everybody.
worship.
Couldn't you
Tell me.
agree though? Couldn't you agree though that worship can be also about addiction?
No.
No.
I
No,
want the
because
sister to tell me who I worship
How can
though.
it
this is
not?
no, no,
How
hold on,
can it
hold on, hold
not?
on, hold on, hold on. This is a dangerous, because check this right. There's
Yeah,
the
this
guy
is
the guy that came up with Palantir Technologies, Peter Thiel, that backed JD Vance. He's going around saying that Christianity is the same thing as is radicalization. It's the same thing.
It
If being a
can be.
Christian it's not.
It can be.
You can you no, he's saying
Radicalization. It can be.
do you
Yes, it
know? Do
can.
you know why these people in power have such control over human beings? Do you want me
Go
to
ahead,
tell
Pierre.
you why?
Go ahead, Pierre.
The reason why they have such control is because they know that every single human being has a weakness and they worship. And they know that they just have to put whatever thing in front of their face that they worship, whether it be sex, whether it be money, gambling, you name it, clothing. I could go on and on and on and on. They
I
know,
feel like
or
those are
religion,
vices.
or
I agree with
religions.
that.
You can like it, you can be addicted to it, but like far as like worshiping a damn a
Are you
TV,
gonna let me?
no.
Are you
But
gonna
you
let
know
me
what?
finish?
No, that is true though. Truth. Like people will worship shit like that.
I'm not
They
I'm not I'm
know,
not
they
negating
know
that.
that,
That's
they
true. That's
know
true.
that, these Satanists know that are in control because we're designed that way.
That's
And
true.
so all they have to do is find your trigger and then they got you
Because they know you're gonna keep coming back for it.
because you're going to, because
But
that's what you're
that would be
designed to
hypocritical
do.
of somebody to say they worship a god or some divine, and then they turn around and worship a damn TV, worship something else. You can't serve two masters, right? All right, then.
Well, you know what though?
I
All right, then.
think you just throw out catchphrases and not really
No,
dig
you
into the
sound
catchphrase
hypocritical
you're
when you say
throwing
that.
out.
You sound
You see
hypocritical when you say that. You
misconstruing it.
saying that we're all put down here to worship. You say you
We
worship this
are.
divine
We
creator,
are.
but you saying in a nutshell you worship other things too. So that's what I'm saying. That makes no sense. You sound like a hypocrite when you say that. Respectfully.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
All
And
right.
I'll let you have your opinion. However, I also know you're just throwing out catchphrases and you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, I feel like you don't know what you're talking about. We can
Oh,
agree
I
to
do
disagree.
know. I do know what I'm
We can
talking
agree
about.
to disagree.
That's okay.
All right, then we're gonna leave it at that.
But you will find out once you find out your own, because it's clear you don't know yourself.
Mm. So, damn, I was about to ask a question and
Yeah, somebody, some
Pure spiritually kicked my ass just now. So I'm just sitting here like I was about to ask a question. I fucking forgot.
I was about to say is somebody earlier said Beyonce faked her pregnancy. I'm not surprised. That woman's a fucking witch. Beyonce.
Who faked her pregnancy?
Beyonce's a fucking witch. Said, she faked her pregnancy. No, that's actually true.
I mean, her baby bump did bend when it shouldn't have.
I mean, are you really surprised at this point that they sit up there, they
Nah.
have weird shit like other people can make babies for them and they can lie about their pregnancy, but they want you the world to believe that they actually pregnant? I ain't surprised by that shit.
Yeah, they've been using surrogates and honestly, they've been doing the same thing that Hitler was doing. The birthing centers. You get these deprived women, and then you control their womb.
Well, look, listen, bro.
That's
Like,
pretty much what the idea of surrogacy came out of Nazi Germany.
Now, now this is even more disturbing exactly that I noticed since I didn't speak about.
Thank you, Christine.
P. Diddy and that doctor for the doctor. P. Diddy was linked to Michael Jackson's death. Yes, he was behind all the shit that happened to Michael Jackson.
Where you found that out from?
Yeah, but Clyde Davis is actually, he's connected to Clyde Davis, and Clyde Davis is connected to Jackson and Whitney's death.
Correct, and Prince too. Let's add the dots. Prince too. Yup.
I mean, they you know, those people are all of that seed origin. So, I mean, I don't know why people are surprised about all this stuff, because this is how they encapsulate you into all of the funk that they're doing.
If you even go back by some of the people that have been unalived around Diddy, like if you go back and you look at some of their death certificates, they all have the same morgue. What do they call it? The morgue. The person at the morgue or whatever that signs off on people's death certificates and shit, they all have the same person.
Yep.
All the way from his ex-wife to a couple other people.
Yep. That's actually crazy. And I know Jay-Z, he works with the elites along with Beyonce.
He doesn't work with the elite.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sorry if people like Jay-Z, but I know he just got out of this one case, but anybody to think that he ain't ever been with a minor, I mean, but Foxy Brown, Beyonce, all of them were minors when he was with them, so he's just like the rest of them.
I've been traced back since the 90s with Jay-Z, just like
Yep. Yes, he is, and well, I don't know if you guys heard, but his mother's is being named as one of the people in the RICO case. And, you know, his mama used to be a pimp.
Yep.
So,
yep.
There you go.
His mom was a pimp.
Yeah, she was. His dad got killed because he snitched on somebody in the dope game, and his mom had a bunch of. She was literally a pimp. She had bitches that she was running. So is it surprised that he turned out the way he did? No, but it's not an excuse, because just because you've been through shit don't mean you have to turn out like that.
Yeah, because I actually heard that Jay-Z's for BD's, was the actual fucking gangster. Shit.
Who was a gangster?
I think it was P. Diddy's dad, or was it Jay-Z's dad? It was an actual gangster.
P. Diddy's father he was killed because he was selling dope and shit like that, and then he ratted on somebody, so the streets ended up killing him. But P. Diddy himself actually was a spoon-fed kid. He wasn't gangster until he started getting around to some of the G's in New York in the music scene.
Wow.
Well, I think he learned when he was supposed to be a student and supposed to be a nerd at Howard. That's when because he didn't even graduate from Howard. They gave him an honorary doctorate. They took it back though.
Right.
But the thing about it is he learned. I think that's when he learned to politically. I think he was a political thug.
He's a fucking party promoter.
A political thug.
Well, yeah, his big thing was bringing the elite people in the hip hop world together, right? Like that was his big thing. That's where the black and white parties even started from, because he wanted the white people and the black people that all had money and shit to combine together. That's how the parties initially started. I mean, he was doing. I mean, shit, he had Trump around him first started out. There's all kinds of pictures of them two together.
Yeah, like Trump, Epstein. Honestly,
yeah.
The reason why I think the reason why they locked, man, I don't know, dog. Like the
reason why they went after him because he was tied to Epstein. Go on and say it, baby. That's what you say.
Exactly, and look, and if you look at it, if you look at it, when they released that Epstein list, they redacted that. They shouldn't even have released that shit. That's aggravating.
Well, where do you think he learned? Where do you think he? No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Where do you think he learned to videotape? I strongly believe that Clyde Davis and all of them, because they're all these powerful, people are all protecting each other, right? And so they brought him in. They seen that he had that hunger. He wanted it. No, in any means necessary, he was going to take it. And they braided him all the way up. Even when Epstein and all them were going around, he was in those circles. And I strongly believe if there's a mentor and a fucking predator, he was. I mean, his mama put him out, and then he found those guys, and they know, he did everything they wanted him to, and he kept their dirty secrets. And when Epstein fell down, I believe they've been investigating Diddy for a long time. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, because P Diddy was also he was linked to what happened to Tupac years ago. Of course.
100%. Well, he was the reason why Biggie got killed. Like, if you go back and you listen to the whole story, you could see exactly how it was all played out. He played on both of those guys because Biggie and Tupac were going to get out the game and start their own shit.
That's a fact.
Yep.
Tupac.
I know my shit, baby. I know my shit.
I know. It's real quick, Summer. Because even with Tupac, contrary to everybody believing like he was strictly West Coast, he was starting a record label where he wanted to sign in East Coast artists.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? So
that matter of fact, the night Biggie. Sorry.
Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead.
The night Biggie got killed, they were all getting ready for the party or whatever, and that was the night that he had told P Diddy that he was about to sign a contract. Actually, he told G that the bodyguard G and him and G were talking about the new contract that he was going to settle. And so all of that, he was behind both of those because he did not want them two to come together. Could you imagine if Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls fucking would have? Oh my God! And he knew that, and he would be left in a sideways. So he got rid of both of them.
Yeah. So exactly.
And Clyde Davis helped him cover it up.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And everybody tries to say, oh, no, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people don't even know that shit, man.
I was about to say.
They don't.
Hold on, not Phoenix. But they didn't actually, the thing about it is everybody know that beef was set up. I'm just keep it real. And it was all bullshit. And the thing about it is, at the end of the day, they set up the whole thing about him being shot at Quad Studios in 94 and all that shit. And all that shit was a fucking script. And a lot of people just think, oh, nah, it was West Coast, East Coast beef. No, it was all bullshit. And even besides that, they were sitting up there having a problem because they figured, let's go ahead and lie to these people about, oh, okay, we going to start the West Coast rap. Because the East Coast, because they realized the East Coast was bringing home that conscious shit. And then besides that, when you had the thing in the West Coast, they wanted to talk about, oh, let's talk about the crime in the West Coast. Gangster rap in the 90s, the early 90s, you know what I'm saying? So it was all bullshit at the end of the day. They didn't want, okay, the problem was that they wanted rap to be corporate, but be full of degeneracy so they could help them max up the numbers in the penitentiary.
Yep. Like it is today. You think about the music from back then to today, right? I mean, there's no, because even back in the day, there was knowledge, there was wisdom, there was, you know what I'm saying? There was shit being sung in those, rapped in those songs. And nowadays, here, shoot you, kill this person, shake your ass, you're a whore, you're a slut. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it's about. It's bullshit.
Just that's corporate meeting back in, like they say, 1991, in which they sat there and said that we have to figure out a way of making sure this rap shit, soars. You know what I mean? So they figured get out the axe to tell their story about police brutality, which was a front, so then they could get into gangster rap.
I'm about to say that Jay-Z was responsible for having Aaliyah, and P. Diddy knew about that shit. Shit, I ain't,
Well, Jay-Z and P. Diddy were, I'm sorry, because Jay-Z wanted Aaliyah. Him and R. Kelly were going back and forth because he wanted Aaliyah.
Jay-Z was jealous that Aaliyah had somebody else.
Yeah, 100%. When she got with, what's his name? The guy that truly fucking loved her.
It wasn't Dame Dash though. It wasn't Dame Dash. I'm bugging. I thought it was Dame Dash.
It was Dame Dash that she ended up with. That was the guy that truly. Yeah, 100%. That was the reason why him and Jay-Z started falling out because he knew all the shit that Kelly and Jay-Z did to Aaliyah, and he says that even to this day, the only reason and I wish he would speak up, but he said I promised her no matter what, I would never tell her story. But he knows the shit. That's why they all started fighting. Yeah, it goes deep.
My thing about it is, why does everybody try to comfort the fact that R. Kelly is technically a pedo? Because he sat there and went out with Aaliyah when she was about 14, 15 years old. And my thing about it is, everybody can sit up there and talk about, some of you motherfuckers supporting R. Kelly. Hey, that's your business. You like his music. But my thing about it is, did you not hear this motherfucker call himself the Pied Piper of R&B? Now, if you do research of what Pied Piper is, Pied Piper was a pedo.
What the
hell?
Yep.
He was a pedo. The folk tale is about luring children with his music. That's what Pied Piper was. So you calling yourself
100%.
Pied Piper? You calling yourself Pied Piper of R&B, and then you sit up there going out with a girl that's a teenager? Come on, fam. Like, and you have to connect the fucking dots.
Bronzebird. You know what's even more sad in that is in the culture, right? Like so many people, that kind of shit has been so normalized. There were people that celebrated him marrying a fucking child.
Thank you.
People were like, this is the best thing that's ever happened. I remember. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm around her age. You know what I mean? I remember when I lived in Chicago when all that shit was going on. You know what I mean? So it was like, and everybody knew. Like, if you went to any kind of after hours or any kind of shit with R. Kelly, don't do that shit because he'll fuck you up.
And
It was a known fact in Chicago. There's certain people you cannot go to their parties.
And this too, it's just like I felt like everybody started looking at R. Kelly crazy because of the sex tape, the sex tape with the minor, with, you know, the whole pissing thing.
Well,
I'm like, now if you look at the overview, I mean, now everybody's views of R. Kelly is different, but I'm like, did you not pay attention to the whole entire thing between him and Aaliyah?
Have you not listened to his songs now? And even P. Diddy. P. Diddy went on night shows, like night, you know, the comedian guys that have the night talk shows or whatever. And he told everybody, he's like, yeah, you got to lock the door. You got to do this. You got to do that. R. Kelly, if you listen to his music, he's talking about all the shit that he did.
Right.
Like, they all talk about it. We just don't listen.
Yeah, we mask it. You feel me?
Just like they tell y'all that they fucking man pretending to be women. Nobody listen.
Who said that? Who said that?
Okay, well, we have that totally different. That's totally different.
Yeah.
Just like they tell you, this is like they tell you they man, but you ain't catching it.
But
Not
who
you per
said
se.
that,
Much like
though,
the Mac,
Truth?
they don't catch it.
Who? Name one person who ever did that shit.
Who said that? And plus, what's that got to do with like children and trafficking and?
I mean, the children. I mean, wasn't Jay-Z sitting up there smashing Foxy Brown when she was like 15?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Come on now,
He was smashing. Yeah, he was smashing Foxy Brown. She was only like 15 years old.
Well, that's the reason.
Let's not forget all the male victims that P. Diddy made. All the male victims that he sit here and raped.
Yeah, look,
For
listen,
years.
but Summer, you know when it came to that charge about the producer, he came out and was like, yo, he gave me some type of drug, it knocked me out, and next thing you know, I woke up in the morning and I was naked in his bed.
Do y'all remember that movie?
Draw the line, dude.
Do y'all remember that movie Backstage?
I've got court documents of male victims over and over. They're all in my members only chat on my Hotmess page. Literally, all these victims, and I'm talking about some of them were younger, some of them were grown men. He got one guy. There was in the mall, literally in the mall, at a Sean John store or something like that sold all kinds of merchandise. He went in the back dress where they would store stuff or whatever, and he graped one of the fucking guys back there while his bodyguards were watching, and then turned around and the guy went to the people at the store and said, hey, this happened to me. Shit was on video and everything. They made all that go away. They fired him. They tortured his life until he wouldn't say anything. That's why a lot of people are just now starting to speak up. When people are like, where were all these victims? Well, first of all, if you've listened and you've been in New York or even understood anything in music, motherfuckers been talking about Diddy forever.
And they've been talking,
But the thing about it is, if you remember that movie Back,
used to talk about that shit. You know,
you remember that movie?
About the shit Diddy was into, and that was in the 90s too.
Yo, let me chime in for 2 seconds, G.
All right, what's up, bro?
Yo, peace, prosperity, and power.
Yeah, what's up?
When Diddy was a young man coming up in the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
After he did the party thing in college, right? He became the Howard party guy and all this weird shit, right? You gotta remember, y'all forgetting Andre Harrell.
My brother, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You sound a little muffled, my guy.
Andre Harrell.
Okay, got you. Good.
Andre Harrell was the one who came and got Diddy. Am I clear?
Yeah, you clear. You good.
All right,
yeah,
cool.
you good, bro.
Y'all forgetting Andre Harrell, even before we get to Clive, right? Remember, Diddy went to Uptown first. That's where Andre Harrell was. That was the breeding ground.
That's right.
That's true.
I just didn't want y'all to miss that there's a key person that was the key person that tapped Puffy and pulled his coattail. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he's innocent.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
I think
100%.
there's a movie that they shot back in the days that they've been trying to suppress that movie. I've been trying to find it and buy it. That movie Backstage that Jay Z and all them put out about their tour, the Rockefeller tour. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember the Rockefeller tour.
Is that what? Is that where they're talking about the when all those people died at the club and stuff?
I don't know. Backstage was them just
Hold on, I got y'all.
yeah. You bring up Backstage. If you but like Backstage was when they pretty much did a Rockefeller tour and they followed all these rappers that was on that Rockefeller tour
I know what
and
you're
the
talking.
Shit that was
I know
going
what you're
on
talking
that.
about. I know what you're talking about. I remember that.
Oh, I think
I know what you're
I've
talking
heard
about.
of that. I've heard about that. Yeah.
When they took the cameras like to like the real backstage, and it was like you could walk past dressing rooms and you get to see the wild shit going around with joints running around half. I know what you're talking about.
Yo, they been suppressing that movie.
I know what you're talking about.
When it came out in movie theaters.
I remember that. I do remember that. Yep, I do.
I'm gonna go back and get that DVD and comb back through it if I can find it.
You're gonna have to clone it and make it digital, G.
Yeah, I think so because
Yeah, you have to snipe that for real.
Well, but was it on DVD?
That would have been yeah. That would be DVD.
It's on DVD, but I'm gonna have to convert it. I'm gonna have to convert it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you'd have to convert it to full whatever the fuck they using nowadays, MP12, whatever they using these days. Yeah, that'd be hard if you get that though.
But that movie it implement it say all the stuff that Jay-Z did, all the stuff that P Diddy did. Everybody was in that movie. The reason why Puff Daddy broke down, the reason why Jay-Z broke down Rockefeller Records is because of all that shit. Cause Dame, Jay-Z, all them. How many dudes actually dated Aaliyah? R. Kelly dated her. Dame dated her.
Her parents did her bad, dog. Let's be real. Her parents did her
Jay-Z dated her. I understand her parents dated. This shit should be a RICO. Like, there's no reason that R. Kelly should have been the only one to go to jail. There's no reason that everybody running away to Indonesia. Russell Simmons ran away to Indonesia. Def Jam was tied in with Rockefeller. Bad Boy was tied in with Rockefeller. Like, man, this shit is way too connected for everybody to be running away to Indonesia.
Well,
People copping pleas.
Well, that's what, as advocates, that's one thing that we're bitching about extremely, and it's been with all the recent cases. All the way from Epstein to Kelly to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like you've got them going down, but yet even like in the P Diddy stuff, they're sitting there. They charge them what RICO charges. Okay, well, where's the people at? Because all these victims that are coming out, and all these bodyguards that were around, all these people, like where are they at? Why aren't any of these people being named? And that's why when they're making a big deal about this Epstein shit, I can promise you all, you're not going to see anything, maybe one or two extra names, but they're not just rejecting names of victims. I can promise you they're not. They are rejecting especially powerful politicians. So, because if you were at that trial, you would have seen all the pictures with all these different people in there. And it doesn't matter who says what. It doesn't matter. The pictures get leaked. People say they're, oh, those are Photoshop. This is this and this. And it's just like, people are, and like somebody said earlier, they're just not ready for that for all of it to come out because people wouldn't believe it anyway. And that's the sad part about it.
They're also redacting states. They like the different states that this stuff, the different countries. Like we bring China bitch ass up, bring Malaysia up. A lot of these kids are being trafficked to Malaysia, Haiti, China. They're doing this stuff offshore, and they have these things called it's called a DAO, a DAO, and that is where you can take cryptocurrency and buy an island and turn it into a whole nother country. This shit is, man. What I'm trying to say is there are a lot of Epstein Islands out here.
Correct.
Yes,
we
there is.
We only know of the one.
Jay-Z and them got an island. So I mean, like all kinds of people got these fucking islands.
You can buy an island. One of my homeboys I played basketball with, Reggie Bullock, I showed it on my channel. He got an island. He wasn't even that good in the NBA. And
Yo, you got
but
to
yo,
sauce the game, bro.
but he had a trans sister that got deleted in DC while he was playing for the Dallas Mavericks, and all of a sudden he painting his fingernails now and he rich. I don't get it.
No, you get it. No,
Well,
you
I get
absolutely
it. I get it,
Yeah,
but
you don't get it. Not a part of your characteristical system.
you and so the thing about it is you can buy an island for $400,000. Think about all these millionaires we got out here. Once you buy an island, you can pretty much do what you want to do on that motherfucker.
Correct.
And that is what's been going on. All these people got islands. There's islands off of San Francisco. I didn't know that San Francisco had little islands you could buy.
California got islands right off the coast, all on the whole coastline of California,
And you
not
can
just
buy
San
them.
Fran. Yeah, of
And
course.
you can buy them and do God knows what on them.
Absolutely.
All those men that like to play with little boy genitals can take these little boys to these islands and do whatever they want. Epstein is just one. There are so many. And the only reason we know about Epstein is because only reason we know about Epstein is because he was doing celebrities. Imagine about how many of these people are doing your average everyday teacher, basketball coach.
Yeah, it's happening all the time here locally. We've been fighting against a football coach, a couple different teachers, a band teacher. And what they do is all these allegations come out, they're fighting trials, all this stuff. And all they do is either suspend them until the trial's over, or they keep them on and just move them to another school.
Let me bring up another point. Real quick, right? Let me bring up another point, if y'all let me, right? We live in a world where we watch Catholic priests don't go to fucking jail. Let's start really talking about, it's cool to talk about the big dogs, right? It's cool for us to sit here and say, well, the big dogs are grimy, and we got the proof and we got the evidence, and Trump went after them, and when Trump came into power the last time, a bunch of motherfuckers resigned because they knew it was up, right? It's cool. We'll put that in the back. Let's come back to the neighborhood talk. Neighborhood talk is this. These Catholic priests don't go to jail. Do y'all know that? Or y'all think they go to jail whenever they get banged?
Just so you know, no one said that Trump saved everything. Actually, I've said that Trump's a predator as well, and he's protecting predators. So I just wanted to make sure we clear.
Oh, it's not just him. It's all of them. They're all connected. Every single one of them, even people, from sports and WWE, they're all connected.
All right, cool. I can live with that. Easy day. I can live with that. The main point is this, right? On a neighborhood level, do we realize that the Catholic Church has protected these people?
Yep.
For centuries.
Yeah, churches, period, have done that. Most definitely Catholic, but all churches do that. Yes, 100%.
Churches are not mandatory reporters.
Nope. They're working with the government too.
No, they're not mandatory reporters. And look, it's like I'm a healthcare professional. So if a child gets hurt, I'm mandated to report it.
Mm-hmm.
A preacher's not a mandate reporter.
Correct.
So they can abuse children.
That is correct.
So they literally legally can abuse children because they don't have to report it.
Hold on. Wait. The pastor could abuse a child and not report on himself?
Or yes.
So okay. And this is why it kind of, to me in my brain, right? It kind of sticks in the vein of the Roman Catholic Church. There's no Protestant church hierarchy. The only Christian foundation that has a hierarchy is the Roman Catholic Church. So whatever happens in-house, they can deal with it in-house. That's why I said Catholic specifically. You dig it?
Right, but you're missing out on the whole actually faith community that, like satanic ritual abuse is done a lot in trafficking, and that's done by any faith actually could be done, right? So when you just say Catholic, I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to like give you too much pushback. I just want us to understand that any of these faith communities, because they're not mandate reporters, because they have their own their own little communities, it seems like, right? They continue to abuse children and turn a blind eye to it. So yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with all that.
they call them religious prostitutes. This is a old practice. They would take virgins and and what would do is they would molest them and grape them. And it was to purify them and the children of their sins. They knew that they were suffering from these sexual sins, so they were trying to purify themselves, and then they were trying to purify the child from eventually having those sins. So it was a purification thing that they were attempting to do. And I'm not trying to make it. Well, that's their rationale for doing it. And I'm not saying I agree, but that's what they said in the religious text why they were doing it.
Right. I'm jacking it. The only reason why I lean that way, and I explained it before, and I hope y'all understand that I'm not I'm not putting a stick in only one yard, right? But we only have this one great conglomerate of religion, right? That stands big and firm across the planet. That's why I brought that point up, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, it does make sense. But I will say, like, as far as the hierarchy goes, yeah, the Catholics have their way of hierarchy, but then you have like different parts of the faith community, like some answer to the Assembly of God, some answer to. They all have their little entities that they answer to, but none of them answer because just like politicians, they cover it up.
Agreed.
Big J, is that you?
Yes.
Got you. All right, brother, you got it.
Go ahead. I may be behind. Y'all was mentioning about meteor and stuff. I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead. I'm sorry if I'm behind. I'll wait my turn.
But yeah, that's what's really been going on. We have to change the law about our churches being mandatory reporters. The legally they've been looking into it. They've been looking at this Protection Act so that children and people could go back and sue the churches, and they're trying to take a statute of limitations off of it. They rolled that law out in Maryland and Oklahoma. I can't technically think of the name of it right now. But the churches have to turn into mandatory reporters. They cannot handle. We can no longer allow the church to handle sexual allegations in house. I think that I don't think that's going to work out well for religion
Agree.
or for the church long term.
I agree. But hold on. So when they separated church and state, right? That's what gave them that's kind of what gave them the cloak, correct? Or no?
I think the church already had this power before, but you can say that the separation of the church and state maintained that power.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah. So to remove, if you remove the separation of church and state, what would that open up then?
Can I throw something in here for food for thought?
I'm just spinning too. Go ahead.
So the Vatican, Rome is its own church and state. Did you know that?
Yes.
So it's inside Italy, but it has its own governing system.
Yes.
It is together, it's church and state.
Yes.
So when the United States said we want a separation from church and state, there was a reason. So they could limit the power of the religious reach for the people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we are fighting for right now in this government. the separation. Just want to throw that out there.
So that separation might be a good thing, but it kind of does maintain the power of the church, but it also separates people. It gives people a place to run. The problem is people don't want to run from under the church, and I agree. I kind of agree with that. Like you don't want to run from the covenant of God because of man, but you also don't want to run. The state is worldly. You don't want to run to the state either. So it really, I think we are in a really, really rough position as regular human beings because we're not. Either we're going to join on with the bullshit or have to fight it. And I think it's easier. It's easier to join the bullshit.
It's always gonna be easy to do dog. That's always gonna be the easier part, right?
You know,
Normally bullshit is comfortable. Go ahead, Big J. You're right. Go. My fault. Go ahead.
It's very simple. Render to what is Caesar's and render to what is God.
What's this God? Give to Caesar what's for Caesar. Correct.
Yes, it's so simple. That's the answer. If something that needs the state involved, then handle it by the state. It's by the church, the organized religion. Then let it be handled by organized religion. You can't just at some point, right? Do y'all really want a Jimmy Swaggart or John Hagee to run your household? I mean, nobody wants that either. So you have to have it balanced in society. I don't know. I you know what? I'll leave it there. Go ahead.
I think Trump is definitely, and I agree with you saying, BJ, but I think, and I was a Trump supporter, but I had to learn better from my ways because he's actually trying to blur that line with the Trump Bible that he wants to put in Texas schools and Oklahoma schools and Louisiana schools. He's almost blurring that line of church and state, that separation, and letting the church kind of run the state to a certain extent, as long as he's somewhere at the head of it, or somewhere guiding it. So I don't. I mean, so I get what you're saying, but like I think Pure Butterfly was saying, it's getting to the point where the Vatican and the Catholic Church and even with America and the Trump Bible, that the state and the church lines are being separated or conjoined. So I agree with you, but I don't know if that's how it's going to work out in the future.
It's not going to work out because see, America is too pluralistic for that to stand. Nobody, America has always been a pluralistic society. It's mostly made up of Protestants, Protestant Christians, but there's always divisions within the Protestant part of Christianity. So there will always going to be conflict. It's going to create more conflict in how they're going to try to. It's going to cause more problems. I'm saying because the Protestant church is not a unified entity. There's multiple branches within it.
There you go.
So there's a whole idea when you have the evangelicals trying to bring their Christian dominism. Well, the evangelical is mainly, let's say, Pentecostal and possibly Presbyterian. They're not going to gel well with the Baptists and the Methodists and the Church of Christ and its disciples and so on and so forth. So it's not going to gel well, and it's a disaster waiting to happen. So
the Methodist Church has just gotten ripped apart because the leader of the Methodist Church is now a woman, and she chose lesbianism over God and split the church.
Did she actually chose lesbians over God, or she was just talking about let's treat lesbians and those of the LGBTQ community with fairness?
She said that she said that they should treat them with fairness, and the other half of the church said no, we should not treat them with fairness. So then the church split.
Right, right. It's kind of like those. It's kind of like the Southern Baptists and the Baptists. If you know, I wish people know about the split between the Baptist church, because if you up down here in the South, there's the Baptist, and then there's Southern Baptist. Most black people are not Southern Baptists. The Baptist church split since 1860. No, since 1855 because of slavery, and then it split again the second time over the civil rights movement. Go ahead and look. Go ahead and search that up. That's the reason why there is a Southern Baptist Conference. It's mainly a racist version of the Baptist Church. So, but anyway, that's a whole So so you're not going to have the entire agreement of the entire Christianity in America when it concerns trying to join state and religion together. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be successful. It's going to be how can I say a bloodbath, if you will, a political bloodbath. So yeah.
But see, that's the problem right there, Big J. You can take religion out of politics, but you can't take you can take politics out of religion, but you cannot take religion out of politics. You just can't. Religion will not stop politicking. I think religion, as religious sectors, Christians, Protestant, Methodist, Baptist, Pentecostal, Muslims, Jews, all of us need to stop politicking with our religion. That's the problem.
Well. I agree with you, but then I don't
It's
agree.
impossible.
It's impossible
It's impossible.
because anybody can go to that Bible. How many of our prophets in the Bible warned the prophets that we read up in the Bible? Those who believe in Christianity. How many of those was the prophet who warned the king, like Saul warned all the kings of the Old Testament what was about to happen? So
Joseph too.
Joseph and them. I'm talking, when I say Joseph, we talking about Joseph of the Old Testament.
The real G, yeah.
Yeah. So religion have always been the it doesn't matter what a religion you have. Every religion, most religions have always called their followers to advise who has rule over us.
Even in rural, if you look at the old school rurals, right? When you had the Indians, right? Whether they was the original Abo Indians of America or the Red Indians that came from the Barren Strait, right?
Hey, real quick, Trent, I'm sorry. I just want to thank you for the cash out, brother. I really appreciate that, my man.
What it is, bro. You're not.
Thank you, my brother. Continue your
You know I
conversation.
get
I
down.
got it.
You know I get down. Even when you look at America in itself, the shamans was the religious leader, but the shaman was not necessarily the chief of
right.
I'm saying I know what you're saying. You're right. So it's always been a thing where the religious spiritual side has always attached itself to, let's say, the monarchy and the leadership tribe, which would today turn into politics, which today would turn into Vatican, which today, because the Vatican is the head of religion on the planet. I don't know if y'all tracking that.
It is, but check this right. Look what the evangelicals. The evangelicals alone did this. Look what the evangelicals did in this country. Well, I fell for it too. But look what the evangelicals have done in this country. They have let Trump release a Bible with the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights and the Ten Commandments are not the same thing.
Correct.
And the evangelicals have allowed this shit, and they know they wrong.
That Bill of Rights has nothing to do.
Yeah, It's a little something different.
Yeah, that 10. See, the Bill of Rights has nothing to do with the Bible. They have that. You're putting secular law into a Bible. That's you're what you're basically doing is sitting there, um, you know, disrespecting God. You disrespecting your own faith by putting the 10 Commandments. No, I'm sorry, not the Bill of Rights inside that Bible. You know, and it's blaspheming is the way I see it. You know, it's heretic the way I see it. And
that's what I was gonna ask. Isn't that called blasphemy or something? When they when you know what I mean, when he did that, that's what the first thing I thought of.
Right. It is because like I said, go back to what Jesus was teaching to the people: render to Caesar what is Caesar, and render to God to what is God. Whatever belongs to God, give it to him. Whatever belongs to Caesar, you know. So you are already messing that up right there. So yeah, I mean, it's a, you know, and these so-called, see, the evangelical community is not about God, right? I'm gonna say it again. It's not about God. It's not about anything else. God is used as God, quote unquote, is used as a tool to bring rule over every average human being. They're not there to help you get your soul to Jesus. It's there to punish you if you get out of line. If you're gay, they get you out of line. If you are, quote unquote, in an interracial relationship, you're gonna get punished and when you get out of line. When you sit there and drink alcohol, they're gonna punish you if you do that. That's all what this is about. It's about coming into your home and then using the power of the government as a weapon
to control you.
Facts.
So that's where I'm telling you that the war between the woman and her seed and the serpent and its seed. The serpent and its seed is okay with murdering people. It's okay with molesting children. It's okay with abusing people and killing them and doing the most wicked things. Okay. But the woman and her seed have a moral compass. So that's where the separation is. So these Christians, when it gets down and gets nitty gritty, they're not going to do anything different than conquerors in the past in the name of religion and in the name of Jesus Christ have done. That is to murder, annihilate, and destroy different cultures and to wipe them out with genocide. So these Christians are going to do the exact same thing that they have done in the past.
And
Just
that's
know
why
that.
I don't. And that's why when I look at the alt right and their use of Christianity and their attack on Jews, when y'all are the same as them. Y'all say that y'all are giving this religious right to and I don't agree with people. I don't agree with people's lifestyles now. You know, don't get it wrong, but I also know that I'm a single father, so I also know that I'm not a perfect person either. So I can't even though I don't agree with what that man may be doing with his privates, I have done some wrong with mine too, because obviously I'm a single father, right? So I'm not going to sit here and attack him and try to suppress and oppress him. However, I can
There
tell
has
him
to
that I
be
just
there has to be a ground rule, and the ground rule is this: you don't mess with children. The rule is you don't mess with animals. The ground rule is you don't violate another person. And if they're consenting, personally, you can't get into their sexual life. They're going to live that chaotic life out until that chaotic life burns itself out. So they have to get to the point where they burn that kind of energy out. However, as long as you are not violating another person, as long as you're not violating and harming children, as long as you are not violating and harming animals, pretty much you have to just let it. You get what I'm saying? So that's the
That's what
ground
100.
you.
rules.
That's always my core. I always say no kids, no animals, don't force people. Other than that, I mind my business. I don't give a shit.
But
It
That
ain't my
that
business.
part.
but what I'm saying
If you're
is,
consenting and you're awake and you agree to whatever you're doing, so be it. Burn
but
it
what I'm
out.
saying is, this is where I agree with Big J. What if you do take the Bible and you over honestly, how do you not overreach with the ideology and the interpretation that people take of the Bible? How do you not overreach with it? How do
They
you not
are.
take how do you not take the nation of how do you not take Islam and read that Quran and overreach with it? See, now I'm not against religion because I read my Bible, but for some odd reason, I've learned to not overreach with it. I can become a little preachy, but I won't overreach with it.
So,
if you
I
read
say
the
because you just
Quran. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I
I don't
was
want
I
to
was
talk
trying
over
to
you.
ask Pure a question.
What's that?
You brought up the serpent, the mom, and the child, right? I
The
think it's like the
serpent,
second.
the serpent and its seed is in Genesis,
The
and
serpent and the seed.
the woman and its seed. So we're talking thousands of years ago.
Love, I promise you, I'm asking you just to understand, like what
Okay.
you're saying. You
Yeah.
said serpent and its seed is separate from the woman and the seed.
The serpent and its seed is separate from the woman and the woman's seed. Yes.
How does the
I
woman
don't
get
think
this?
the woman has a seed. She has an egg. The man has a seed. And before there was something called a tetrad. It was man,
Yeah,
woman, and child.
you're doing semantics. The whole
No,
point is it's the offspring
I'm
of.
really asking you. I'm really asking you what like explain it a little bit more further to me so I can understand. If you could just
So
give me
the woman and her seed is all of humanity, where all of humanity came from. Okay.
Gotcha.
So whether you believe there's a divine force in the universe that brought that woman to this earth and brought life into this earth, humanity into this earth on this particular earth, right? This is what we're talking about because the Bible is for this particular earth. Whatever other earths are out there, their Bible's probably different, right?
I'm dragging it.
This particular earth. So there are many serpents as well. However, the one that is warring with the woman and her seed is the world powers we've been under for thousands of years now. The Roman power, so different civilizations, the Babylonian power. So we're going back different powers that this particular serpent has been warring with that woman and her seed. And the manifestation of that seed and the war of that seed and serpent that's warring with the woman and her seed is happening right now. The Trump administration is that serpent seed warring with the woman's seed.
So is the serpent a man and the seed of man, and then the woman is the seed of woman? I'm really trying to comprehend.
The serpent has been using a fake sense of patriarchy. Now we know there's a divine patriarchy, right? There's a divine patriarchy from the divine creator. This particular patriarchy is not that.
Okay. But it is male.
Oh, it's male. Yes.
Okay. That's why it's the woman and the seed and the serpent and the seed. Correct.
So when people talk about that Christ, that Messiah that's talked about in the scriptures, that Messiah came right through that woman's seed. That's why the lineage, when it talks about the lineage of Christ, it doesn't talk about the lineage of Christ from his stepfather, quote unquote, Joseph. It comes from Mother Mary. That's that DNA from Mother Mary, the woman's seed. You get what I'm trying to say?
I'm literally asking, and I'm thank you for explaining it to me, because I was trying to track what you were saying. I really trying to track what you were saying and figure out
That's on a divine. That's on a divine level.
Because
So there's a mitochondria DNA. Have you heard of mitochondria DNA?
there's mitochondrial DNA, but see again, we switch from divine to human.
Okay. Okay.
I do agree when women say they want to find a man that is God fearing or so
I'm
on
talking on
earth.
a whole nother level than
Yeah,
that.
exactly. You're talking on I get it. You're talking on a divine dimension, but when it comes to earthly, it is man, woman, and child.
Mitochondrial DNA. So you have all the men on this panel have mitochondrial DNA in them.
Absolutely.
And they got it from their mother.
Mom, yeah.
Your mother.
It happens in the womb, right?
You didn't get it from your father. You got the mitochondrial DNA from your mother. However,
In the womb,
when
right?
you
That's where the mitochondria happens?
yes.
Yeah, all right, cool. I'm tracking.
So when you have children, you don't get to pass your mitochondrial line onto your children. Your wife or the woman you chose to have your child passes her mitochondrial DNA to that child.
Correct. I agree.
Through the woman. So if you have a daughter, the mitochondrial DNA is going to be passed from her mother to her daughter.
Right.
And so on and so forth.
Right.
And that's that woman.
And that's why a lot of sons do look like their mom. However, you need your damn daddy.
Man, you.
I don't think that's not what she's saying.
Yeah,
That is definitely not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to tell you is that Messiah, there is a reason why that Messiah, they purposely talk about Mary's mitochondrial DNA.
Because like, okay, now,
no.
if you're part of the, because you want to talk about the Christ, the Nazarene child, the Bethlehem child, if you trace back, because according to the Jewish church tradition or Judeo-Christian tradition, every person from the house of David are the ancestors of the Nazarene, of the Christ child. So so it follows through the mother. Now there are some family trees where that Joseph, the father, is that tree line is woven in and out of that out of that family tree too.
I basically was trying to show you is that from that Christ Messiah can be traced all the way back to that woman that's talked about in Genesis, where the woman with her seed, which is what the line of Christ came from, that woman and her seed that is warring with the serpent and its seed. That's all I was trying to get across to you.
Okay.
I dig it. Do you know why she's warned against the serpent and the serpent seed?
Because the serpent and its seed are defective.
What is a serpent? What is a serpent seed? What is? Let's give what is an example of a serpent seed?
Okay, hold up. It's defective. So, do you think that when Hitler was killing all the Jews and doing all this stuff, that was a righteous thing he was doing?
Hold up.
Hold up. It's a question.
That's a fucked up question.
No, it's not. Because as a man,
it is a fucked up question.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a good question. As a man, there are parts of what he did I think were good.
Oh my God!
The question is fucked up. The question is fucked up.
So if you're putting innocent people in a gas chamber and killing them, is that good, or is that defective? Or is that a defective mindset?
Well, if those people are imposing war, financial war, culture,
oh my God, you right or wrong? Is it good to do that?
It's bad, but for a righteous reason.
Okay, well, no, there's no righteous reason. What's the righteous reason? It's defectiveness.
Purifying your soul of evil people.
Okay, so
are you fucking kidding me? Did you just say that?
Peer. Don't.
Okay, so let me ask you a question because I can tell. Okay, let me just say this. Trump wants to put innocent people.
No, pure.
Hold up, let me finish. Trump wants to put innocent people. Say again.
You about to jump down the line, and
I'm going to jump down a whole bunch of lines because it's all defectiveness.
I wanted to refer back to your point, right? You brought up the Hitler point, right? Hitler putting people in gas chambers and doing that thing, right? What was the point of that? Because he's defective because he killed people? Because there's a lot of veterans that got sent to World War II that had to go kill people also. So are they defective?
Did they want to?
What do you mean? Did they want to go kill people? They wanted to defend America and America's freedoms. So yeah, a lot of people a lot of people went to go do it. Now a lot of people were drafted.
So there are people that go to war, yeah, but they don't really want to, but they will do it. Do you know what I'm saying?
So okay, so the people that were drafted, you can say,
let's the honor of their country.
Right. Let's say the draft. Let's cut the people that was drafted, and let's say the people that was already signed up. The people that were signed up already signed up to say, you know, I'm gonna go get jiggy, right? So they signed up to go get.
I don't really know of very many people from Vietnam that wanted to sign up.
Do they exist?
Yeah, they did it to defend the honor of their country. So that's different than somebody that's like, okay, I'm going to get all these people and I'm going to trick them into things and I'm going to gas all of them because I want to take over things. You know what I mean? Like that's different than somebody going,
do I think that all the soldiers that were in Hitler's regime were evil? No, because they were forced to do it, or they died, or their families died.
I'm just trying to see the baseline of the thought, sweetheart. Right?
Okay.
So
It's common sense.
You got people that was drafted that had to go.
You're doing semantics. You're doing some. You know what's right and wrong, right? Let me ask you a question. Okay. Besides Hitler, let me just say this. Besides Hitler, do you think that if you had a neighbor and there was no laws, and you wanted what your neighbor had, and you went in and you murdered your neighbor, would that be defective thought?
That'd be like a morality, but defective.
Defective and morality go hand in hand.
Absolutely not.
How not?
Defective thought is
morality. Morality. What is morality? Tell me what morality is, so we can be on the same page.
Morality is like your compass, right? Morality is like
where's the compass come from? Where's the compass come from?
Morality is like the golden rule stuff that we live.
Does everybody? Because serial killers don't have that golden rule. So where does the golden rule come from?
Because they are naturally chemically fucked off.
Defective.
Do you not?
Defective.
So do you see how it's two separate things?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not. Okay, defective.
The outcome is they're both effective.
Yeah. Their mindset is defective. Their morality is defective. They're not. It's not. It's shattered. It's broken.
I'm going to tell you the difference right now. The difference is one could be fixed and one can't. That's the difference. But I rest my case.
That's not true because from the beginning of it, again, there's two different situations. One situation is I'm going to defend something in honor. The other situation is this is what I feel like doing.
So remember when you weren't here when we were having the conversation that when Christ went up on the mountaintop and then he said that he was having a conversation with Satan and Satan said, hey, God said that it is written that if you cast yourself down off this mountaintop, an angel will save you. And he said, I don't put God to the test. Do you think he was talking to a separate entity or to himself?
Christ on the mountaintop talking to the devil, and the devil.
He was talking to himself. The duality of devil and himself and the righteousness were in him. So the conversation wasn't a separate entity. It was himself. He was having the conversation with himself. So he was battling the defective component in him.
You talking about Jesus Christ? Like Jesus?
Yes.
Right.
No,
The son of the big homie, right?
he wasn't defective at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is the reason why.
He wasn't defective because he knew how to put that little voice that was speaking in his head and put it in check, just like we all do. So let me finish. Let me finish.
That's why
Are you gonna let me finish? Let me finish.
I just brought up the morality. Okay, good.
So let me finish.
Yes, sweetheart.
So we all battle with doing the right things. Okay.
Yep.
However, there are people like a serial killer that you can't reason with them because there is a defectiveness in them. So no matter what you preach to them, no matter what you teach to them, no matter what moral guidelines you give them, they're not going to follow them. Do you understand where I'm going with this?
You can save a serial killer.
That was the point I was bringing up.
Yes, you can save a serial killer. The only person that look, even they say that medically the only people you can't treat medically is a PDF file.
What is treating somebody? What is treating somebody? Tell me what treating somebody is.
Treating is pretty much controlling their symptoms. That is a treatment.
Pull up the definition of treating somebody and read it to me right here.
I will. I will go
Treating
right to the
and curing is two different things.
No, curing is two different things from treatment. Yes.
Okay, so pull up the definition of treatment. What does treatment mean?
If you fix somebody, right, that had a defective morality compass, right, and they back on track, do they not become morally conscious? Do they become morally aware and intellectual? So are they not fixed now from where they was in the first place? That's what I was saying. That the difference is some people can't change because they're that fucked off. I agree with you. There are defectives out here. I agree with that point.
Do you think the Republicans and the people that are in power right now, do you think that they're looking out for the best interests of this nation?
I'll give you the definition of treatment.
Would you call that defective behavior? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's a hell of a stretch.
So hold on. So the
I'm asking. I'm not stretching. I'm asking you a question.
I'm gonna read you. Hold on. Let me read you a definition. Treatment.
Right, yes.
The manner in which someone behaves towards or deals with someone or something. And then there's another one. Medical care given to a patient or an illness or injury. A session of medical care.
That's treatment.
Or the administration of a dose of medicine. That's treatment. Yes.
Okay. Now, what's the other word?
What was the other word you wanted?
Cure.
What you said could happen.
Didn't you ask for cure?
I didn't. You said
Not
cure, right?
Not cure. Not cure. No, not cure.
Cure is to relieve of symptoms of a disease or condition.
You said You said treatment.
Yeah, I did say treatment. I did say treatment. Yes.
Read the definition of treatment.
I just did.
So you can treat somebody. That does not mean that you're curing them of whatever it is that they're ailing.
Correct.
I get that.
Absolutely.
I get that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
So that's my point. So somebody that is defective, like a serial killer.
Right.
So you can give them as much treatment as you want. It doesn't mean, and I don't know how many times you've heard serial killers be in prison and say that they have given me this diagnosis, this medication, that medication, and they said, I still want to kill, so you better not let me out.
So would
you consider that defective?
No,
somebody that's defective.
No, you have to just keep sedating them. Keep sedating them.
Would you let them out of prison?
I disagree on both your points.
I think if you sedate them enough, yes. If you put them on enough SSRIs, enough antidepressants, yeah, you can't lock them up forever.
You're funny.
Well, that's yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey guys, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to say this has been a great panel, and I really enjoyed talking to everybody. But I got to jump down, so I just want to say thank you for everybody's knowledge and conversation.
Have a good night.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
All right, beautiful.
Nice
I'll
to
be
meet
seeing
you.
you around. You're pretty awesome, and
All
you
right,
too,
see you,
guys.
sweetheart.
Have
You
a
have a
great
good
night.
one.
All right.
So let me ask you a question. Would you want that person let out of prison and live next door to you with your kids?
I couldn't stop it. We well strapped. We ready for him if he try to cross that
So the point.
That's not.
So
But
you
that's
need.
not
So
the
you need.
answer.
So
You
you
answer the
need.
question.
So you need. So you needing to be strapped up means you don't trust that their treatment is working.
They could relapse and stop taking their medication.
So you don't believe their treatment is working, is what you're saying.
They could go against their treatment.
Okay, Pastor. You just sit there and said now Pierre just asked you a question, and you just said, well, they can relapse and they could not take their treatment. So therefore, by that logic, it would be easy for you to say, I don't trust the treatment.
Big J, he's saying that their defectiveness is not cured. That's what he's telling me.
Hold on. Let me ask the question right here. Can somebody that's defective, the way y'all describe them as being defective, like Hitler and serial killers, can they be cured and be rehabilitated into regular society? Yes or no?
No.
Pure?
No.
I don't think so. No.
I think they can. I think we live. I think we live around. We live around serial killers right now.
40. Give me 2 seconds. 40. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
I think that if somebody has a connection to divinity, if you're going to ask me that question, can divinity change certain people around? I would say yes. But it would take a whole lot of introspection, and it would take a person that's really wanting to or understands what they've done is wrong. It's just like the parable of Christ on being crucified and being with two sinners or two robbers, and one was going to be taken into the paradise with him because he saw what he was doing and repented, and the other one just was not repentive. Did not want to. So to be unrepentive means that you really don't care.
Let's take religion out of it, right?
Yeah, let's take it out.
And simply say, you said somebody that's defective cannot be cured, rehabbed, and put back in society to succeed. You said no, and Big J said no, correct?
No, I don't think so. Yes, I think no.
So if somebody as a juvenile caught up in the wrong scenario, twisting fingers, selling packets, toting straps, go to jail for a body, do time. You saying they can't come out, rehab?
I'm not saying that person's defective. What I'm telling you is the people running this society are defective, and they are the serpent seed, and there's no changing them. Somebody that makes a mistake gets caught up in some shit. It's a whole different ball game from somebody that's defective. You're missing the whole point.
Pure, you don't got to draw it that far, right? And we could think
wait a minute.
We could think in a small block, then we could think in big blocks. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but you just can't see. But earlier you led Pierre down a rabbit hole, because earlier, about 20 minutes ago, you said you trying to weigh the difference between what pre 1930s Germany and what they do and what they do to Jews, and then you try to equate that to the Allied army that was killing the Nazis.
No, sir.
And you try, you was trying. No.
Big J, I did not do that. So I think
but like you did.
Can I say something?
Okay.
So there's things that are righteous before God, right?
Correct.
So an example of that is this. So let's just say you're at home, you're asleep, you're with your family, your kids are in the house, right? and somebody breaks into your house and they want to cause you harm.
Correct.
So you don't want to kill them, but it's a possibility you may kill them because you want to preserve your family's life.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a whole nother ball game because that's even in the scriptures. Did you know that?
Yeah.
It says that if a man comes in to cause you harm and you put him to death, basically God said it's a righteous killing.
You're supposed to put him to death.
If you're trying to preserve your family, yes.
You're supposed to put him to death. Not it's okay. You're supposed to do that. I agree.
Okay, so you're mixing the two. You're conflating the two, and they are not the two. They are not the same, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right.
So the people, okay? So you putting somebody to death that comes into your house to cause you harm in the middle of the night is not the same as somebody that is comes into the world defective, and all they want to do is cause society harm, just like the person that's breaking into your house wants to cause you harm.
Correct.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? So there is a definite line in the sand between what belongs to God, or the people that belong to God, and the ones that do not. And the ones that do not is the serpent and its seed.
Pure, when I ask you these questions to comprehend what you were saying, I'm asking you out of pure innocence and pure honesty, right? The only reason I'm asking you questions is to comprehend, because maybe you have something I don't fucking have.
I don't know how to go about this for you to comprehend, because I feel like it's very easy for what I'm saying to comprehend.
Because you say it to me, right? And we having a conversation doesn't mean that once you say it automatically it's comprehensionable, right?
Okay.
It doesn't mean
so
that
what have I said that was not, that is hard to comprehend?
The defective part. I just can't see how you went from Hitler being you just
I used Hitler as an example in history as being defective. He's an example. He's not the only example.
So if 40 said, well, if Hitler felt like he had to defend what the fuck he had to defend on his land, is he really defective? If he would just take Germany in
what was
eyes?
he? Tell me what he was defending. You tell me what he was defending.
They defending the financial, the financial. Okay, you got it.
Go ahead, 40.
The defending the financial standing. A wheelbarrow of money could not buy a loaf of bread. He also they had hit them with too much interest. They were selling pornography. They had destroyed the culture of Germany.
Let me ask you a question. You know, I'm gonna tell you some things he did. One of the things he did before he went and started killing Jews is, in Germany, anybody that had a birth defect or anybody that was mentally ill or had anything that he considered not good in his eyes,
before he started killing,
he euthanized them.
Okay.
You know that, right?
So
He put his own people to death because in his mind they couldn't serve him.
They couldn't because look, and I'm not saying he's right, but the reality of it is, he knew a person in a wheelchair or a person with the Forrest Gump legs with the stilts. He knew that they weren't going to be able to survive the Third Reich War. He knew they weren't, so he just said, let me just.
I've never seen so many apologists in my life. Why would you be apologizing for that behavior?
Because the red pill philosophy, the Manosphere philosophy, is a gateway to
that
fascism.
says it all to me now. Okay, these are Manosphere dudes. Okay,
well,
all right.
Hold on.
There's no reasoning.
Hold on.
Well, the label.
I'm not Manosphere.
No. You are MGTOW, and MGTOW is part of Manosphere. Get out of here.
I'm not MGTOW. I still deal with women.
Really? No. You fuck with goddamn MAGA, man. Remember that? 5 years ago?
That was
you
years
fuck with MAGA,
ago.
man.
That was years ago.
Well, then you part of the Manosphere then.
Man, I don't look. That ideology is. I get it. That ideology is easy to fall into. I agree with you. But that's not. That's not a conversation I'm having.
Yeah, but you can't sit there and use that same wise hotel
Have I associated
about the money. You
J,
use the same money. The money you using the money.
Uncle Ben. Since you want to bring up MAGA man, Uncle Ben. I'm just joking. Right? Check this right. Have I associated with characters online that yes, I have. I have associated with some very wild characters online. But that is what it is, man. You know, I can't apologize for that.
Now I
It
get
just is what it is.
now I get why you say why you guys got offended when I talked about a defective mindset. Now I get it because that's a
I'm not
defective
offended.
mindset.
I'm not offended. I mean, I agree he has a defect. I agree he does have a defective mindset. There's something wrong with that individual character. I agree with you, Big J. We were wrong for helping him talk shit to you. We were wrong for that. I told you that plenty of times. I apologize to you for that.
Oh, so that got nothing to do with. Oh, all right, fuck.
Yeah, I apologize to you for that, yo. I apologize for that whole MAGA man shit and me helping him joke on you that time, dog. I really said I was sorry for that. I really am. That was fucked up.
But the problem is, right? You like I wish though y'all stop using the Hitler argument because the people
I'm still lumped in for some reason.
The point is the Jewish people
right
in Europe was not the only ones. Well, I mean, Hitler was not the only one targeting the Jews in Europe. Stalin killed more Jews than Hitler had ever even dreamed of. So the premise is both Stalin and
I
Hitler
didn't bring Stalin up, but I would say he's defective as well.
Right. If you know about his upbringing and his violent tendencies and his unchecked, when Lenin was trying to check, when Lenin and Trotsky was trying to check Stalin before Lenin died, and Stalin took over. Stalin was killing people right and left, along with Hitler. You got people who were so violent or had violent tendencies, they happen to rise themselves in power using the weakness of their own society to help them. And when I say weakness, I'm talking about the people who are in the downtrodden, use them to be pushed into the levels of society. That's why. Go ahead.
No. Finish up.
Because they wanted purity. Hitler wanted a racial purity.
Yes.
The white, you want the Aryan race to be purified, and that's why he killed off all the people who was
because they were swarthy.
Slow. Because
the Jews then were swarthy. Swarthy they were the brown people of Europe.
Right. But I'm not going there yet. I'm talking about the people who are born with mental retardation and who got cleft lips and all that. Those were anchors to the Aryan race. They got to be cut because they are part of, cut them off genetically. So the white race will be purified of those other white people who are born with these. And
let's be clear, a lot of those birth defects happen because of incest as well. But that's a dirty little secret nobody talks about.
Right. So if we're gonna talk about what the Jews and the Hitler,
that's why.
We gotta put in go ahead. And Stalin's issue was more about, well, we need to protect, because these people who are Jews are travelers, because most of them been going to country, and they're not really Russian because they've been immigrating all over Europe because of thousands of years of persecution that cannot be trusted. So we got to eliminate them too.
Well, I'm not necessarily trying to save Jews. I'm not necessarily trying to save Jews. I'm just talking about black people and even white people. But look, let me tell you, Jews are doing good enough. They okay. They never forget. Okay, they never forgot, and we should never forget either. And it is what it is. I mean, like
Let me ask you a question, because I just want to see where your mind's at. So a lot of Hitler's commanders would take babies that were born from Jewish women that were in the concentration camps, and they were just hours old, and throw them in the air and shoot them. Do you think that's a defective mindset or no?
that's an extreme defective mindset. Because let me tell you something. That's a drug induced mindset. Because Nazi Germany.
Oh, so you're gonna blame it on the drugs for them to be diabolical like that?
No. Because
They have to be on drugs to do that?
they were doing meth. They were doing meth. Ain't no way around it.
What actually passes right. A
They were
lot of those
doing
people,
meth.
a lot of them soldiers was fed fed
So
intentionally.
nobody is naturally
with meth.
diabolical. Is that what you're telling me? That you have to be on drugs to be diabolical like that?
No. The point is, Pierre. No, the point is, Pierre. What happened was some of them soldiers who show little humanity. They was fed with meth and PCP, and they told them go crazy. Gave them guns, gave them knives, and told them go crazy. So
somebody that deliberately goes into one of the concentration camp buildings and grabs a newborn baby and throws it in the air and shoots it. Do you think that they were on drugs?
Some
Or are they just evil?
No. Some of them were. Some of them were.
Okay,
Some
Big J,
were, yeah.
you're missing the point.
America.
You're making excuses for somebody to do that they have to be on drugs.
No.
She's not listening.
Okay.
She's not listening.
No.
Stop listening.
No, hold on. She is, but she missing the point I'm making. Yes, there are people doing it on purpose. But then, but if you want to destroy somebody systematically, you have to put something. You have to manipulate the other person to do that's the sick individual's will. So therefore, you took a normal human a normal a person from a farm, tell them to join the army. Then though you feed this person, you add shit into their food, PCP, and you tell them to do shit, and they went in and do it. You mentally.
Well, let me ask you a question. Were the people that went into on the January 6ers were they all on PCP and drugs when they went in to do stuff for Trump?
No.
I'm just curious. I just had to ask that question because I feel like there's a lot of excuse making for bad behavior and people that are diabolical, and that's not the case.
Girl, let me ask you a question real quick.
In
New Orleans back in the day, there was a lady, right, who had a house. Big, nice house down in the big French Quarter. I don't know if y'all know about New Orleans. I don't know if y'all been there, but big, nice house. Slave owner, right? She sat there and brutalized, not just mistreating them, right? My tea isn't hot enough. Slap them, right? It wasn't. Your dress is dirty, right? Slap them. I'm talking about brutalization to the point it was dungeons.
Okay.
The only reason they found out about it because a little black girl jumped out of a fucking window onto the streets of New Orleans to not deal with her brutality. Right?
So are you asking me, can women be defective? Yes.
Is she defective?
Yes.
Could she be saved?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because I feel like sometimes when you go that far, there's no reaching somebody. So most likely she's unreachable. She's unteachable.
So she just.
So I don't think a lot of people that go that far diabolically can be saved. Honestly.
Because their baseline is defective.
Their baseline is defective, yes.
So all this psychiatric help is just a fucking waste, right? Might as well just take them into.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question since you're asking me questions.
I just want to finish and we can move on from this one. You guys
Okay, finish, and then I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you how many people that have had therapy, psychiatric therapy, that have been that diabolical, have been saved. Tell me the statistics of that. How many?
Let me take a Google right now because you're asking me some shit that wouldn't even be in my spectrum of understanding or learning.
But not
because you're asking me questions, and I got to ask you how many have been saved.
I gave you back a scenario that you gave to me when you brought up Hitler.
And I'm asking you how many people can be saved with therapy
but you
and
asked
medication.
You asking me a question that's way out of my spectrum.
Not everybody.
You brought up Hitler and not what Hitler did, right? Cool. Hitler's fucked off. He's defected. He's all the way fucked off. I brought up a completely similar scenario.
Okay, and she's fucked up too. And
right, cool.
So she's effective too.
That's it. But to ask me the stats of people that went through psychiatric help that became.
Did you think I was going to say women? Oh, hold up. Let me finish. Did you think that I was going to say that there aren't diabolical, defective, fucked up women? Because there are. And the scriptures talk about them. And I'll tell you what the scriptures say. The scriptures.
I wanted to see your baseline. That was
my baseline. Is there are fucking crazy ass women too? Yes, defective women. I can give you an example. I lived in New Mexico, and when I was in New Mexico, a woman let her 7-year-old daughter be passed around to 7 grown men, and after she let the 7 grown men do what they wanted to do to her 7-year-old, I think it was more than 7 men, but they passed her around and they did whatever they wanted to that little girl, and then they set the little girl on fire alive, and the mother allowed it. She's defective.
Well, that's a group of defective people, ain't it?
Oh, they're all defective. They're all defective. The grandmother was defective because she stood there and allowed it to take place. And the mother basically sold her daughter out for drugs.
Yeah,
she's defective.
But they all fucked off then.
All of them defective.
I just had to make sure your baseline was even. That's it.
And why did you ask that?
I know why he asked that.
I know. No,
because you sound like a fucking man. Because you sound like a fucking man hater. That's why. That's why I asked it.
No, not really. Because Shania Davis' mother was defective. She sold her daughter for drugs, and she ended up getting thrown over a highway in North Carolina. Now, there are defective people, but what I want her to realize is that defectiveness is a lot of times tied to drug use, drug abuse, high levels of drug abuse. These are people born with shortcomings? Sure, handicap.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta go in. First of all, nowhere in what Pierce said she said anything about sex or gender. When you talk about people who are being defective, she said this defective men.
I did say the patriarchy that we're under is defective. Right. Yes, I did.
Right. But that's the only damn thing you said. But later on in the conversation, you didn't say nothing about this defective men and women are innocent. She didn't say all that shit. So, and then though, on top of that, wait a minute. Then y'all try to be apologists for what happened to Jewish people. That's one. That's another red flag. And then you saying you from New Orleans.
I'm not apologizing for what happened to those people, but
I'm not talking to you, Pastor. I'm talking to him. Do we know you?
What happened to the sound?
I'm waiting.
He got quiet.
Yeah, he got quiet. Do we know you?
What does that mean, Big Boy? Because I'm confused.
Never mind. Never mind. Because I had my antennas up. Because he came after you because he came at you talking about you're a man hater and you ain't saying nothing about hate no goddamn man.
Big J, relax, G. This shit ain't even that fucking serious, dog. I said she sounded like a man hater because everything she said was man. I said sounded like. I didn't accuse her of being. When I asked the question, she was honest about how she felt. From what I could see, she said this is where she stands. And I said, all right, cool. And then she asked me why you asked it. You was giggling, talking about, yeah, I guess I know. Cool. What? There's no more fucking confusion anymore. The reason why I asked the question was this: to see if she was a man hater. Just that simple. No accusations about nothing.
So let me clarify. I'll clear myself for you. Don't have to ask. I'll clarify for you.
No sticks or nothing.
There are divine women and there are divine men, and those divine women and divine men, they follow divine law automatically. It's ingrained in them. And there are the serpent seed, which can be men and women both. Okay? The serpent and its seed, and they war against that woman, the divine woman and the divine man. And then I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you for clarifying.
But you can be divine.
I ain't trying to cut pure head off about shit. Yeah.
You can be divine and do some next level shit. Like the British Davidians out here in Waco, Texas. No, not Waco. It's not even actually in Waco. It's like
They're not divine. Where you clearly don't know what divine means.
No, well, no. You think of divine as all positive.
I do not, because I already told you that when I was 3 years old, I had a dream where the angels of God, and I was a child, so it meant I reincarnated, and they wiped out the white population, which is what's about to happen. So when this next movement, Hitler movement, that gets rid of everybody else and has this white population that is that serpent seed, they're going to get wiped out. I've already had the visions of that, the dreams of that as 3 years old. So
the wipe out black people or white people?
White people. They're all white people.
They about to wipe out the white people?
Okay. Yes.
I'm asking you. You about to wipe out? So then it's gonna be colored people left?
Well, for them to be wiped out means that they wiped out everybody else.
Everybody else. Colored people and the white people.
She's saying the white.
I wasn't here. I wasn't fucking here.
She's saying the white people are going to wipe everyone else out, and because of their bad behavior,
the divine creator is going to wipe them out.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I wasn't here. That's what I'm asking. That's it.
And that's not a far stretch idea or
and
ideology.
And when those angels came, it's because those people could not be reasoned with. The defectiveness in them could not be reasoned with. Okay? So that judgment they received was divine judgment because they could not be reached. They would not turn their head away from what they were doing.
They were already on a path of destruction. So
they were on the path of destruction and they could not be reached, would not be reached.
So judgment was for them to be eradicated.
That part.
You know what I'm saying? So, and my thing about it is what Pure is saying from the dream she had was 3. That's a prophetic dream. That doesn't just come into somebody's head and you remember that shit forever for no reason. Like, it's for a specific purpose.
Well, shout out to the motherfucking white people, you know what I'm saying, for doing this shit, you know what I'm saying? And because this shit is going to be amazing and diabolical, and at the same time, I got 9s and AKs. I ain't going to make it the whole way, but I'm going to put up a good fight. But I'm going to be part of the resistance of the white people, even though I like white women. And we were gonna just leave it at that.
Oh God, Pastor.
That motherfucker nuts, boy.
Oh God, Pastor.
That motherfucker.
Didn't Dr. Umar Johnson tell you stay away from them snow bunnies?
40 crazy as shit.
Disrespectful
cunt. 40, that was good.
40.
40, that was good.
What happened to the white lady that was over here?
Who, Summer?
They went to sleep.
She right.
Summer went to sleep.
What?
Oh,
Pure, are you a white woman?
I mean, Summer is white passing. She has
I'm
different
pale.
nationalities.
I don't go by those labels because white is a.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Just quick.
No, I'm gonna tell you. No, now that you're asking, I'm gonna tell you because you don't ask me something and don't let me finish. Okay. So white is a state of mind. I am not that state of mind because white as a race does not exist. But I'm pale. Yes.
I was being common. I was just
She was pale, and it used to be like so-called. That's why you hear me say so-called all the time. You be like,
that's so-called.
So-called.
Because the white as a race does not exist. There's no such a thing as a white race. White as a mentality is the only thing that it is.
Well, going to Ireland, I mean, you got some redhead. You know, I'm sorry, I'm
but they don't call themselves white. They call themselves Irish.
That is true.
Yeah, but look at that skin, that milky skin.
In America call it
Big J, that is true though. But I mean, even if you go to different places, they ain't gonna be calling themselves white.
Nobody in Europe. I went to Europe. Nobody in Europe calls himself white.
Only in America.
That's their culture.
See, white is an American thing, and black is an American thing. And I love them redhead women. I something about the redheads. I really like them.
Are y'all talking about y'all attractions on here? Is that what this is? Y'all professing y'all deep infatuation for redheads? Redheads are attractive.
Especially ones that have freckles. Oh my God.
Yo, that is my weakness.
And green eyes. Oh man, yes, Lord.
Who said that?
I did.
But I mean, yeah.
That motherfucker said the freckles and green eyes.
Yeah, them freckles and green eyes. Oh man, I melt in front of them. Like, oh man.
But it's like even definitely
But it's like let me dial that back because there's a lady on the panel.
No.
Lady on the panel.
You already dial that back. No, you already kept it real.
You committed.
Right.
Yeah, he
it's
committed
right.
to
You
it
committed
already.
to it already, right?
I know you want to talk about.
But it is true. Like
he about that tighten up his bow tie and shit. Get the fuck out of here. You already committed to it.
I mean, like, it is true though. I think the concept of white, black, and all this other shit is an American-based thing.
It is.
You know what I mean?
I disagree. If you look at some of the journals, some of the people that had written down the last last 1,000 years, whiteness was white. What like we call whiteness was a concept. So
let me have you. I know you guys don't know about makeup, but there's no such thing as a makeup tone or color that's white. You do know that, right? Go to any makeup company and see if they have a white makeup.
They don't. Because if white really exists, the geishas would technically be white.
Big J, I think
that part.
Big J, I think you about to crush something.
You do have those Sailor Moon looking clear ass Asian people, but they even though they claim they white, they still yellow.
But they don't be white. There is no skin tone that is white.
No skin tone.
Exactly, they still yellow.
One black man said, and it's the truth. He said, all people come in colors of wheat, different types of wheat.
Albinos are white. Albinos are white.
White albinos are yellow.
Albinos are yellow.
No, they're not. They're white.
Albinos are yellow and have
they're
red
white.
highlights.
I knew an albino when I was a child.
So did
that
I.
nigga was white.
So did I.
Yeah, but
there's an albino that I see on YouTube all the time. She's not white.
Yes, she is.
And furthermore, do not make me pull up the video.
Pull it up.
Even people that have vitiligo, people that have vitiligo, and they have
Michael
different
Jackson was white.
Hold up, let me finish. Even people with vitiligo the color underneath the vitiligo that you call white is really a pink tone.
Yep.
I got into a fight when I was a kid because we watched Free Willy. Free the world.
40.
Make
40.
it a better.
40.
No. And this white kid said that Michael Jackson white. I said, no, he black. So I punched the white kid. But you know what? The white kid was right. Michael Jackson is white.
40. Relax.
Michael Jackson was not white, Pastor. You're trolling.
Yes, he is.
No. If Michael Jackson
40, go get a water.
If Michael Jackson went ahead and actually got a woman pregnant, that baby would turn out to be black.
Thank you.
So
he had a skin condition.
His kids are white.
Oh
my God. Are you serious right now, man?
Have you seen Michael Jackson kids?
Those are not his kids.
Man, man, you must be sleepy, Pastor.
40. What are you talking about? 40, get a bottle of water, right?
Yeah.
I ain't drinking no bottle of water.
Michael Jackson is not white. He had a skin condition. Those are not his kids. That's not his
skin condition turned him white.
It did not turn him white. It turned him light skin at most. That's what it did.
It turned him white.
It might turn him white, but his genetic code is black.
Why did his kids come out? Why did his kids come out albino?
That is not his kids.
That's not his kids. How many times y'all lying? That? How are we lying?
Michael Jackson had the kid over the balcony. Bro, that was his baby.
That's not. Oh my God, that was
not
his
the kid he sired. That's not the
kid.
40.
That's not the kids he actually made.
Like 40. What are you talking? 40. What are you talking about? Those are not his kids.
40. The baby over the balcony.
If you look at the Jackson 5, you look at the whole Jackson family. How the fuck can his kids? How the fuck can Michael Jackson look like that when he was younger, grow up, have the skin condition he have, and then bore a child that is a white, that is literally a white girl or a white boy?
Have you seen Blake Griffin daddy and Blake Griffin mama? Look, let me tell you something. When you get with these
Blake Griffin, Blake Griffins were high yellow bones, and they still got Negro features.
Exactly.
Michael Jackson's alleged kids have more of what they call a so-called white or Eurasian features.
Look,
how could that be his kids?
Y'all are pro-blacks right now. Let me tell you something.
It has nothing with being pro-black. It's about genetics. What are you talking about?
Sometimes the black gene does not. Sometimes the black gene does not dominate the pale gene.
What the fuck?
Incorrect,
bro.
But go
incorrect.
Ahead. Cody, how old are you?
I'm 38, but I'm telling you, I've been with white women. I'm telling you that sometimes
you're 38 and you say, "It's no way you didn't." You 38, you didn't know that wasn't Michael Jackson children.
No, y'all saying that now to make y'all argument. Y'all was
No, that's not his kids. I'm not making an argument.
I'm not making an argument. We're literally telling you that's not his kids.
It is a statement of a fact.
Does the black gene always dominate the pale gene?
Okay. Hold on, Big J, just real quick. If Michael Jackson was to have kids with a white woman, that child would come out mixed. And with a mixed child, you know, when it comes to mixed people, they still have some type of genetics that make them look more Negroid.
Does the black gene always dominate the pale?
Name a mixed woman that you know.
The answer is yes.
There's plenty. I know a girl
name
right
one.
now.
Name
I know
one,
a girl.
Pastor.
I know a girl. I know a girl in my real.
Name a celebrity that's mixed.
No, I can't. See, you want me to go to celebrity?
Make some more relatable.
I know a girl in Austin, Texas right now. She is biracial.
Yes.
But you could not tell me she's not a white girl. Just like you got Mexicans.
How would I know unless I look at her? I'm saying use a celebrity to give me a better example.
Bronzebird. I'm gonna use a mixed girl who I have a crush on, right?
Yeah.
Jessica Kennedy Parker. Look her up on Google.
That motherfucker fine, boy.
Oh,
Jessica.
God damn, boy, man, she,
That motherfucker.
yo,
Wait, bro.
yeah,
Is
man.
hey, bro. Is it Jessica
Cold-blooded.
Parker Kennedy or Jessica Kennedy Parker?
It's something
Kennedy
like that.
Parker.
Something
Kennedy
like that.
Parker.
Yeah,
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 Kennedy
yeah. She,
Parker?
yeah,
All right,
yeah. You were talking about, ooh,
Cold. She cold.
oh,
She is cold.
because the first movie.
Hold on.
Look at Lenny Kravitz. Stop.
Oh shit. Wait, hold the fuck up, bro. Hey, wait. Big
She
J,
cold.
please tell me I'm not dreaming, son.
She's cold.
Hey, bro, are you talking about this one right here?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's her.
Lord. Yes,
That's her.
Lord.
She type 5.
Yeah.
She type 5. I'm sorry, Pure, if you you got into the whole thing with the men thing, bro.
Look up Rashida Jones.
Oh, we know
Yeah.
Rashida Jones.
Yeah.
But my point is,
that's a.
but think about it. This is to
Rashida Jones look pale, but you can look at her and be like,
but you can look at her and she can
She
probably
black.
for white pack. But this is my point to Pastor. If a black man has a child with a white woman, then even with the child, the way that it looks, you can still see the Negroid features in that child.
That's not always
Quincy
true.
Jones, but look at how it is with Quincy Jones and his daughter.
That's
You can see that she has.
This
You
is
can see that.
idolatry.
Nah, hold on. You
This
can
is
see that shit.
idolatry,
Bro. It's not about idolatry.
If you look at it overall,
bro,
I'm telling you from my personal experience.
I don't give
I
a
know
fuck.
a
I had
white
personal
girl.
experience too.
Then why are you running to the internet?
Bro, it's because it's providing you an example.
I don't care about
You
the
literally-
examples. I don't care about that. I know a girl that has a black mama and a white father, and she looks exactly like her father. Has his complexion.
Hold on, Monosbird. I got you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Finish your statement. 40, finish your statement.
40, go ahead.
She has extremely light skin, white hair, and green eyes. You would not you would think a white woman birthed her. That is how much she looks like her father. And you would and you think that black always overpowers pale, and it doesn't. It does.
I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that you can see that there are Negroid features in that child. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying that automatically, because she's mixed and because she got with the she's birthed from a black father or a black mother for that instance with a white parent, that automatically the black over trumps the white. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is because it's still a mixture and that's a mixed child, you still could see that there are Negroid features. Now with Michael Jackson's supposed kids, you don't see Negroid features in those children, which means that I'm 100%.
I see them. I see them in them.
If you bought, if that girl that you know, right, 40, the girl that you know on your own personal experience, but does not negate what the fuck the rest of the world does, right? So you want everything to be 100% all the time. It doesn't work like that. That was gonna be one-offs, right? Cool. So you got your homegirl that you know that she has this phenotype and she looks this way, and that's fucking great, right? If she get popped by, let's say, a black man, what do you think the kid would possibly look like? Do you not think the kid will be? What do you think the kid will look like? Fuck it.
Now you want to make an argument for quantum genetics.
I'm asking what you think.
So no. We can talk about quantum genetics.
No. That's
what you're talking about.
If she has
that's what you're talking about.
If she has a black,
you're talking about. You're literally talking about. No. You now you're going back into that. Now you're somewhat going back. You're somewhat going into reincarnation and quantum genetics.
No, sir.
Yes, you are. Because yes, you are. Because you're asking. Yes, you are. Because you're asking, will the mother's darker skin genes now jump or bypass quantumly to her offspring, the mitochondrial DNA? That's what you're talking. Yes, you are.
So the definition.
If she reproduces with a black man with her half-blood black DNA, and has a black man to father her child, do you think the child will look more like a hyper non-melanated person or a more melanated person? That is it. I don't gotta get to quantum physics and DNA.
No. Now you're again trying to put the competition of will the black gene outfight or prevail over the pale gene? And then you're right. I don't know if the pale gene wins every single time. But
Okay, Brownstone.
What do you think? That's it. That's all I see. What do you think?
Hold on. I'm gonna bring out another example.
Okay.
Caroline.
I'm just asking what you think.
Okay.
I don't need the explanation of DNA, how DNA works in mitochondrials and fucking man and XY and X.
She's white passing.
What do you think?
Okay. There was a movie called Lake Placid, the final chapter, right? And I was looking at this one girl who played in the movie. I say, wait a minute, she doesn't look white, but then there's something weird about her, right? So I went on Wikipedia. I found out who she was, and she go by, and the actress name was Carolina Ford. I'm looking at her nose. She's a white woman, right? And I'm looking at her nose, and I see the cheekbone. I say, wait a minute, she's not all the way white.
No,
she's half black.
Because you could see, you could kind of see your people in your people.
Yeah, and
right,
she favors she favors a chick from Ease by You.
Oh yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I just think
she's the same girl from the Ford. That's the same girl he just showed you.
Yeah, man. But
Kennedy, Kennedy Ford. That's exactly.
No, that's not her name. That's the chick from Ease by You. I think she's
the same
also
girl.
mixed.
No,
nah, bro, she's not the same one. I forgot her name though.
Go to Ease by You.
She just. All right, yeah.
I almost positive it's the same girl as a younger girl.
No.
I'm telling you,
it's not.
Y'all underestimate the strength of the pale gene.
Journey Smollett.
Journey Smollett. That's Smollett.
Yeah,
that's who
Journey
the shit.
Smollett,
That's a Smollett.
man.
Yep, that's who it is. Yep.
Y'all underestimate the power of the pale gene. I'm just saying that shit is strong.
Yeah, but Pastor, I got mixed people in my family. All right, I got Europeans in my. When I say Europe, they from Europe. All right, I see them every year or so for Christmas. They come over here every Christmas. They're, the girl looks white, the boy looks black. They look white, but then you see the Negroid in their, in their faces. So I mean,
man, your skin is your biggest organ. And y'all looking for little y'all looking for little hints in people's faces and shit.
They give off the hint.
Yeah, exactly. Black. So how is the black gene more powerful when y'all looking for hints and faces and when they overall skin is white?
Bronzebird. That's not the argument, Pastor. That's not the argument.
Well, I'm changing the argument. I'm changing the argument now too.
Well, you can't be no.
Yes,
stick to what it was. Stick to what it was. We were that's not the
y'all
argument.
Changed it to faces. Y'all changed the faces.
We're not changing the faces. We're talking about features.
Is there a gene that's more powerful in your eyes, Forty?
When y'all say features, y'all mean faces.
No, we don't mean that.
Not automatically.
That doesn't mean we're saying that.
You know what phenotype means?
Yes, I know what phenotype means, but y'all not talking about y'all just want to run away from that conversation. Y'all were talking about faces.
Y'all talking about faces.
Features.
Is there a dominant gene or not a dominant gene?
Features can range from faces to the whole body. What do you mean?
Right. But if
the black side or the white, because they have such things called pogs. So if in the family there's either the black woman or if it's a white woman, I have no idea how it is. If in that family they known for having a fat ass, and they go ahead and they mate with someone who's black, or let's just say another race, more than likely that child is gonna grow up to have a fat ass.
Hey, I think I'm gonna jump off this panel right now. I'll talk to y'all later.
Hey, Pierre, I'm
Yeah.
apologize to you. You know, I'm apologize. I know I shouldn't.
Sorry, they get man.
Carry on. Let me get off the panel.
I apologize,
But
Pierre.
I understand,
I
Pierre,
should
if you
have
want
went
to
there.
leave.
Yeah. I should have
Have a good one, guys. Have your little chit chat. All right, bye.
Peace, prosperity, love.
Yeah.
But
shout out to my co-host, Pure Butterfly.
Word.
But anyway,
Shout out to Pure, appreciate it.
Yeah.
But real quick, Big J, serious shit. So when I'm talking about features, I'm just talking about the fact of the matter what you can see, and it don't even have to be a girl; it could be a guy. As in, like,
right.
Guy.
Homeboy from the Scream movies, the last 2 Scream movies. When I looked at him, Cute Gooding Jr.'s son. What's his name? Well, Pierre left, because I was gonna bring a man up, and Pierre left. But if you use a man like
Omar Gooding,
right? Omar Gooding, yeah, and his sister from that Scream movie. Oh my God, I clap her little cheek. God,
but you gotta look at motherfucking Vin Diesel.
I clap them damn boy, man. Homegirl from Scream. I clapped them cheeks. That shit, one side to the other. Damn it. See the shiny
So the evangelicals is running away from the National Geographic 2030 person plan. See,
you know Vin Diesel black too, right?
Yeah, because that one.
Vin Diesel's black.
Do y'all remember when National Geographic put out their
2050, and they
it
put
was,
out
it was 2050. It was 2050. You're right. I'm
2050,
wrong.
and they put out the cover of what they said the average human is gonna look like in 2050, which is to give off the fact of the matter that everybody's gonna be fucking and mixing.
Exactly. In 2050, I don't even know if black people will even exist.
Black people. Look, listen. Black people and white people will exist. I mean,
this is how that shit don't make no.
But you know what I think? You know what I think is gonna happen?
If the originals of the if the Aboriginal people of this fucking land are the Aboriginal of the land, how could they not?
Well, that's true, Trent.
Murdered.
But my thing about it is this: what I think is gonna happen is that they're gonna have to create a third or fourth. In their world, I'm not saying with us. We know this. It's bullshit when we say this, but they're gonna have to create a new race, right? Because it's gonna be so many children that's mixed. They're gonna be like, okay, well, because like how it is in the UK, or like how it is in the UK, right? Like you just they're gonna be like, oh, black, white, mixed.
Dog,
no. It's South Africa. It's gonna be like South Africa, where it says black, white, and colored.
Dog, let me be absolutely fucking clear about this shit, right? Mm-hmm. Make fucking no mistake. And this is shit that I was about to talk about 2 nights ago on my own joint, but sometimes you let this shit breed, you hear me?
Yeah.
When we seen Kim Kardashian be a fatty, and all of a sudden fatties became in fashion. Now all the white dudes want fatties. Now the white girls walking around with fatties. Now it's in every fucking porn fucking thing everywhere. Hog, BBC, Hog, BBC. You think this shit is not by fucking this? So now when you was like, nah, white girls ain't fat.
But I did disagree with you. I did disagree with you. I'm gonna tell you why. If you go to the farming communities,
I promise you. Let me close out, and then y'all can bang crazy.
Let him park it.
I'm like, yeah. Let me just right. All these things are the domino effect. The first domino fell, and then we had domino 50 possibly. All these things are things that exist. I've seen kids mixed my whole fucking life. It's only going to get more exacerbated as time goes on. You know why? Because it's stimulated now. Every time you turn on ESPN, it's mixed racial couple. Everything's are being mixed up. And if you could fucking basic commercials on TV,
Let me ask you a
mixed
question.
couples and all these other things.
Let me ask you a question. How many?
The psychological effect is going to mix it down and make everybody be like, well, you know what? We not as racist as we was a fucking 250 years ago.
Racism will exist.
always
racism
exist.
Racism will still exist.
I said
at the same time,
as much. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, not as much, but it's still going to exist. It's never going anywhere.
Well, if you look at shows,
hold on. Now, to your point, talking about Kim Kardashian, I do have to disagree with you on that.
Okay.
Because the thing about it is that, okay, now there was more. I think what happened was when it came to the culture of the United States, now you started to have this whole entire thing where men started trying to get more into exotic women. And because they thought of Kim Kardashian of not just white, she's actually Persian, then they were like, okay, cool. But the thing about it is, with white women having a fat asses and this, that, and the third, that was way before Kim Kardashian. There was still those pogs. No, that was it was still promoted. It was still promoted. Where? Becky with the fat ass.
What?
They was promoting Becky's with the fat ass, bro.
Bronze.
That's before Kim Kardashian, I'm telling you.
Bronze.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And Spanish chicks, you forgot about that.
Can she? Did Kim Kardashian put that shit in a fucking volume pack and send it through the world like a speaker, right? Like like a microphone. How the front side is really, really small, but the side that you're speaking on is really, really large, and it sends a fucking massive volume outside. Do you think she was the one on the small side of the fucking the microphone?
Of course not.
Absolutely.
Well, of course. Well, yeah, I'm bugging. Okay,
that's what the fuck I'm saying.
That's
all I'm saying.
Okay, but the pogs, right? But you got to go to the Midwest and the plain states. That's where you got the white women with the fat asses, because a lot of them women are some corn-fed, I've been on a farm type women. And me being a country nigga who's seen these women in Texas, there are some white women who got them big wide hips and that fat ass.
Yes.
So
guess what? We wouldn't say Kim Kardashian is like, oh, we got widespread because of that shit. And then
yes, she is.
The problem is
because of Kim Kardashian. It was before.
It was.
Yeah,
I'm not jacking none of it.
No, because what happened was white men favored the slim look on women.
I agree.
And even before that, even in the Victorian era. And when I say Victoria, I'm talking about pre-World War I, right?
Right.
Well, all the sculptures and the art show what? Women with wide ass hips and fat asses.
Big gowns.
Go to your
They
museum.
imitated it, but they didn't have it.
Right. They wanted that fat ass. They wanted the luscious curves and shit.
Where did they find these luscious curves being attracted to? Because of white men. Are y'all out your mind?
Look, hold on. Wait. But Big J, wasn't it in the 50s too? Because what's her name?
Marilyn Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe was viewed as voluptuous, and there was obvious. And back then, they still favored women
and they
of that.
starved that bitch to make her fucking skinny. Next.
Right. You're right on that. Yeah. For her to be in Hollywood. When she was in Playboy, when she was in Playboy magazine, right? See, I don't know, man, if you saw the 1952
I
Playboy.
sure fucking did. I did.
Yeah, I saw it too. She looked nice.
So when they starved that bitch to make her slim and skinny, that means the audience wanted slim and skinny, correct?
Yeah, because most white men at the high level view women to be skinnier than men. They didn't view fashion wise, they want women to be smaller than their male counterpart. That's why.
You don't have to introduce fashion into it. You don't have to.
No.
Because the magazine is being sold at the newsstand.
No,
right?
when I'm talking about fashion, I'm not talking about the magazines. I'm talking about how it looks compared to other other groups of people around the world. And when I say fashion, I'm talking in that sense.
Right.
So it was more fashionable to have a woman that's smaller to a man because that actually so that make the image of the man to be the protector and the woman to be the dainty little woman that needs to be who's the damsel of distress that needs to be saved.
Let me chuck a stick in the yard. Right.
Go ahead.
I'm about to put a stick in the yard. If we went through a period in the time in the world where European capitalists slid around the planet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And seen all these fat tits and these bodacious bodies and couldn't help themselves but to go mistreat them, right? And let's be honest, it was mistreatment, right? A lot of it was fucking essay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even here on this land of the Americas, right? It happened.
Right.
What would be the direct opposite of white men that white bitches knew that they was attracted to? White bitches knew they was attracted to because in a year, in 10 months, it'd be a child that just shows up and the child look fucking like a fucking a latte. She ain't confused, is she, as a white bitch? She ain't confused that where just a white baby just showed up out of nowhere, huh? In the house. Okay, cool. She's not confused. So let's think for one more second and say, well, let's say when Marilyn Monroe comes along and they told her thick ass to slim down, right? And all these white girls went through this whole period of being slim, skinny, and nice and tight. And it was noted, it was so notarized that Monique even had it on a comedy special in her stand-up about how white women are skinny and bony, right? You don't see how it switches up. And I'm showing you the switch up happened at a certain time. It wasn't just a day, it wasn't a week, it wasn't a month, right? But now all of a sudden,
but it does that every 20 years. It does that. See,
I'm not disagreeing at all.
Yeah, because so somebody did an article on this, right? Because
even clothing switches up.
Right.
It comes back and cycles back.
Right. But see, but like Hollywood, okay, like during the 1980s, the late 70s into the 1980s, into the 90s, there was you remember Sigourney Weaver you got women like Sigourney Weaver and women like what's the other woman who was an action star at the time? What's her name? The woman who played Red Sonja, the woman that was on I forgot the other women at the time.
G.I. Jane?
Yeah. Okay, those women, it was
Demi
attractive.
Moore?
Right. Well, Demi Moore, and she was going back and forth. But women who had high muscle tone, was seen as very attractive. Now, if you go 20 years before that, Marilyn Monroe and Jane, what's her name? I forgot her name. Jane Mason, I forgot her name at the time. During the 50s and 60s, there was just soft body women.
Mm-hmm.
Now though we into this Megan Thee Stallion,
super wagons.
Man, she was like a horse. Man, she got damn.
How about even raw? And that bitch could shake. That motherfucker could shake, boy.
Whew. Damn.
I don't fuck with her. I don't fuck with her at all. But if she drop a fucking shake, I'm watching it.
Yeah. So every 20 years or so, we how do we project the beauty standards?
Right.
Our beauty standards change every generation.
But the woman of color have always had the beauty standard. That's the point. That's the point that I'm bringing up as to where Kim Kardashian was the one to launch the fat ass.
I I can't agree with you on that.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Right.
I think it was Kim Kardashian that launched the fat ass epidemic, right? So now every white girl is proud to have a fatty. I remember being outside back in the day with them white joints that had fatties and saying like, "Yo, damn, that shit fat as a motherfucker." And they be like, "What? Well, you calling me fat?" I be like, "No, girl, I'm talking about I like it." And you got to explain the fact that I like the fact that I gotta explain that down to you. Now you say, "Damn, you fat." You think that bit? Stop with the fucking game, G. I've been outside in the game for dummy years. I've been outside in the game, playing around.
You know, and what's so sad? See, I grew up in a white area, right? So you know, I'm in a predominantly white area, and when I was in high school, you know, I'd be seeing some of these women, the girls at the time, trying to lose weight. I was like, "Girl, you fine as fuck." And I'm looking, you know, there was one girl I was, you know, I wasn't really into, but I was looking because she got a fat ass, right? So she was trying to lose that ass just because she trying to get with the you know, the captain of the football team.
Because white boys didn't.
Yeah. You know,
I know what the fuck I'm talking about, G. I'm not just chucking shit in the air just for no fucking reason. I'm not fucking just talking because I got fucking oxygen. I know what the fuck I'm talking. I know for a fact these things I've experienced. This is an experience that my dogs have had too. So the same way you say she's trying to lose that ass, right? Because in her community, it ain't supposed to be like that. You smell
right. It's frowned upon.
There you go.
Now,
the same time. But you know why it can't be like that? Because they have to be so different from who? The woman that have the natural asses, the woman that have the stop. G, I've been out to the Midwest, dog. I've seen it all, bro. I've been to Texas, bro. I've seen some wagons dragging, bro. I'm not talking just because I got oxygen. I keep telling you. I was working government contracts, bro. So I was bouncing all around America, dog.
I still do that shit. I work all over Texas, and that's just why I don't necessarily have a girlfriend, because I wouldn't be faithful to one if I even did. It's not because, you know, as a traveling, I'm a traveling nurse. I'm a traveling nurse. That's what I do. And it's just I don't been married and been through the bullshit. So as a but I'm telling you, Texas got some fine ones, but they also it depends on where you at. If I were to try to do a second start at a family, I would do it in Central Texas or Central West Texas. I wouldn't do it in South Texas. Or well, if it was South Texas, like Galveston and around that area,
but Galveston is not South Texas though. That's Southeast Texas.
Galveston is like Louisiana, ain't it?
No. It's like
it's a Gulf. Galveston ain't fucking Gulf, Mexico Gulf.
It's an island in the Gulf. Yeah, Galveston's on the is an island. Yeah.
Yeah, Galveston's in the fucking water. Correct.
Yeah.
Like Houston. Yeah, I know I used to live in Louisiana.
Yeah, Galveston. Oh my God, y'all got some. Yeah, man, I ain't been there in years.
I know that pocket, G. I'm telling you.
I like Galveston. I would even go as far as Corpus Christi. But see, the thing about what's keeping me from creating another Texas family, because there are a lot of women out here that you could do it with, is because I done got hooked up with one of these North Texas bitches, one of these Dallas bitches.
You scary as fuck. That's what the fuck's stopping you.
Nah, nigga, I could, because the reality of it is, when you got a child, you want to be a part of his life. You don't want to. Texas is big, so if I go down there and get a girl down there in Texas in Corpus Christi, man, have a whole new situation down there.
If you got a motherfucking baby, why the fuck you thinking about bitches?
What?
If you
No,
got a baby,
I don't have a baby. My child is older.
How old's your baby?
He
Silly,
8. He 8. So what I'm saying is, I'm not willing to start a whole new relationship in Corpus Christi or Galveston and miss out on his life. That's what I'm saying.
So you don't have him for yourself.
No, me and his mother have shared custody. His mother's not
Okay.
because honestly,
That's
because in the manosphere they would like to make you think that the average man's baby mama is some drunk like saving Isaiah type situation.
I don't give a
That's
fuck about none of that
that
shit.
that's not the average situation for the average man. The average man has a child with a pretty decent woman. Shit, this didn't work out. So you're gonna have shared custody.
I would go 50-50 on
Because
that.
well, yeah. Shared and 50-50 or standard. But the reality of it is they would like to make you think that you're just gonna get this full custody and all that. No, it's the reality of it is they're not gonna the average man is not having babies with that fucked up of a woman. I mean, I really do not believe that. I do not believe it. Are there some men out here getting women pregnant that they can get full custody because she really that messed up? Yes, it does exist. But that is not primarily the rule for most men.
The stats are gonna say a little different, my G.
The stats are going to say a little different. The stats are going to say, "Look, man, look, man, y'all relationship just didn't work out." That's what the stats
No. The stats will describe to you the birth ratio between men and women. So that the stats will tell you that women are making extremely bad decisions. So if you had a good situation, that's fine, and enjoy that scenario. You smell me?
No. Women making bad decisions. So even if she made a bad decision, that does not mean she's an incompetent mother or person. That's the difference, right? To prove a woman is incompetent as a mother, despite the sexual act, is much harder than saying, "Oh, you had unresponsible sex and you got pregnant." Okay,
Right.
that can easily be proved, but to prove that she's an incompetent mother, there's way different standards to that.
So behavior tends to have patterns, right? So if you have 4 children, right, with 4 guys, that says it's a pattern that's set. You agree?
I'm telling you, this talking point is not going to stand up.
I'm just asking you simple fucking questions. If she has 4 children, 4 guys, is there not a pattern or no?
There's a pattern of her having 6, yes.
So could you not have sex and not have children at the end of the day?
Yeah, she could.
So the choice to have 4 children with 4 dudes is not a pattern of bad fucking decision making.
But I'm telling you, that does not pour.
I fucks with you, dog. I'm just asking.
But what I'm telling you is, even if she had 4 children by 4 different men, that does not they do not correlate that to her being a bad mother, because she can have 4 children by 4 different men and be
right.
No,
a great mom.
that's the problem. That's I think that's the difference.
If she can't make decisions about her own future, how the fuck can she make decisions about her children's future? Do you think about it in that form? Because if she can make the proper decision to say, well, you know what? I know for a fact this is a bad scenario, right? Do you think she can make a decision tomorrow about the child's future? Because she can't make decisions for her own self.
So then you have to ask yourself why.
Or do you separate the two?
So you have to ask yourself, why did four different men just going and get her pregnant? Why did the second man get her pregnant? Why did the third man get her pregnant? Why did the fourth man get her pregnant? Why do we keep giving her that irresponsibility?
Because men like raw pussy, and pussy raw feels good. And men like the bust, because men like the bust inside of bitches. Next.
Oh shit!
Children are born because women decided.
No, children are born because we give women children. Like, so like I
Woman,
get it.
children are fucking born because women decide to go through the 9-month incubation period and then birth. Let's be fucking
That's not
honest.
true. That's not true. We live in Texas right now. Trust me. If she get pregnant, she having that baby.
So she don't got no choice.
Not
No,
really.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Not really. Not really.
It's locked down. They locked that shit down.
If she go to New Mexico and get rid of that baby, they
Yeah.
looking at her. They looking at her sideways. They looking at her sideways.
Yeah,
So
but
if
she
if she decides to
leaves
use birth
Texas,
control, if she decides to use birth control, right, and don't have raw sex, right, and use these other things that prevent her from having to go to New Mexico, does that work also?
That what she they haven't outlawed birth control.
no. They're trying to. They're trying to.
There's an attempt at that. There is an attempt at that.
Yeah.
They're trying to outlaw birth control and porn. Actually, they have.
But the
Yeah,
porn. But listen. I have to get a VPN to watch porn. I have to get myself VPN to watch porn. No, I'm not lying.
Yo, responsibility, right? As much as he busts his gun inside of her, right? It doesn't come to fruition, and this is why.
But
She says,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
"Who the fuck was that?"
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I jumped the gun.
I thought that was somebody else that popped in.
Oh.
If she says yes, I want to have this child, or she says no, I don't want to have this child, you have no say so in it. So that comes down to the bottom line. Every child born in this planet comes down to her fucking decision. Everybody wants to blame the government. Everybody wants to blame the state. Everybody wants to blame everybody
that's not
else.
true. That's not true because we done told you how Hitler ran a whole birthing plantation, called the birthing camps, the birthing houses. The way they literally kidnapped little girls and took them to the countryside.
Yeah.
Let officers and soldiers that they thought looked a certain way get them pregnant. So
So
you
what if
can't.
so what if she just closed her legs and didn't have
They
sex?
were because they were going to take. Do you?
No. On a regular, everyday, normal situation, besides being in fucking Nazi Germany,
Mm-hmm.
and she said, "You know what? I'm not going to have sex until I'm in a good, stable scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
To bring children into this world. Isn't that not the first step?
That's the idealistic step.
Is it not the first step? Yes or no?
It's ideal.
Cool. So you saying yes? Or you saying no?
I'm saying it's ideal. So basically, this is your birthing camp that you want to run to create a better nuclear family. And I get it. That's ideal. But what if that ideal or that ideology don't work out? What if they do make babies that are illegitimate, as they would call them?
That's the world we're living in right now, G.
So
It's
therefore,
a bunch of kids running around on a one night stands. A bunch of kids running around with parents that don't love each other. It's a bunch of kids running around with all types of weird shit right now. So what the fuck you mean? What if? That's reality.
so what do you do? So you still getting your birthing camps. You're still getting your babies. What do you do from there?
Who's getting a birthing camp?
The state is still getting their children.
Right.
Because even if you have family in a nuclear family, those are still the nuclear family is also known as the backbone of a country. That means pretty much
Right.
that family is the backbone of the state. So you're still getting your
Right.
children, you're still getting your backbone. What do you do with it? It's
You
just coming unconventional. You're
no
still getting it.
because
It's just coming
you
unconventional.
have less destroyed children. You have children more structured.
So you have more controllable children.
The when you have kids born into structure,
Uh-huh.
man, wife, child, there's more structure designed into it.
But structured children don't technically become innovative children.
Dog,
They they
you
they
want to
they, they,
fight?
they, they,
No,
they become good
you want to fight
workers.
every fucking point to fight
No, no. We're
the
having a
absolute
no.
minimum.
So why are you living on talking points rather than having a conversation? These are
You talking about a statistic that literally says,
You're talking about what statistic? Give me a number.
dog, what's it? What? Dog, what's your channel, bro?
I don't have it, man. That's not. Don't move the goalpost. Forget my
No,
channel.
what's your channel? I'm gonna fucking
Don't.
send you this shit so you can look for it. Children that grew up in nuclear households tend to do better than children that don't.
What's the biggest threat to children?
The biggest threat to what do you mean the biggest threat to children?
What's the biggest threat to children?
Maybe gangsterism. I don't fucking know.
No. The biggest threat to children is malnutrition and dehydration. You don't even know your threats to children, but you talk
Jesus
about children.
fucking Christ! All right, you win. You win.
I'm not-
You win. You win. You win. You win. You win because you have to take it to somewhere else. Biggest threat to children.
You started this with
That's the
threat
biggest
to
threat to
children.
any fucking human being on the planet.
No, actually, you're right. It is the biggest threat, but what is the largest threat? The largest threat of if let me tell you something. You can go without food and water longer than a child or elderly person. Children are more susceptible to malnutrition and dehydration than you.
Why would a child ever be in this situation that they have malnutrition and
Then what? Because child hunger is a world problem. See,
why would they be susceptible to that?
because they are being
because of the environment, because of the environment that they're in.
Why are they in the environment then?
Hmm?
Why are they in the environment? If the environment is the key to child hunger, dehydration, starvation, and death, right? Why are the children in that environment?
Because the parents gave birth to them and put them in that environment.
All right, cool.
The short answer is that's the short answer.
Cool. I agree. On that note, I'm a big salute. Yo.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out here my damn
Peace.
self. So. All right,
Yo, I catch y'all soon, dog. Peace, love, prosperity to all of y'all, dog. Hold it down. You feel me? If I catch y'all again, it's a love thing. Peace. Yo, Bronze. Peace.
Here.
Appreciate you having me up, bro.
Hey, appreciate y'all coming through, man. Appreciate all y'all, man. Thank you, Trent, again for the cash app, man. Appreciate you.
Bro, come on, G. Come on.
Still, man, I always gotta give credit where credit is due, man. I always appreciate it. My next show is Sunday, so if you want to pull up, my guy. You know
Look
what I'm
at
saying?
Jizzle. Jizzle up in this bitch too.
Yeah. Shout outs to the village.
Why you didn't say Jizzle was up? I didn't even know Jizzle was up in here.
I thought I wasn't even paying. Listen, bro, I wasn't.
Yeah,
even
you was
paying
on that.
attention.
You was jacking shit. I already fucking know it. G, you don't gotta tell me nothing. No, you jacking. Easy day, my G.
Yo, thank
Easy
you
day,
for
yo.
coming, Trent.
RBG, gang shit, bro.
Gang shit.
You already know MSG gang for life, bro. Village gang for life, bro. Bird gang for motherfucking life, G. Y'all already know.
All right, Trent. Thank you, man.
Peace, my G.
Appreciate
One
you.
love, always.
One love. Peace.
Peace.
I know for sure this dude. Let me tell y'all a little something. Every time it comes to the end of the show, Phoenix Knight over here usually is knocked the fuck out sleep. So you usually see him idle as hell. He'll never turn on his mic. It'll be completely blank because he's knocked the fuck out on my show. So ignore this because he's never gonna say peace out, Bronzebird, or anything. I just have to boot his ass off the panel. Anyway, thank you guys for another edition of the Brownstone Powwow. It seems as if every single time I do the Brownstone Powwow, it gets longer and longer and longer and longer. Yeah. So with that being said, as always, dope conversations. Dope fucking conversations. And as I always tell you, be careful how you use your words and your voice. It can wind up being the beginning of things, or it can be winding up the end of things. Yeah. So if you enjoyed this show, run until the morning. Well, there ain't no. I mean, look, listen. That's gonna help. Hey, look, listen. There's gonna be one day. I'm telling you right now, RPG, where I'm gonna be having music playing in the background, and I'm gonna have graphics like playing. So when I'm not here, I knock the fuck out, and he's still on the panel. There's just going to be music playing in the back. And then I'm just going to be like, yo, I'm good. So when I wake up and I take a nap, or I wake up, I'm like, oh shit, the panel is still on. The powwow is still on. Let me turn this shit off. Put the music's playing in the background. Okay, I got to stop because I'm telling you my ideas. So I'm getting too excited. Anyway, so like I said, please, 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 please. I'm not telling you need to always watch what you say, but always think about the things that you say. The tweets I've ever got was one of those lives. Yeah. Sometimes it just be those quiet. It be people who be falling asleep and be sleeping on their lives. Like people who really do lives on YouTube and like literally show themselves going to sleep. And all you doing is watching them sleep and everybody just be chatting. YouTube is crazy. YouTube is not crazy, but YouTube is very expansive and like a lot of different things you can view on here. And it's funny because I've been here since the first day. Not Bronzebird per se, but like I've been here. I've seen YouTube develop since its inception back in like 2005. A lot of people say 2006. I remember 2005 when it first came on, February 14th, of course. But shout outs to everybody that came on the panel. Dope ass Brownstone Powwow tonight as usual. Pow of Words / Wordsmiths. Again, shout outs to the people who came on the panel. Shout outs to people that was in my chat. Shout outs to the bird watchers, the cloud watchers, the sky watchers, and all that good stuff. But you know what I love to do when I get out of here? I love to play music. So listen, if you view the music as whack, that's totally on you. It's going to be very smooth, very whatever, jazzy, whatever the fuck. And that's exactly what it's going to be. Next show is going to be on Sunday. Please come through for that show. It's going to be dope. I'll load up this screen so we can dance on out of here. It's going to be slow, smooth dancing. So like I said, just rock out with the music. If you can't rock out with the music, it's whatever. It's just relaxed music. Okay. So that's what I'm envisioning here. That's what I'm put up. So we're going to turn up. So we're just going to be quiet and we're going to be cool. So, otherwise than that, shout outs to everybody. Let's have a good night. And let me check if my screen is ready. Yes, it is. All right, man.